batteries, Ash?
I'm going to do one.
Two will do, mate. One. No, John. Where's John? No, John. It would appear we have to.
Is that it?
Well done. Is this one working out for you, John? We're on. Yes. We're on.
Spare one, will just in case that camera goes down. That's fine.
Okay. Sorted. Right, are you ready? Are you sure? Honestly, messing about, waiting for you.
Do you have to do that?
Yeah. Tom, we're okay? Sorted. Right, we're away then. There we are. How's the broadcast going, Tom? Coming through all right? All okay? Right then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we are. 2026. I was driving to work this morning thinking, remember listening to Prince's 1999, thinking, well, that's a long way off. And here we are in 2026. So 900 lots as per usual over 3 days, starting today, tomorrow and Friday. So 3 days and 3 ways to bid as well. Nothing's changed. We've got the absentee and the commission bids, which you'll see us using throughout the 3 days. That's basically when people have either gone online or come down and viewed an item and left a figure that they're prepared to go to. We don't go to the highest figure, obviously. We'll work our way up, seeing where we are on the floor and so forth. Internet bids, again, you'll see those flicking up on the screen. There's a tremendous amount of those throughout the next 3 days, which is all fairly straightforward. If you're having any problems at home regarding getting online or your account, bid limits, just check your bid limits, ladies and gentlemen, as well, if you wouldn't mind at home. And just make sure they're sufficient for what you're hoping to be successful with over the next 2 or 3 days. If they're not, have a quick word with the team upstairs in the office and they'll adjust them for you. And then last but not least are the telephone bidders. So the telephone bidders, so last year we changed the format slightly. Historically, we always, because they're not particularly photogenic, so we always moved them behind the camera. And now we've taken a bit of a risky step and we've moved them in front of the camera here. So Alan, got to smile more, mate. Got to smile more. You're on camera now. I know it reflects off the back of your head. So you'll see that we have a lot of telephone bidders throughout, again, the next 3 days, and you'll see the guys bidding on your behalf. Obviously, if you're at home and you're watching on the system at home. Provisionals, that's another question that people ask me. How does the provisional system works? I'll give you a brief explanation to that. So let's just assume we've had an MGB entered at the sale and the reserve has been 5,000. And the highest bid on the day is 4,200. That would be sold on a provisional basis. Then the team, predominantly led by Jill and my brother Paul, will ring through, and Charlie's on provisionals nowadays, isn't he? Will ring through to the vendor and say, we have £4,200 offered, what would you like to do? And then between the buyer, the vendor, and the office staff, we tend to put a deal together in 90% of the cases, I would think. So that's how that works. Collections, if you're successful with anything over the next 3 days, please be sure and book your collections with the office. Obviously, if you've already worked out, we use every square metre of both inside and outside. So please book that, and then the team will make sure, they'll try their very best to make sure that your item is ready for your collection on the date required. As far as drop-offs, we are on with establishing a new processing plant at the far end of the industrial estate. So as far as deliveries, we can be completely open now. We don't have a slot for deliveries. Basically, you can, within reason, turn up any time with a delivery nowadays for the guys at the top there. And we're, like I say, we're installing a new processing plant up there with a lot more space and makes it a lot more flexible for everybody. That's about it, I think. I can't think of anything else. Anyone else think of anything else? No, I think we're away then, Will. Yeah, I think we are. We're ready to rock and roll. I'll leave that little note from me until tomorrow, because we'll have obviously a lot of different people logging on tomorrow, I'm sure, for different lots that they're interested in. Right, and we'll move on to lot number 1, so here we go. Lot number 1 is a BP Super Globe. There you are. Where are we on the globe? Where is it, Michael? Oh, there she is. There she is. The globe there on display, where are we? We've got 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 there, Will, at 100, 110, 20, 130, 130, 140, 140, 50, 150, 150, 160, £160 we've got, 160, 170, 180 here, 180, 190 on my sheet here, commission bid, £190, £200 with Andy, 200, £210 on my sheet at 210, 20, 30, 230, 240, 250, 260 here with me, Andy, £260 here with me, at 260, 270, at £270 we've got, at £270, 280 somewhere, Will, at 280 then, 280, 290, at 290, at £290, 300 with you, Will, £300 we've got, 300, at 310, 310, 310, at £310, 320, 320 in Lincoln, 320 we have, at 320, 330, £330, 330, 340, back in Lincoln at £340, 340, 350 on the phones, 350, at £350 on the phones, 360 Lincoln, 360, at £360 we've got, 370, 370, at £370, telephone bidder at 370, 380, Lincoln 380, at 380 we have, 390, at £390, at 390, Lincoln you're out, Andrew you're in on the phones at 390, 400, £400 we have at 410, 410, 410, £410, at 410, at 410, are we all done then? Hammer's going to drop down at 410. Are we all done, Andrew? Your bid at £410. 410, Andrew, Lincoln underbidder. Lot 2 is the VW Movano. Here we are, the little Movano, which is, I think, best part completed, isn't it? A little day van, camper van. Very, very sensible on the money. Look at that. Surely there's some legs in that, isn't there? Yeah, three berth. Camper van, insulated. There you are, look at that. Not every one of us have got £50,000 to put into one of these things, have we? So there you are. We've got 1,600 on there, Will. At £1,600 I've got. 1,600, 1,700, 1,800 with me here. £1,800 we've got. £1,800 with me. At £1,800 we're going to sell it. At £1,800, that's a cheap old camper, £2,000. Alan, just beat you in there. 2-1, 2-1 we've got in Ripon, 2001. 2001 in Ripon at 21, 22, 22, 23, Ripon's back in at 23, 23 we've got, cheap old van, 23, 24, 24, 25, 2005, 2,500, 2005 and 6, 26, £2,600 bid, 27, 2007, £2,700, at 2007, 28, Stockton, 2008, 29, Ripon you're back in at 29, 2,900, then are we all done? At 2,900 and £3,000 bid, £3,000, 31, 3,001, at £3,100 then, at £3,100 are we all done? 32, 32, 3,002, 33, 3,003, at £3,300 then. Hammer's going to go at £3,300. It's off to Ripon at 30, 34. Just beat you in there, Ripon, 34. You're back in, 35, 35. 3,005. 3,005. Are we all done then? £3,500. Off she goes then to Ripon. Be warned, when the hammer's down, it's gone at 3,500. Sold. Lot number 3, the Michelin aluminium sign. There we are, Michael's just lifted out there. Nice sign there. Where are we going to be on that? 120 I've got bid already, Will, at £120 then at 120. 120. Flick it round, Michael. 120. At £120 then on sale. It's going to be sold at 120. At £120. At 120 then. 130 we've got. £130. At 130. At 130. 130. At £130 then. Are we there? At £130 then. Hammer's coming down at 140. 140. Good morning, Nottingham at 140. £140 we have. 150. 150. At 150 pounds, 150. At 150 then. Hammer's coming down at 150, be warned, it's going to go. It's gone. Lot number 4, the Toyota Celica. Nice bit of information there. Look at that, tells you all about it. I'm sure you've read it on more than one occasion over the last few days. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 1,500 there, 1,600 pound wheel at 16. At 16, that's cheap enough at 1,600. At 1,600 pound. At 1,600 then. At 1,600, are we all there at 1,600? At 1,600 pound. At 1,600. At 1,600 pound then, cheap enough then at 1,600, he's looking for a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, they'll try their best for you. Lot number 5 is the Ford V8 parts reproduction enamel sign. There we are then, nice sign Michael. Again, sensible on the money, we've got 180 straight away here, 180. 180 pound I've got, Will, at 180 then. At 180 pound then at 180. At 180 pound I'm going to sell at 180. At 180 then, bids on the screen there at 180, are we all done? At 180 pound then, hammer's coming down, it's going to go. 180. 180, which I think is that one there. Subaru. Just refresh my screen, sorry. There we are, lot number 6 then, should be, wake up little screen, there we are, Subaru Impreza, WRX, there you are, look at bonny looking car. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me, £6,000 will it to start, at 6,000 we have, at 6,000. £6,000 then, that's a cheap Subaru, at £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000 then, at 6. At £6,000. At £6,000, at £6,000, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At 6,000, at £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000, are we all done and dusted at £6,000? That's cheap enough. Lot number 7 is the Audi Quattro. Oh, this is not a bad car at all, this, you know. The Audi Quattro there, and again, dead sensible on the money. Not a bad car that, Michael, is it? Michael's got it up in his Unit 3 up the road there. There you go then, tells you about the car then. Dead sensible on the money, £20,000. That's cheap at 20,500. Will, 20,005. 20,005. £21,000. 21,5. 21,5. 22. At 22. 22,5. At 22,5. At 22,5. At 22,500. At £22,500. At £22,500 then. At 22,3. 23,000. 23. 23,000. At £23,000 then. At 23,000, very, very provisional. At £23,000. 23. Lot number 8 is, moving on, is the Bedford A-type chassis car. Oh, a little bit of weekend work, there we are. There you go then. She wants a little bit of TLC, bless her. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £1,000 there, Will. Thank you. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000. At 1,011. £1,200 at 1,200. At £1,200. At 1,200 then. At 1,200 then. 1,200. 13. At 13. 1,300. 13. 14. 1,400 then. At £1,500 we'll try for you. At 1,500. At £1,500. At £1,500 then, hammer's coming down at 1,500. Provisional 1,500. Lot number 9. A couple of vintage cars there. Oh, Michael's got them, there you are. Need a big mantelpiece for that one, won't you? There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £80 there and away, £80. 80, 90, £100. At £100 we've got 100, £110, 110, 20. At £120 then, at 120, at 120, at £120 then, at 120 for the first, second, third and last time. Be warned, they're going to go at 120. 120. Lot number 10, the Rover Mini Mayfair. Now this has caused some interest over the last few days. It's been right outside my office window. There we are, £4,000 there, well on my screen on the right. £4,000, 412, 423, 4,003, 4,400 we've got. At 4,400 it's on sale. At £4,400 then. At 4,400. £4,400 I'm going to sell it. At 4,400 then it's going. At 4,400. At £4,400, are you sure? Hammer's coming down, it's going to be sold. Last chance, it's going to go at 4,4. 4,4 sold, Ash. Lot number 11 is the Porsche Motorsport sign, Michael. which is a nice sign. You've got it on display down there, have you? Righto, there we are. Porsche Motorsport sign. 180 bid there, Will. At £180 we've got 180, 190, 200. At £200 bid, 210, 20, 220, 230, 240. At £240, 240, 50. At £250 then. At £250 then. At 250. 250, 60, 260 we have. At 260. At 260 then, it's off. At £260 then, are you sure you're all done? At £260. 260 sold, top right hand. Lot number 12. It's a bright old car. There you are, the Humber then. Oh, lots of bids on this, lots of interest here. Sorry, I keep forgetting to refresh my screen. Where are we on this? Hang on, it will tell me in a minute. There we are. Number of bids on that screen there to 5,250. Will please 5,250, 5,250, 5,500, 5,005, 5,500, 5,005, 5,750, 5,750, and I have got £6,000 on my sheet here. Will £6,000 at £6,000 at 6,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. 6,1 with Andrew. 6,001, 2, 6,2, 6,200, 6,3 Josh, 6,3, 6,003. 6,003, 6,4 Andrew, 6,004, 6,5 with me, 6,5 with me at 6,005, 6,006 Andrew, 66, 6,007 with Josh, 6,007, 6,8 with Mark, 6,008, 6,8 we've got, 6,9, just beat you in Josh, £7,000 says Josh, £7,000, £7,000, at the back Emily, first one in, 7,1, 7,2 Josh, 7-2 we've got. 7-3 Andrew just beat you all in. 7-4 Mark. 7-4. 7-5 Josh. 7-5. 7-6 Emily. 7-6 we've got Andrew. 7-7. £8,000 says Mark. Spending like a sailor, Mark. 8,000. 8-1 says Josh.
Tell you what, Derry's pushing for that trophy, isn't
He is, yeah, I know. 8-2, Andrew. He'll get it again. 8-3, Josh just beat you in, Emily. 8-3. Emily, 8-4. 8-4. Andrew, 8-5. Emily just beat you in, 8-6. Just beat you in, Josh, 8-6. 8-7. 8-8, Emily. 8-9, Andrew. £9,000 says M. £9,000. Andrew, 9-1. 9,001. 9-1. 9-2, Emily. 9-2. 9-2 we've got. 9-3, Andrew. 9-4, M. 9-5, Andrew. 9-5. 9-6, Emily. 9-7, Andrew. 9-8, Emily. 9,008. 9-9. Who's going to round it up to 10? 9-9 we've got. Oh, I thought that was a bid then. I nearly took that as a bid then. Emily's like, no. 9,009. Andrew, you're in the chair at 9,009. 9,009. 9,900. Are you sure, Em? At 9,009. 9,009. I think you're in it, Andrew. I think, judging by that, I think 9,009. Are we all done? 9,900. Andrew, your man or lady at £9,900. Hammers coming down at 9,9. Andrew, 9,9. Well done. Lot number 13, the Coca-Cola metal sign, Michael, please. There we are. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £50 bid, thank you. £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 we have. That's cheap enough, isn't it? Nice big sign. Just turn it round as well, Michael. There you go. There you go. Nice sign that. Look, £60 we've got. Cheaper that. At £60 we have. At £60 bid. At £60 we've got. 60 then. At £60. Any sign that size is cheap enough at that. At £60 then. At £60. £70 bid. £70. £80 we've got. £80 then on sale at £80. At £80 then he all done at 80. At £80 then, at £80 then in Thirsk at 80. Cheap old sign. At £80 then, are we all done and dusted? At £80, hammers coming down. Sold. 14, Morris Minor. There we are, little project car. Look at that. Dead sensible on the money. Giving you room there. We've got 3 bids on the screen there, Will. We've got £550 bid I've got. At £550 we've got for the little Morris Minor project. At 550, 550 then. At 550, that's cheap enough. At £600 then in Cornwall. Good morning, Cornwall. Back up here, Market Harborough. At 650. At £650, £700. At £700 we have 750. At 750. At £750 we've got 750. At 750, £800 bid, 800. £800 we've got 850. 850. £850. At 850 then, I'm going to pull the lever then. Hammer's coming up. £900 Pickering. 950. 950. 950. At £9,000 then. Back in Cornwall at £1,000. At £1,000 bid, at £1,000 then, are we all done? Hammer's coming down then, at £1,000, are we all done? And 1,050. 1,050. 1,050, just giving you a moment, at 1,050. At £1,050 then, off she goes, £1,100. 1,150. £1,100, Will? You're getting too keen on that little button, Will. Steady on. It's got a twitch as Will. £1,100 then. £1,100. It's in Cornwall at £1,100. £1,100 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,100. It's going to go. It's gone. Off to Cornwall. Thank you. Lot number 15. The Texaco light up sign, Michael. There somewhere. He's pointing out. It's down there. Is it on display? Is it lit up? Well done. There we are then. The Texaco sign there. Where are we with that? 80, 90, £100 bid at 100. That's cheap. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £100. Are we all done at £100? At £100 then. At £100 then. It's going to go. At £100 then. Hammer's coming down. At £110. £110. At £110. At £110. At £110. At £110. At £110. £110. Barnsley, 110, 120. At £120 we have, 120. 120. Cheap sign that for illuminated box. At 120 we've got. At 120. At 120 then. Hammer's going to drop down. At £120. Are we all done? 120. And moving on to the little BMW. There we are, the little Z4 Roadster. Thank you very much. All 5 bids on my screen there. Will taking us to £2,000. £2,000 we've got. £2,000 then. £2,000 to 2001. 2002. At 2,200 we have at 2002. At £2,200 bid. At 2003. 2003. At £2,300 then. She's on sale at 2003 and 4. 2004. At 2,400. £2,400 then. Are we all done at 24? Hammer's coming down. Off to Birmingham. Thank you, Birmingham. Lot number 17, the Shell Marine Enamel Reproduction sign. Oh, a little one, she said. There you go then. Little repro sign, cheap as chips. Where are we going to be? £30 we've got. £30 bid. At £30 bid. At 30, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At £30. At £30 then. At £30 then. Are we all done at £30? At £30 then. At £30 then. Are we all done? £40 bid. At £40. At £40 we've got. At £40 bid. At £40. At £40 bid. At £40 then. Are we all there? At £40. That's provisional. At 40. Lot number 18 is, hit that button, Will, is probably the nicest shadow that we've had in over the last 4 or 5 years, I would suggest. So much so, I went for a little trundle up the industrial estate myself in it and back down the other day, and like I say, only up and back down again, but she drove lovely. So just a proper car, lovely car, nicely presented, just what you see is what you get, just a really nice shadow. So where are we going to be on this, you tell me? 14,000 we've got, at £14,000 bid, £14,000, at £14,000 then, at £14,000 bid, at 14, at £14,000, the nicest shadow you will find, honestly, for this sort of money, at 14,000, at £14,000, at 14,250, 14,500, at 14,500, at 14,500, 14,750, £15,000, £15,000, at £15,000. You genuinely, honestly, lads, you're missing a trick here. It's a proper car. At £15,000, at £15,000, I know you can buy a shadow for £6,000, £7,000, £8,000, but you can't buy anything like this type of shadow for that sort of money. At £15,000. At £15,000 we've got. At £15,000 then, very provisional at 15,000, 250, 15,500, 15,500, 15,500. At 15,750. At 15,750, worth every penny. This car should be making £20,000 in my opinion. £16,000 we've got. 16,000. 16,250. 16,250. At 16,250. It's the only shadow over the last 3 or 4 years that I would buy. At 16,250. At 16,250. You're never in trouble with a proper car. 16,250. 16,250, worth every penny at 16,250. 16,500, 16,750. 16,750.
You're not buying it, Dave?
Do you know what, look, I genuinely am sat here very tempted. I really, really am, yeah. I always promise myself one. However, I've got lots going on at the moment. So maybe now's not the time. But yeah, do you know what? I'm looking at it now. I'm stood there looking at it and I can just see Mark's head and the reflection off it going onto that car there, and I'm thinking that's lovely, isn't it, that? And it is a lovely car. It sits nice, it smells nice, it's a nice colour, it's just a proper car. £17,000. At £17,000 we've got. At 17,000. At £17,000. 17,250. 17,250. 17,250. This is the sort of money you've got to give for a proper shadow. At 17,250, I'll get you one at 8,000. No problem. Next month there'll be one. And I know where it is now. It'll be here soon. Won't be anything like that car, but it'll be 8,000. 17,250. 17,250 we've got. 17,250.
It's on YouTube, it just looks like new.
It's a lovely car. It's just a nice car, and it's nice to be in a position to bring nice cars like this to the market, whether it is. 17,250. At 17,250. 17,250. I'm going to put it on sale then at 17,250. 17,500. 17,500. 17,500. It's a type of car that will go into new ownership for sort of 10 years. 17,750. So you won't be able to buy it again, quite most likely for another 10 years. 17,750. £18,000 we've got. £18,000. £18,000 we have. 18,000. £18,000. 18,250 and an 18,500. 18,500. 18,750. 19,000 pound. 19,000 pound. 19,000 pound. 19, then are we all done at 19,000 pound? It's a lovely car. Who's in Hertfordshire, please, Will?
This is Lawrence.
Lawrence?
Yes.
You'll be over the moon with this, Lawrence, honestly, mate, believe me. £19,000, she's a lovely car. At £19,000 then, at £19,000 then are we all done at 19,000? The hammer's going to come down, it's going to go to Lawrence in Hart. Ooh, the rotter. 19,250. David. Oh, he's got a good name though. Yeah, 19,250. 19,500. 19,500. 19,750. £20,000, which is exactly where I thought it would end up. At £20,000. At £20,000. £20,000. I know you're shouting at me, put the hammer down on it, but I've just got to give it a little bit of time, otherwise I'm going to get told off, aren't I? At £20,000, are we all done? At £20,000, it's going to go for the first, for the second, third and last time at £20,000. Sold at £20,000. Well done, guys. That's a lovely car and deserves that type of figure. Moving on to lot number 19, the railway waiting room enamel sign. Michael, there we are, little reproduction sign there, nice little size sign. Where we're going to be on that 30, 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound away, at 50 pound then, at 50 pound then, at 50. At 50 pound then, are we all done at 50? At 50 pound then, at 50 pound bid, at 50 pound then for the first, 50 pound for the second, third and last time at 50. Lot number 20, the Kawasaki. Sensible on the money, Will. Very sensible. Look, we've got 3 bids on my screen, taking us to £900, worth every penny of that. At £900 bid. At 900 then. At £900 we've got. At 900. At £900. That's not out the way. At £900 then. At £900 then. Are we all there at 900? At £900 we're going to sell it. At £900. At £900. At £900. Excuse me. At 900 for the first. Second, third and last time at 950. Justin here, share at 950. At £950 we've got, at 950. £950. At 950, then Hammer's coming down at £950. Off she goes at 950. Sold that one, Ash, 950. Lot 21 is the little Hyundai. We've had a couple of these come through this last year or two. They're a right fancy looking thing, aren't they? Sensible on the money again, this one. Nice colour. Different, Michael, aren't they? Different. A little bit different. Right, where are we going to be? You tell me. We've got £2,500 there on that screen, Will. 2005, 26, 27, £2,700, 2007. At £2,700 then at 27. At £2,700, that's sensible. At £2,700. At 2007. At £2,700 then. At 2,700. At 2007. At £2,700, and he needs a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs. They'll put a deal together for you on that one. He needs a bit more. I don't blame him. Lot number 22 is the 1951 Triumph. Here we are. There she goes. And again, look, dead sensible on the figures. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £1,500. 15, Will. 15, 16, 17. Cheap enough that. 17, 18, £1,800. That's a cheap way into the classic car movement. And the 1,800 we've got at 1,800. At £1,800. At 1,008. How cheap are they got to be? At £1,800. At 1,800 we have. 1,800. 1,800. £1,800 then. At 1,800 we'll try for you. At £1,800 then. At 1,800 we'll see what we can do at 1.8. Lot number 23 is the champion sign. Michael's got it there. There we are. Another reproduction sign, but a nice one. And sensible again. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £80 bid. 80, 90. £90 we've got. At £90 bid. At 90. At £90 then. At £90 then. Are we all done at 90? At £90. That's cheap enough. At £90. At £90 then. At £90 then. At 90. At £90 then. £100 bid. £110. At 110. At 110. At £110 we've got. At £110. At £110 then. At 110. 110, we'll put you down provisional. At 110, we'll put a deal together for you. £110, then are we all done at £110? Bosh, there we are. We'll try for you on that. It's a provisional. And now then, lot number 24, the little Rover Mini Cooper. Again, this is one of a couple of minis that have been outside my office window for the last week or two. I've seen many people have a look at this one. So where are we going to be? We've got 7,250 there, Will. £7,250 bid. At 7,250. At 7,250. At £7,250 bid. At 7,250. 7,500. 7,500. At 7,500. At 7,500. 7,750 with Ali. 7,750. At 7,750. Ali's bid. 7,750. It's provisional with Ali at the moment. At £7,750. At 7,750. It's your bid, Ali. £8,000. Internet bid at 8,000. 8,250 says Ali. 8,250. 8,250. Ali's bid. 8,250. 8,250 then. 8,500. Internet's come back in at 8,500. 8,500. 8,750 says Ali. 8,750. 8,750. In the room on the phones with us at £9,000. Internet bid at 9,000. We'll take 100 if it helps, Ali. 9,100 says Ali. 9,001. 9,001. At £9,100. Ali's bid at 9,001. 9,100. Ali, you're in the check. 9,200. You're not now. 9,200. 9,300. 9,003. 9,300. Internet, sadly, you're out. Ali's in at 9,300. 9,400. Who's on the internet? What?
This is Mick.
Mick.
Yeah.
Mick, you're in again at 9,400. Ali, 9,500. 9,500. 9,500. Ali, you're in the silly seat at 9,005. 9,500. 9,500. Mick, you're out. Oh, he's back in again. 9,6. 9,7. 9,7. 9,007. Ali's in at 9,7. 9,007. What do you think? Give you a moment. 9,007. It's your bid, Ali. At £9,700 now. Oh, 9,8. Mick's in again at 9,8. 9,9. Oh, she's a rotter, Mick, isn't she? 9,009. 9,009. £10,000. £10,000 bid. That might sort it out, Mick. £10,000. 10,1. 10,001. 10,001. 10,1 we've got. 10,001. He'll be sticking pins in a dollar of you later on, Ali. 10,001. 10,1 we've got. Thanks for your bids there, Mick, at 10,001. Ali, you're in at 10,001. I'm going to have to pull the lever at 10,001. At 10,000 then, £100 for the first. 10,1 for the second. Third and last time, Ali, your bid at 10,1. 10,1, Ali's bid. Thanks for your bid tonight. Lot number 25, the Fina Garage sign. Oh, here we are. The lads are bringing it in. There you are. Oh, blimey. That's a fair one, isn't it? There you are. The Fina sign there. 40 quid we've got bid. 40, 60, 70, £80 bid. £80 we've got. At £80 then on sale at £80. At £80 then. At 80, 90, £100 I have at 100. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £100. At £100 then. Are we all done at 100? At £100 then. £100 are we all done and dusted, and it's going to go. At £100 it's on sale. It's off at £100. Gone. Lot number 26, the Honda TL125, clean little bike. Submit the best bid on this one if we may. We've got £1,600 bid at 1,600. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600. 1,600 then. At 1,600. We'll submit it for you, Beverly. At £1,600 then. Hammer's coming down on provisional at 1,006. 27 is the Corona Drinks enamel sign, Michael, please. Again, there we go then. Nice little sign, nice size, go anywhere sign. We have got 30, 40, £50 bid, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, at £50 then, £50 and away at 50 then, are we all done at £60 bid, at £60. At £60 then, £60 then, at 60 then, at £60 then. Hammer's coming down at £60, are we all done? At £60 be warned, it's going to go at 60. Lot number 28, the BMW 323, 323, ladies and gentlemen. There we are, 323, not a little 31H, it's a 323, this one. There you go, I'm just looking at some photographs now, looks a nice straight cut. Oh, one owner car, it says there, full BMW service history, no wonder it looks clean. The private plate is staying on the vehicle, so the private plate goes with the car, according to my screen there. Yeah, look at that. Where we are, £3,000 bid there, Will, at 3,000. £3,000 bid with the plate, a lovely little 323 with a number plate as well at £3,000. 31, 31, 32, 33, 3003 at 3,300, 34 at £3,400 at 3,004. 3,004, worth every penny I would think, at £3,400, at 3,400, at £3,400, then are we all done? At 3,004, at £3,400 then, needs a bit more for that, don't blame him. 3,005, £3,500, at £3,500 we have, at 3,005, at 3,500. 3,005, it's provisional thirst, we'll try for you. At 3,500, then Hammer's going to come down. At £3,500. Provisional. Lot number 29 is the Ford Escort front. Oh, there we are. Good friend of ours does these. I've got a couple. I think Jack's got one, or I might have pinched Jack's. I think I might have pinched Jack. There we are, and quite ironic today because obviously we've got a Rothmans front and we've got two Rothmans livery car in front of. So there you go. There you are. Nick's on it. Look at that. Look at that. He's all over it, isn't he? All over it. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £600 bid. We've got 600, 625, 650 on my sheet. At £650. At £650 we have at 650. At £650 bid. At 650. £650 then. 675 says Alan at 675. They're a nice touch, these are. I like these. 675. At £675. Alan, your bid. At 675. At 675 then. At £675. At 675 then. Alan, your bid there. At 675. Make sure I'm missing no one. At £675 then. Alan seated at 675. Hammer's coming down at 675. Sold. Alan's phone anyway. Oh, the little smart roadster. These are a bonny little thing, aren't they? There we are then. The little smart roadster in the right colour. Look at that. Bright yellow. There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? We have got £3,000 straight away there. Will £3,000 bid. At £3,000 we have. At £3,000 then. On sale. It's going to be sold. At £3,000 then it's going. At £3,000 then it's going to go at 3,000. At £3,000. £3,100 at 31. At 3,001. At £3,100. At £3,100 it's on sale then. At £3,100, are you sure? I'll take a 50 anywhere if you're not. At 3,001 then. Hammer's going to drop down at £3,100 and it's going to go. At 3,100 it's on its way. At 31. Sold. Lot number 31 is the Jaguar wooden sign. There we are. Nice large sign. We've got 4 bids on my screen here. We'll take us to £100. We've got a £100 bid. Oh, £100 then. Oh, £100 it's on sale. It's going to go at £100 and 110. Oh, £110 bid at 110. Oh, £110 then. Oh, 110. Oh, £110. Oh, £110. Are we all done at 110? Oh, £110 bid. Oh, £110. Oh, 110 then. Hammer's coming down. Off she goes at 110. Be warned. Lot number 32 is the Land Rover Discovery. Oh, V8. A V8 Discovery, boys and girls, this one. There we are, V8 Land Rover Discovery. Where are we going to be? Who wants to start me off? Who's got 4.5 for it? Lower it down to 4. Oh, you got 4 there, Will. £4,000 asking. £4,000 asking. £4,000 asking then on the V8. £4,000 asking. 4,000, is that a bid, Marcus? Is that a no? Yes, no, I think it's a no. £4,000 we need. We need to be away. £4,000, thank you. £4,000 we've got. At £4,000. £4,000, 4-1. £4,100 at 4-1. £4,100, that's cheap enough for a V8. At 4,001. At £4,100, are we all there? We'll submit it, but it's going to be very, very provisional. At 4,001. At £4,100, are we all done? At 4,002. At 4,002. 4,200. £4,200. 4,002. 4,002. Like I say, we'll submit it, we'll try. At 4,002, then Hammer's coming down at £4,200. Provisional. Obviously, lot number 33 is the Osram Auto Lamps Enamel sign. Michael's got it there. Again, look, nice size sign. As I say, they go anywhere, these. There we're going to be £40, £50 bid, £60 and away, thank you. At £60, £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 bid. At £70. At £70 then it's going to go. At £70 then Hammer's coming down. Off she goes at £70. Sold. Lot number 34, the Ford Fiesta. There we are. Ford Fiesta with a bit of difference. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 3 Fiestas in this sale that are all a little bit different. There's one I think is a 4-wheel drive Cosworth base. There's another one that's had a rear-wheel drive conversion. There's this little white car here. There we go. Just looking through some of the photographs and that now. So yeah, 3. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who wants to start me at £4,000? Want to start me at 4? 3.5 anywhere? 3,005. Thank you. 3,500. At 3.5. At £3,500. Cheap little Fiesta. At 3,500. At £3,500. At £3,500 we have at 35. At 3,005. At £3,500. At 3,005 he needs a bit more. 3,005. I don't blame him. At 3,500. At 3,005. Have a word with the girls upstairs. We need a bit more than that, I'm afraid. Moving on to line number 35. Here's the Motor Spirit Enamel reproduction sign, Michael, again. Again, look at that. It's a nice little sign. Sorry, I keep forgetting to refresh my page. There we are then, 60, 70 pound bid. Thank you. At 70 pound we've got. At 70 pound then, cheap enough for that. At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, are we all done at 70? At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, that's cheap little sign at 70. At 70 pound then, at 70, 80 pound we've got. At 80 pound. At 80 pound then, 80 pound then, we're going to sell at 80. 80 pound then, at 80 pound. Hammer's going to drop down at 80 pound, off she goes at 80. Sold. Number 36 is the Mitsubishi, or the Colt. There we are, there's a Mitsubishi, I think it's pre-Mitsubishi, isn't it? It's the Colt Cordia Turbo, there we are. Very unusual car. The vendor has known the car from new. It was his boss's car. I think it was his boss's company car. I think this is how the story goes. The boss's company car. Then I think he bought it off the company, as we often do, don't we? And then the current vendor, who's had it for many years, acquired it from his boss. There we are. So it's got a very small chain there of ownership, known from new, a lovely car, very unusual car, and as we all know, if it was badged to Starion, then it would be 3 or 4 times this money. So a dead sensible reserve, I feel, on the little turbo Colt here. So where we're going to be, you tell me. £6,000 away at 6,250, 6,250, 6,500, at 6,500, at 6,500 we've got 6,500, at 6,500, at 6,500 pound. Cheap little car that. 6,500, at 6,500 pound then, at 6,500, at 6,500. That's not out the way. At 6,500 for a lovely little Colt. At 6,500, lovely pack of information comes with the car, with all the history and so forth. It's just a lovely example. 6,500. At 6,500 pound then. At 6,500.
On YouTube, find another.
Find another. It's a lovely, lovely little car from a lovely owner. At 6,500. At 6,500 pound. 6,500. I know necessarily rarity doesn't also all go with hand in glove with value, but that's not out the way, isn't that? 6,500. At 6,500 pound we've got. And if you're worried about bits, I've got another one coming through later on, I think, which is a project car. So you've got all the bits you want if you buy both of them. 6,500. But you won't need them, will you? Because it's Mitsubishi. 6,500. At 6,500 pound, then are we all done? At 6,500 pound then, at 6,500, he needs a bit more, and I don't blame him. I don't think that's enough for the car. Have a word with the office, they'll try their best to put a deal together for you. Moving on to lot number 37 is the Ford RS 2000 light-up box, Michael, on display there. There we are then, on display says Michael, and we've got 3 bids here taking us to £100, please. At £100 we've got. At £100 then, at £100 we have. At £100 bid. 110, 120, 130 there. Is it on display, Michael? 130. 130. Oh yeah, nice box that. £130 then, 130, 140, £150 bid there. At 150, we'll take that. At £150 bid we've got. At 150, at 150, 160, Dunstable, 160. At £160. At £160 we have. 170. At £170. At 180. £180. At £180 we have. At 180. At £180. 180. 180. 190. Nice sign these. I've got 1 or 2 myself. At £190. At £190, are we all done? Anyone going to round it up to 2? 190 we've got. At £190 then. 1 at £200 bid. Thank you, Dunstable. At £200 we have. At £200. They're a nice sign, these. £200. They look the business up on the wall. At 200 then. Are we all done? At £200 then. Hammer's coming down. At £200 I'm going to sell it. At £200. Off to Dunstable. Good lad. Lot number 38 is a 1952 Land Rover. There you go. It's obviously a little fire engine. Look at her. She's lovely, isn't she? Look at that. All the bells and whistles on it. Literally, I suppose. Must have a bell on it somewhere. There we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. 15,000 and away. 15, 16, 17,000. There, well, £17,000 we've got. At £17,000. At £17,000. Oxfordshire at 17,000. At £17,000. At £17,000 then. At 17. What a lovely showpiece, isn't it? 17 and a quarter, says Josh. 17,250. At 17,250. At 17,250. 17,250 on our phones with Josh at 17 and a quarter. 17,250. 17,250. 17,250. Are we all done? I'm just giving you time to come back in if you wish. At 17,250 we have. That's your bid then, Josh, at 17,250 on a provisional basis then, with Josh on the telephone down there. You keep it nice and warm in front of that heater, you okay? Yeah, I feel for you. Yeah, 17,250 then, at 17,250 then, with Josh and his boxer shorts at £17,250, and are we all done? Provisional Josh, 17 and a quarter. Yeah, we're all right up here, aren't we, lads, with our jackets on? Yeah, we're fine. Don't worry about us, Josh. Large illuminated Ferrari sign, Michael. Oh, that's that there. Yeah, we are. Oh, there you go. Again, nice touch there. 7 bids on the screen there, taking us to 300, Will. At £300 we've got. At £300 bid, thank you. At £300 then. At £300 bid. At £300 then. At £300 then. At £300 on the way. At 300. At £300 then. I'm going to pull the lever. She's off at £300 then. Are we all done and dusted at £300 then? Hammer's coming down at 300. She's gone. Lot number 40, the street car, Street KA. I like these little things, little convertible. So there we are, nice bit of information there, supplied by Owen, thank you very much, tells you all about it. And we've got a bid there, Will, of £1,000. 3 bids on the screen, taking us to £1,000. £1,000. It's on sale, it's going to be sold at £1,000. At £1,000, and it's on sale, it's going to go at £1,000. At £1,000 and away. At £1,000, then it's sold, it's gone, it's cheap. At £1,000, then are we all done? At £1,000, then she's away. First, second, third, and last time. Cheap little car at £1,000. Sold. Lot number 41 is 3 times Guinness reproduction signs there, Michael. There you go. Andy and Michael have got them for us. So we've got £90 bid on the screen, £100 bid here with me. At £100 we've got. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 I'm going to sell at £110. At £110. At £110. At £110. At £110. At £110 then. At £110. No, we all done at £110. At £110. £110. Amber's going to drop. Going to sell them. At £110, off they go at £110 to Derby. Gone. Lot number 42. We might still need this. Look at that. It's an all 4. We all know what that means, I'm sure. 4-wheel drive, little Mini Countryman diesel as well. Ticks all the boxes. There you go. She's not killed with miles, look, 80-odd thousand miles. Please note, private registration number. The private registration number, there's maybe a private registration number suggestion at one point, GS11DMS, but this is not being sold with a vehicle. But it is photographed with the normal number on there. There we are then. We've got some bids there, Will. We've got £3,000, 3-1, and we've got 3-2 there. 3,002, £3,200. If we get a bit of snow, you wish you'd bought this. At £3,200, at 3,200, at £3,200. That's a cheap little Mini, that. At 3,002. 3,002, nice little car, £3,200, that's provisional. At £3,200, that looks a very modern little car for 3,200 quid, doesn't it? At 3,002 we have £3,200, provisional. At 3,002, 3,003, £3,300, 3,003, that doesn't look out the way. 4-wheel drive, Mini Cooper, diesel. At 3,300. £3,300. We'll put you down provisional. Who's that, please, Will? It's just gone on to Rochdale now. Oh, yeah, you've just been outbid, sadly. 3,004. Rochdale at 3,004. 3,400. At £3,400. At 3,004 then. Rochdale at 34. Provisional. At £3,400 then. Hammer's coming down. At £3,400. Looks a cheap car to me. At £3,400. Provisional. Lot number 43 is the Coleman's mustard sign, please, Michael. Oh, look at that little sign, look at that. It's a nice little thing, isn't it? There we are. We've got 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. £80 on the way and sold at £80. At £80 we have. £80 then. At £80 then. £80 are we all done? £80. At £80 then. Hammer's coming down at £80. I'm going to sell at £80. It's gone. Lot number 44 is the Triumph. There we are. Nice machine. There we are, that 350 Triumph, looks nice. And we all know that these British bikes, or bikes in general, are such good value at the moment, they really are. very much so. So where we are, we're going to be. We've got £3,000 there, Will, please. At £3,000, 31, 3001, 2, 3002, 32, 33, 3003, at £3,300 bid, 34, at 3004, at £3,400, at 3,400, that's provisional at 34, 3,004, at 3,400. £3,400, then are we there? At 3,400, that's very provisional. At £3,400, we'll try for you. At £3,400, cheap bike. Provisional 3-4. The Maserati. If there was a car that looks like it's worth 3-4 times as much as it actually is, it's one of these, isn't it? Look at that. That looks £40,000-50,000 worth of car, doesn't it? And look at the money. Look at the money. What a sensible price. Little car. So the V8, Gran Turismo, Maserati. There we are. Stunning little car. Where are we going to be on that? £7,000 bid. 7,250 there, Will, at 7,250. Yeah, cheap, isn't it, really? 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. Excuse me, at £7,250. At 7,250. At £7,250. Cheap car. At 7,250. At 7,250, 7.5, at 7,005, at £7,500, at 7,500, at 7,500, at 7,500. Put a private plate on that and it looks 25 grand's worth, at least, doesn't it? At 7,500, at £7,500 then, at 7,500, he needs a bit more. I don't blame him. I think we can all agree that car should be achieving more than that today. Lot number 46 is the BMW 523, I apologise. 523 SE, here we are. There we are. Now these are coming on, aren't they? These are one to watch, this age of BMW. 59,000 miles, look, she's not killed with miles. Contact 7 tyres fitted in 2024. Paperwork includes BMW wallet containing owner's handbook, service booklet and so forth. This model of BMW, I always forget what they are, E this, E that, whatever they are. But I've watched them creep up in value over the last 2 or 3 years. These are ones to watch. They're going to come on these. BMW 523 though, you tell me, £3,000 we've got, 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, £3,200, 3,2, 3,3, 3,003, at £3,300, 3,4, 3,400, at £3,400, 3,004, 5, 3,005, at £3,500 we have, at 3,500. That's super sensible, that. 3,500 at £3,500. 3.6 in Derby. £3,600 at £3,600. 3,600. Often get asked, what should we be watching out for that's going to increase in value? And I think this is, I never know how to answer that, but this is one of them. £3,600 we've got. 3,006. £3,600 we have. At £3,600. At £3,600. £3,600, and are we all done at 3,006? At 3,006, we'll put you down provisional then, Derby, at 3,600. We'll try our best for you at £3,600. 3.6, that one, Josh. You come up here to cool down. Yeah. Lot number 47 is the Max's fan. There we are, as near new as you're going to get, Max's fan. Don't think there's a single mark on it. Certainly, if there is, it's very, very minor. 6,000 miles. There we are, stunning van. She's got all the Bluetooth in it, hands-free stuff, mud flaps on it, driving lights, I think, tow bar. There's a ply line kit in the back to put in. I suggest you do, then it'll keep the inside looking lovely. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? That's dead sensible, that van, isn't it? Where are we? £15,000. I bet 15. 15,250. 15,250. 15,500. 15,500. 15,750. 15,750. £16,000 at £16,000. £16,000. £16,000. As near new little van as you're going to get. £16,000. £16,000 we've got. 16 and a quarter. 16,250. 16,500. £16,500. At 16,500. 16,500. I'll take 100 if it helps. 16,500. 16,600. 16,600. 16,700. 16,700. 16,700. 16,700. 16,800. 16,008. 16,800 pound. 16,800 pound. We'll try for you at 16,800 pound. We'll see what we can do at 16,9. 16,9. Northampton, you're in at 16,9. 16,9. 16,900. Giving you a minute. Who's in Northampton, Will? Phil. Yeah. Phil, you're in at the moment. 16,900. Cheap van now. 16,900. 16,9. Giving you a minute at 16,9. I don't want to get accused of rushing anything through. At 16,009. We'll get an answer for you. Philip, you just said, didn't you? Phil. We'll get an answer for you, sharpish Phil. At 16,900 pounds then. Northampton, we'll put you down at 16,900 then. Are you all done? Are you sure at 16,9? 16,9. Just to take us to 50, mate. Can you jump on that? Yeah. Lot number 48. Let me just refresh my screen. Is the Kawasaki ZR 1200. There we are. And a lovely bit of information there from another Philip there. Lovely bit of information there about the bike. That tells you all about it there. What a period bike that is, isn't it? Look, a fair machine.
It looks a lot of bike.
She looks like it then. Look at that. Where are we going to be? Well, we've got £1,800 bid straight away, Will, so to start. At £1,800. At £1,800 we've got £1,800 bid. 1,008, that's provisional. 1,800 obviously. At 1,008. At £1,800 we have £1,800. 1,800. 1,800, this is what we're up against, boys and girls. The motorbike job has slowed up, I'm afraid. You have to face facts, it has. 1,800, even so, I think she should be worth a little bit more than 1,800, but £1,800. £1,800. £1,800, that's a cheap bike. Again, we'll try, we'll speak with the vendor, and we'll do our very best to try and put a deal together for you. £1,800 now. I'm going to pull the lever. Hammer's coming down at £1,800 provisional. I'll just do another couple and then Paul's going to jump on. Well, I just grab a quick cup of tea. And let's go to 49. Oh, a man cave reproduction sign. There we are. Just a wall full of boys and girls. That's what we call them. We'll have a few over the next couple of days. 2 or 3 of them just make a plain wall look completely different, transforms a plain wall. We have got 10, 20, 30, 40 and £50 bid there, Will. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid then, and we all done at 50. At £50 then, 50, £60, £70 on my sheet out. £70 on my sheet. £70 I've got. At £70 on my sheet at 70. Just beat you into Cornwall. At £80 bid. £80 bid we've got. £80. £80 bid in Cornwall at 80. 90. Alan's in now at £90. £90 he's in. At £90 then, Alan's bid at 90. At £90 then. At £90 then. 90, £100. Back in Cornwall at £100. At £100. Back in Cornwall at 100. Are we all there at £100 then? 110. Just beat you in. Northampton. Just beat you in. Suit you're out. £110. Cornwall's out. Northampton's out.
120.
120. Cornwall's back in at £120 at 120. Thanks for letting me know. 120 at £120. It's off to Cornwall at £120. Cornwall. And lot number 50 is the little scooter car. There we are. Look at that. Find another one of those today. There you go. Bless it. I was here when it arrived. And Martin fired her up. She's got a matching trailer as well, I think, hasn't it, Andy? Little trailer that goes with it. Little trailer that goes with it. There you go then, for your luggage, or for mother-in-law. There we are then. I was here when Martin dropped it off. I watched him start it and drive it in through the gate. It then sort of spluttered to a stop, but only because she was choked up, bless her. But I can vouch for the fact it started and it drove down there into our yard. There we go. So where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £9,000 bid. At £9,000 it's a start and a quarter. 9,255, 9,005. 9,750 at 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750. Look, just what you always wanted. At 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750. Are they dual seats?
Yes,
are
the
they?
bench.
Oh, it's a little bench seat, is it?
Long ways.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yes, sit in tandem.
Oh dear, I was going to say, because if you fancy a bit of peace and quiet, this is the car to buy, isn't it? If it's a single seater.
She's right behind you.
Oh, she's behind.
Yeah.
Oh, giving it that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
9,750. At 9,750 we've got. At 9,750. Would you? At 9,750. 9,750. 9,750 we've got. 9,750. Cheap little thing. At 9,750. £9,750. You won't, well, you'll say you won't lose it in the Morrison's car park, but you might. It's only little. At 9,750. No, exactly. Yeah, well, just go around the store, just slide the window back and just pull in. Yeah, with the missus telling you what you want. Get one of them. 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750 then, at 9,750 then, we all done at 9,750. Thank you for your bids. I'm just going to pass you over to Paul. He's going to do a few when I get a cup of tea. Oh, do you want this one, sorry?
Yeah, that's a better one than that.
There you go.
Well done. Thank you. Right then, who are you up there? Where are we? Right then, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And we move on to lot number 51. There we are then. Land Rover light up sign. There we go. Down here, Mick says, there we go. Nice little thing. There you go. Yes, I've seen it. Yeah, nice bright little thing. There's two of them, is there, Mick? Oh, I see. Matching pair. There we are. There we go then, ladies and gents. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £100 here with me and 110 with you, 120 again with me. At £120 there, 130. £130 then. At £130 bid. At £130 then is a 40. Be sharp. At £130 there. Looking round then for the first. For the second, 140, 150, 160, 160. At £160. At 160 there, do you want 70? At 160, 70 he says. At 170, £170 then. At £170 then, looking round for the first. For the second, 180, 180. Good afternoon, County Durham. Good morning, County Durham. At £180 then. At £180 then, looking round for the first. For the second, 190. At 190. £190 there, at £190. 190 then, what do we think, Durham? At £190 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Off to Bingley, thank you very much. And we move on to lot 52, which is a registration number 7HRU. There we are then, there we go. How are you? How are you? There you are. There we are then. With £4,000 bid there with me, please, Will. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then. At £4,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 there. At £4,000 then. There's 100 there if you want it. At £4,000 there. Looking round then for the first. We'll submit it. It is provisional, but we'll submit. At £4,000 there for the second. Third and last time at 4,000. Thank you. And we move on to lot 53, the old Rolex style Daytona light up sign. There we are, down there. Mick's got it down there for you. It is a Rolex style. We're not saying it's a Rolex one, but there you are. You've seen it, I'm sure. We have £100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350 here with me. At £350 bid. At £350 there. Yeah. At £350 and 75 and 400 with me, please, Will. At £400 then. At £400 bid. At 400, 425, 450. At £450. At £450 then. At £450. At 450 and 75 and 500 with me, please, Will. At £500 then, bidder number 600104, not anymore. 525 he says. At £525, 550, 550. At 550, 575, £575 then. At £600, £600.
Yes.
25, 625. At £625. At 625 there, 50, 650, 650, at £650. At 650, what do we think? At £650 then, the hammer's coming up then, at £650. Going off to Edinburgh, thank you. And on to lot number 54, the Alvis. Here we are then. Lovely, lovely looking car. Nice bit of history and things written there. Look, you've been down, you've seen the car, I'm sure. We are going to submit the best bid of the day. With some interest there on the telephones. Where are we going to start? You tell me. We're going to start. Where are we going to start? We're going to start at 20,000. At £20,000 then, we'll have that into twos, Will. At £20,000 bid. At 20,000. £20,000 he says. At £20,000. At £20,000 bid. At 20,000. 22. 22. At 22,000 then. At £22,000. At 22,000. What's he think, Mark? At 22,000. Andy's telephone there. £22,000 then. Go on then. 23 against you. £23,000 bid. At 23,000. At £23,000. 23,000. 24. 24. At 24,000. 24,000 then. At 24,000. 24,000. Should be worth more. £24,000. At 24,000. What's he think, Mark? We're going to sell it provisionally. £24,000 then. Fair warning. At £24,000 then. Provisionally. Andy's telephone then for the first, second, third and last time at 24. Thank you. And we move on to lot 55. Cool Motor Gasoline Enamel Reproduction Sign. Just a little unlook. There you are. Mick's got it there for you. And as usual, we got £40 here with me. At £40, £50 he says. At £50 bid. At 50, £50 then who wants 60? At £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60 be sharp. At £50 then looking round very provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £50. Top right. And on to 56. There we are. 2005 BMW 630i. We've had the car before, if memory serves. Looks a lot of car. Looks a lot of car. We've got £3,000 over here, Will. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £3,000 bid. At 3,031 says Alan. 3,100. At £3,100. 3,100. At 3,001 do you want two? At £3,100 then we'll submit. At £3,100 then. You sure you don't want two? At £3,100 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Provisionally Alan on the telephone. And moving on to lot number 57. There we are then, spark plug tester and cleaner. There we go. Great little thing that, the thing of the past. There you go. £50. £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50 there who wants 60. At £50. £50 then. Still do a day's work that. And 60 he says. At £60 there. £60 then who wants 70. At £60 bid. At £60 then. Who wants 70 be sharp. At £60 then. The hammer's coming up then. We're going to sell it provisionally. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time. There we are. I hope you get it. And we move on to lot 58, the 2004 Audi V8 4.2 A6 all-road Quattro. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? What do you drive? Oh, I drive There we are then. You tell me. Looks a lot of car. One of only 300 V8 all-roads. Oh, a lot of car, that. A lot of car. There you go. Where are we going? Oh, we'll take that 4,000 there. That'll kick us off, Will. £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 bid. Oh, a lot of car. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000 then. At £4,000 for one. 4,001. At 4,100. At £4,100 there. At £4,100. At £4,100 then who wants two? At 4,100 then we're going to sell it provisionally. At £4,100 then for the first. For the second. Good value if it comes. Third and last time. 41, top right, thank you. And on to 59, the BP. All proceeds to charity, Mick says. There we are, well done. Hand painted. There you go, look, keep it indoors. Lovely. All proceeds to charity, ladies and gents. It's all going to St Martin's House Children's Hospice. So there you go. Don't hold back. There we are then. We got 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100, 110, 120. Up £120 bid. Up 120. Up £120 then. 130. 140. Back at you. Up 140. 140. Up £140 bid. Up 140. It's all going to charity. Up £140 bid. Up 140. Up £140 then for the first. It's all to charity. 140 for the second. 150. 150. 160. Here with me.
Just remind you, don't take any fees on this.
We don't take any fees on charity lots, Will. You're quite right. 160. Here with me. Up £160 bid. What you bid is what you pay. £160. Bidder number 600035. Thank you. Up £160 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. 160. Thank you. Top right. Just make a note on there, no fees, won't you? Just in case someone has a moment. And we're moving on to lot number 60, the 2003 Mini 1. There we are then. In red, look. There we go. Manual, 5-speed. You know all about them. There you go. We got £400 on this screen here, Will. £400 bid. At £400 bid. Cheap little runabout. At £400 then. At £400 then. Who wants 50? At £400 there. At £400 bid. At £400 then. Who wants the 50? At £400 then. We'll submit it. At £400 then. You're going to miss it. At £400 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. We'll try for you. It is provisional though. And moving on to lot number 61. Champion Spark Plug Service, Repro Enamel sign. There we are. Mick's got it there, look. Reasonable size sign, Repro sign. There we are. £100. £100 he says. Up £100 bid. Up £100 there. Nice bright sign that. Up £100 bid. Up £100 then. 110. 110. Up £110. Up £110 then. Up 110 there. Who wants 20? Up £110 then. Up £110. 120. 120. 120. Up 120. Up £120 there. Off down to Derby. Up £120 then. We're nearly there. I can nearly sell it. Up £120 then. Provisionally for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 120. Hope you get it. And moving on to lot number 62, the Mondeo Estate, the ST220. There we are. Looks a lot of car. Again, 6-speed. 6-speed gearbox in this one, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Good user-friendly car. £500 with you, Will. At 500 and 600 and 700, 800, 900, 1,000 and £1,100 here with me. £1,100 bid. £1,100 and 12. 1,200 at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then is a 13. At £1,200 then looks good value that, Josh. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then who wants 13? At £1,250. I'm watching you. At £1,250. You got to watch him. At £1,250 bid. At £1,250 then who wants 13? There you go. Lytham St Anne's, you want 13. Good afternoon. I keep saying afternoon. I feel like I've been up for hours. Good morning. At £1,300. At £1,300 then and 50. 1,350 at £1,350. At £1,350 then. Do you want 14? At £1,350 then the hammer's coming up. 14. Well, it could be after it's afternoon somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. At £1,450 bid. At £1,450 back down in Stoke-on-Trent. At £1,450 then. At £1,450. £1,450 then. 1,500. At £1,500 and 50. 1,550. At 1,550. 1,550. What do we think, Lytham St Anne's? At £1,550 then. Do you want 16? At £1,550 then. For the first. For the second, it is on sale, 1600 at 1650. 1650. Yes, you and your 50s at £1,650. At 1650 then, £1,650 then, it is on sale, don't miss it for a 50. 1700 at £1,700 there and 50. 1750, 1750. Yeah, keep them 50s to one side for a little while, Will. At 1750. At 1750 then, are we done? What do we think, Lyth and St Anne's? At £1,750 then for the first. 1800. 1800 at £1,800. What do we think, Stoke? At £1,800 then. We've got to move on. At £1,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. It's gone, Lyth and St Anne's. You have to pull that one back there, Will. Thank you. Thanks for your bids, chaps. And we're moving on to lot number 63. Only a Jeep enamel repro sign. There we are then. Nice little sign there, look. There you go. Put it in your stable for your Jeep. There we are. We have 50, we have 60, we have £70 here with me. At £70 bid. At £70 then, and on sale I might add. At £70 bid. At £70 then, who wants 80? At £70 then. At £70 then, the hammer's coming up. At £70 then, the hammer's going down. £80 he says. At £80 there. £80 then, I'm out. At £80 then. Is that it? Is there 90? At £80 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. £80, thank you. And we're moving on to lot 64. Oh, what a lovely looking car. Oh, she's lovely, isn't she? Little MG midget. You've got it, you snaffled that one up the road, I know. Mick's giving it the seal of approval, there we are. There we are then. Got quite a bit of information down there for you, look. Larger engine in there, which is obviously much more pulling power, etc. What a lovely car, superb. There we are. We have bids all over the place, Will, that's what we have. We have 8.5, we have 9, we have that 9.1 of course, but we're not too worried about that because we have 9.5, and we have 10, and we have 10.2, and we have 10.4 here with me at £10,400 bid, at 10,400, at 10,400, and 5, and 6, 10.6, 10,006, at 10,006, 10,006, and 7, and 8, 10.8, 10,008, at £10,800 then, at 10,008, 10.9, 11,000, £11,000, £11,000 then, £11,000 here with me, £11,000 bid, £11,000 then, 11,001 and 2, 11,002, 11,200. Bidder number 500006, £11,200 then, 11,200, £11,200, 11,200. Do you want 3? £11,200 there, 11,200, 11,002. Be sharp, 11,200, 11,200. 11.3, 11.4, 11.4, I'm with you all the way, 11,400, £11,400 then, 11,400, we're going to sell it, £11,400 then for the first, 11,400 for the second, third and final time, 11.4, top right, thank you, thanks for your bids, chaps. And we're moving on to 65, which is a Rolex style plastic sign. There we are. Stress it is only a Rolex style. There you are. It happens to say Rolex. There we go. You tell me where we're going to be then. We're going to be £80. £80 bid. At £80 then. At £80. £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 bid. At £80 then. £80 bid then. £80 then, looking round then, is the 90. At £80 then, hammer's coming up. We'll sell it provisionally. At £80 then for the first. For the second. Third and final time. Top right. And we're moving on to lot 66. Here we are then, the Bedford A-type. There we are. Now then, Derek's comments, 1958 chassis cab with a drop side body loosely fitted. It's just sat on there, I believe. The contents of the drop side are not included in the sale. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for his consideration. Cab itself looks very, very good. Would benefit from a steam clean off, wouldn't it? Let's be fair. Why did we not wash that? No. Maybe asked not to. Anyway, it should have been washed off, but I think it's a New Zealand. Was it from New Zealand, this truck? There's no rot in it, is there? No, I had a quick look round it the other day for somebody. Is that the right? So Father's just saying, ladies and gents, the contents of the drop side actually go with the truck that I believe is parked behind it, photographed behind it. So don't get excited, you're going to get an empty drop side body, that's what you're going to get. So there we are. But there is no corrosion in the cab. Little tiny bit of surface, but no corrosion within the cab. There we are. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? You tell me where we're going to be. We're going to be that 3,000 that you've got there, Will. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000. At 3,000. We may be able to have that in quarters, Will. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then. Do you want 250, Mark? Mark's on the phone there. He's trying to get an answer. Well, do you or don't you? At £3,000 bid. At £3,000, it's 250 if he wants it. At £3,000 bid then. At £3,000, 250 he says. At 3,250. At 3,250. At 3,250. You give him more than that for the cab. At £3,250 bid. At 3,250. At 3,250. Who wants 3,500? At 3,250 bid. At 3.25 then. At 3,250 then we'll submit it. We'll talk. At £3,250 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally 3,250. Thank you. And we move on to 67. Mr. Drip, SO, Happy Motoring, Repro, Enamel, Sign. There we are then. There you go. Mick's got it there, look. An old Repro Enamel Sign by the looks of it. There we go. There we go then. We have 60, 70, £70 bid. At £70 then, at £70, 80 he says. £80 there on the telephone, at £80. £80 bid then, at £80. And 90, £90 bid. At 90, 100 he says. £100 then, at £100. Andy there on the telephone, at £100 bid. At £100 then, who wants 110? At £100 then, the hammer's coming up. At £100 then, the hammer's going down. For the first, for the second, third and last time. Andy's phone, thank you, thank you. And we move on to lot 68, the Ford Granada Gear. There we go then. New tyres, it says, discs and pads, all four have changed. New radiator, new starter, new plugs. Oh, this is a runner for you, this, isn't it? Oh, what a lovely old car. There we go then, injectors have been serviced, new coil pack. Oh, there we are. You tell me. We'll start with that 2,000, Will. £2,000, he says. £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 bid. It is a real clean, straight car, this. I had a quick squint round it last week. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 then. Very usable, sensible, modern classic, really. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then, is that it? At £2,000 bid. Hope you get it. At £2,000 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 2,000. We'll try for you. And on to 69, the Maserati. There we are then. Maserati. Yeah, well, they're good value, aren't they? Fabulous value. There we are. Now then, current V5, Maserati wallet with owner's handbooks, etc., MOT certificate and various invoices. Locally owned, locally entered, I believe. There we go, £3,800 bid. At £3,800. At £3,800, looks cheap, doesn't it? What a lot of car. At £3,800 bid. At £3,800. The neighbours are all thinking you've gone mad and given 8,000 or 9,000 quid for your car. At £3,800. At 3,800 is the 9. At 3,800 then. At 3,800 pound bid. Cornwall. At 3,800 pound then. Do you want 9? At 3,800 then for the first. 3,800 pounds then for the second. Provisionally, third and last time at 3,800. Thank you. And we move on to lot 70. Motor Guzzy 125 trials bike. Oh, look at that. What a lovely looking little bike. There you go. Nice little lightweight traily bike there. Look, there you go. From a period, there we are. Oh yeah, there's chapter and verse written down here. Look, a simple and lively single cylinder 2-stroke engine. What a lovely little bike. There we are. You tell me where we're going to be. We're going to be 12, 13, 14, 1,400 pound bid. At 14 and 15, 1,500 pound then. At 1,500. At 1,500 pound. At 1,500 pound. At 1,500 pound then. You couldn't buy an old field bike and restore it for that sort of money, could you? At 1,500 pound. At 1,500 then. And 1,600 pound. At 1,600 pound then. Who wants 17? I thought you were running to place a bid then, John. You running across there. At 1,600 pound. At 1,600 then. At 1,600 then. Provisionally for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Grimsby. Thank you. And we're moving on to 71, the Liberty Lubricating Oils Pyramid Can. There we are. Full of fresh air, Mick. Full of fresh air. There you go. There we are then. £60 bid. At £60 then. At £60 bid. At £60 there. At 60 who wants 70. £70 Marston Mortain. £80 bid. At £80. £80 bid then Barnsley. And 90. £90 bid. At 90 who wants 100. At £90 bid. At 90 Marston Mortain. Bedfordshire. Came from down there, you know. Yeah. At 90, it was a long time ago, you're right. At £90 bid. At 90, £90 then, who wants 100? Be sharp. At £90 then it is on sale. £100 says Barnsley. At £100, 110, 110. At £110, 110 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, £110 for the third and last time. Master Morton. And we're moving on to lot number 72, the little Suzuki AP50. There we are. What a cracking little bike that is. Lovely little bike. There you go, look. This was Suzuki's very popular sports moped, much loved by 16-year-olds of the 70s, before my time, before your time, Josh. Fresh paintwork, engine rebuild, long before your time, Will. Yeah, there you are. There you go. You tell me, £2,000 he says, at £2,000 bid, and on sale I might add, at £2,000 bid, at £2,000 then, £2,000 to 1, to 2, 2002, at 2,200, at £2,200 then, bidder number 600218, at £2,200, at 2,200, at 2,200. Are you done? At 2,300 and 400, at 2,400, at £2,400 then, at 2,400, at £2,400 then, for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,400. Thank you very much. And we move on to lot 73, 3 cast reproduction car signs. There we are. I wondered how you were going to hold them up, Mick. There we are then. We have 40, 50, £60 and on sale at £60 bid. At 60, £60 bid then. At £60 then. At £60. £60 then who wants 70? Barnsley wants 70. At £70 bid. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 bid. At £70. At 70 and 80. At £80 then. Are we still morning? Yeah. Good morning, Norfolk. At £80 bid. At £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 bid. At £80 then. £80 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Off to Norfolk. Thank you. And we move on to lot 74, Suzuki 1977, in fact, Suzuki TS 125. There we are then. Nicely restored 125 in excellent order with many new parts. Fresh paintwork in need of a little recommissioning, would probably benefit from a new electronic ignition. There we go. Thank you very much. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? Well, it's a start, I suppose. This £1,200 over here will at £1,200, £1,200 bid at £1,200 then at £1,200, £1,200 then is the 13 there is at £1,300 there at £1,300 then, shall we say 14 at £1,300 bid at 1,300 then, is that it? At £1,300 then. It's almost embarrassing to ring the vendor at £1,300.
Tell you what though, we've got some strong bidding from Cornwall today.
There is indeed. And 1,400 Grimsby, I should think so as well. At £1,400. At 1,400, what do we think Cornwall? At £1,400 then. 15 says Cornwall. At 1,500. £1,500 then. At £1,500.
I'm only saying that because I'm going down next week. And
Are you going down?
Yeah, good ones, yeah.
You're looking for some delivery fuel money, are you? At £1,500 bid. At 1,500 then is the 16. What do we think, Grimsby? At £1,500 then we'll submit it. At £1,500 then for the first. For the second, 1,600 says Grimsby. At £1,600 then. At 1,600. What do we think, Cornwall? At 1,600. 17 says Cornwall. At 1,700, at £1,700 bid. At 1,700 then, what do we think, Grimsby? At £1,700 then we'll submit it. At £1,700 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 1,700. We'll try for you. Thanks for your bids, chaps. And we move on to lot 75, the marathon mile marker enamel reproduction sign. Just a little unlook. Mick's got it there for you. There you go. We have £40, £50 here, £50, £60 with me. At £60 then, at £60 bid. At £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 then, at £60 bid. At £60 then, do you want 70? At £60 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £60 then, looking round for the first. £60 then for the second, third and last time at £60, £70 he says. At £70 then, hang on, hold it up. At £70 bid. At £70, do you know what, I'm going to put it on sale. Let's put it on sale then. £70 then, on sale. At £70 then, who wants 80? At £70 then, at £70 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £70. Going off to County Durham. And we're moving on to lot number 76. There we are then. The little 1970 Morris Minor. A nice little, bright little car. There you go. Mick says nice, bright little car. 62,000 miles showing. Don't know if it's right or not. It looks a nice, bonny little thing. There we go. Look, new starter motor, new fuel pump. Quite a list of bits and pieces there. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 24, 25, 26, 26, 2006, 27, 2,700, at 2,700, at £2,700, at 2,700 there, at £2,700, at 2,007, who wants 8? At 2,700 then, at 2,700, at £2,700 then, is the 28, at 2,700. At 2,700 we'll submit, we'll talk. At £2,700 then for the first. Looks good value. For the second, provisionally 2,700. We'll try for you. And we move on to 77, which is a large illuminated Ford Motorsport sign. Just down there, Mick says. There we are. There you go. Lots of interest here with me, as you would expect. So we have 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200, 220, 240 at £240. At £240, and I'll take a tenner if it helps for my numbers, at £240 bid. At 240 then, who wants 50? At £240. At £240 then, at £240. Bidder number 600312. At £240 bid. At 240 then, be sharp. At £240 then, the hammer's coming up at £240. Hammer's gone down. And we're moving on to lot number 78. There we are then, 1984 Yamaha. Sorry? It looks a lot of bike, FJ 1100. A lot of bike, yeah. Man's bike, heavy, big, powerful. Ooh. There we are. You tell me then, it's not a lot of money, I know that. We've got £700 bid over here, Will. At £700. At £700 then, at £700 bid. At £700 then, and 50. 750, 750, at £750. At £750 then, at £750 then is there 800. At 750, how cheap have these bikes got to be? At £750 then we'll talk. At £750 then, fair warning everyone, at £750 then, provisionally then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £750. We'll try for you. And we move on to 79, original Lambert's T are the best, enamel sign. There we are then, there you go. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that grand? There we are. We have 100, 120, 140, £140 bid. At 140, 160, 160, at £160 then. At £160, at £160, 160, at £160 bid. At 160, 180, 180, at £180 then. At 180 there, Ripon, at £180 bid. At 180, at £180. Up 180, up 180, 180 then is a 200, be sharp. Up £180 then, we'll take a tenner if it helps then. Up 180, 180 is the 190, up £180 then, the hammer's coming up. Up 180 then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 180. Thank you. And we move on to lot 80. Which is a little Toyota MR2, little race car, little track car, been stood around for a little while, does run, got no brakes, you have a bit of a job stopping it. I think there's a little bit of handbrake, is there? I think there's a little bit of handbrake, but anyway, there you go. When do you see them? You don't see them, do you? So it's got a cage in it, I think, if memory serves, and wants a little bit of recommissioning, shall we say. But anyway, there you go, it's priced accordingly. Look, you're buying spares, really, aren't you? There you go. We'll take that £800 there. We'll take that 800 and get a start at £800 bid. At 800 and 900 says Dewsbury. I should think so. At £900 bid. At 900 you give that for the running gear. At £900 then. At £900 there. Who's got 1,000? At £900 bid. At £900 then. West Yorkshire 1,000. Gloucestershire. Thank you. At £1,000 £1,100. £1,100 then. At £1,100, £1,100 there. £1,100 staying in West York, not now. £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then Gloucestershire. At 1,300. At 1,300 and 14. At 1,400, I'm going to stick my chin out and put it on sale. £1,400 then on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £1,400 bid. At 1,400, who wants 15? At £1,400 then, at £1,400 bid. At £1,400 then, what do we think, Dewsbury? At £1,400 then, hammer's coming up then, selling for the first, 1,400 then for the second, third and last time, sold at 14, thank you. And we move on to lot 81, a Bantam Child's Petrol Go-Car. Ah, look at that, that's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that great? There you go, £750 bid. At £750. £1,000. Sorry, I missed that. At £1,000 bid and on sale. At £1,000, 1100 says Mark. £1,100, 1200 against you, Mark. At £1,200, oh I see. At £1,200, at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, at £1,200 bid. Do you want 13? At £1,200 there, at 1,200. At £1,200 then, at 1,200. 13. At 1,300. And 14. Back at you. At £1,400. At £1,400 then, the hammer's coming up. At 1,400 then, are you done? At £1,400 then for the first. For the second. Third and final time. 1,400, thank you. And we move on to lot 82. The little puck. There you go, look. Lovely little bike, this one. There we are. Was restored and used, manufactured date unknown, for whatever reason that may be. There you are. Lovely little bike. There you go. We have 800, 900, 11. Oh my word, we jumped a bit there, didn't we? 900, 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, £1,600 bid. At £1,600. At 1,600. £1,600 then. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600 and it is on sale. At £1,600. At 1,600. Bidder number 5 0022. At £1,600. At 1,600. £1,600 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and final time. 1,600, thank you. And we move on to lot 83, Route 66 Truck Stop and Diner Enamel Repro sign. There you go, look, nice little sign, I see it down there. There we are. We have 60 and £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70, 80 says. At £80 then and on sale. At £80 bid. At £80 there. At £80 then, do you want 90? At £80, £80 then. £80 only. At £80 bid. 80 and 90, £90. At £90. At £90 then. Is there 100? At £90 bid. At £90 there. £90 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. £90, thank you. And we move on to lot 84, the Honda SA50-J. There you go, look, little Honda step through. There you go, great little thing, superb Honda. Can't go wrong, can you? £500 bid. At £500 then. At £500 bid. At £500. At £500 there. Is there 25 anywhere? At £500 bid. At £500 then we'll submit it. At £500 bid. At £500, are you sure? At £500, I'm looking at you. At £500 bid. At £500 then we'll submit it. Looking round then, £500 then, provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time. There we are, we'll try for you. And we're going to move on to lot 85, the Corsair tin sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you, look. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me. Is there £30 out there for it? Have you got £30 out there, Will? There you go. Mick's arm's going to ache in a minute. Is there £30? If not, we're going to move on. Nope, we're moving on. Lot number 86, ladies and gentlemen. There we are, look, the Rally Runabout. Now then, Arthur, this is the bike. Arthur purchased this bike new as his work transport. Is that correct, John? He worked at the local signal box, that's right. There you go. So we did film the collection of this bike, ladies and gentlemen. John there just reminded me, I didn't go myself, but Arthur purchased the bike new and worked at the local signal box and commuted to and from as his daily transport. Arthur bought it new from Halfords. Did it? £14.07, and he's hoping for a profit. He wants a profit after all these years, and he put a pair of tyres on it. No, I see. So Arthur, bless him, he put a pair of tyres on it, but couldn't bear to throw the old ones away because you might need a spare, even though they're perished, and that's the reason we changed them, but you never know. Anyway, I had it running a couple of weeks ago, and luckily the building was empty, and I did several laps of the building. It was great, brilliant. So there you go. So I'll vouch for the running of the little thing. It's wonderful. Don't restore it. It's an oily rag type thing. Keep it just as it is. It's beautiful. There we are. Enough of me. We have £500 bid. 500, 550, £600. At £600 then. At £600 bid. At £600 there. At 600. £600 then. Is there a 50? At £600 then. At £600 bid. At £600, at 650, 650, at 650, 650. It's not a lot of money, ladies and gents. It's more than his £14 though. At £650 bid. At 650. Is there 700? At £650 then we'll talk. At £650, perfect for round Clither Road. Oh, better still round Darlington though. At £700 bid. At 700, all that traffic round Darlington, you can just whiz round them. At £700 bid. At £700 then. At £700. At 700, 750, 750. What do we think, Darlington? Don't let it go to Clither Road. It rains all the time. At £750. At £750 then. At £750. At £750 bid. At 750 then for the first. We'll sell it provisionally. £800. At £800 then. At 800. He does the numbers. At £800 bid. At £800. At £800 then, ideal little runabout for you for the summer. At £800 bid. At 800 then, is there a 50? £800 then, selling provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 800. There you are. I hope you get it. Ideal little runabout for the summer. Perfect. Just big enough for you. And we move on to lot number 87. All proceeds to charity, Mick says. There we are then, lot number 87, handmade, 32-inch, give or take, a Porsche clock. There we are, beautiful these are. Mark makes these. Oh no, Phillips made this one. Oh, Phillips made this one. Or Phillips selling this one. Oh, never mind. Anyway, I don't know, but they're lovely, I know that. There we are then. You tell me then. We've got 50, we've got 60, we've got 70, we've got 80 here with me. £80 bid. At £80 then, at 80 and 90. £90, 100 here with me. £100, at £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100, 110, 120, 120, at 120, 120. All proceeds to charity. 130, 130, 140, 140, at £140. What you bid is what you pay. At £140 then, at 140. Who wants 50? At £140 then, at £140 bid. At 140, 150, 150, at 150, 150. There's nothing on top. At 150 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 150. Thank you. And we're on to the, electric rickshaw. Oh, that one slipped through, didn't it? That looked like hard work when I first saw that, but perhaps not. There we go, electric rickshaw, lot number 88. There we go, look, it was imported from China with a view to doing tours of York. However, after spending thousands, the project came to a halt, sadly. Bummer. There we are then. There we go then. We've got 600, 650, £700 bid. At £700 bid then. At 750, at £750. At 750, 750, at £750 bid. At 750, I'll take 25 if it helps for my numbers. At £750 bid. At 750, 750, at 750.
This would be ideal for you, Derek and Dave, to do a charity tour in it around the UK.
I'm good, thanks. I'm busy that day. At 775 and 800. Back at you. At 800, Will there was just saying that myself, Father and Dave could do a charity tour around the UK, but I think I'm busy that day. At £800 bid. At £800 then. At £800 bid. At £800 then is the 25. Be sharp. £800 only. At £800 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 800. Thank you. And we move on to lot number 89, 2013 Peugeot 208 GTI THP. Look at that. There we are then, locally owned and entered, I believe. I'm sure I saw it drive in. 4 stamps in the book, 11 handwritten entries, previous partial V5, purchase invoice, etc., MOT certificates, dynamometer report and invoices. Oh, look at that. Looks a lot of car. Looks a lot of car. There we go then. Turbo, aren't they these? I think they're turbo, aren't they? They're some machine. There we go. There you go. Where are you going to be with that then? We're going to be 15, 16, 16, 1700. At £1,700. At 1700. £1,700 bid. At 1700. Looks good value. Bit of fun. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 there. At £1,700. 1,700 who wants 18. At £1,700 then. At 1,700. 1,700 then. Is there 18? At £1,700. Looks cheap, doesn't it? At £1,700 then. Looking round, we'll submit it. At £1,700 then for the first. For the second. Don't miss it for £100. 1,700 then for the third and last time. And on to lot number 90. There we are then. Lot number 90, the 1950 Lancia. Oh, what a lovely, elegant looking car. Up there, we did a little bit of filming around the car last week. No B-pillars. Was it not one of the first? Was it a first of the 5 speeds, John? Gregor, where's Gregor? Where is Gregor? He did some homework on these, and I am pretty confident he told me these were the first 5 speed, but I might be wrong. He is right. There you go. Father knows. There you go. I thought as much. There you go. A lovely little car. First 5-speed production car. Oh, there you go. Trend setting. There we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me then. We'll take that 7. We'll take that 7, £7,000. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000, remember you ought to be in quarters, Will. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000, £7,000 then. At £7,000 there. At 7,250. 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. £7,250 there. At £7,250 bid. At 7,250, looks good value. At 7,250 bid. At 7,250 then we'll talk. At £7,250 then we'll submit it. 7,250 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 7,250. Hope you get it. And we move on to lot number 91, the total oil pump cabinet. There we go. There you go. You tell me where we're going to be with that one then. I don't believe there's any oil left in it. I think we've had the oil out. There you go. We have £50 with you, £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50, 60 he says. At 60, £60 there, 70, £70 bid. At 70, £70, 80, £80 bid. At 80, 90, £90. At 90, 100, £100 bid. At £100 there, Alan's telephone. 110, 110. At 110 and 20, 120, 120, 120. Alan there on the phone. At £120 bid. At £120 then he's at it. Are we done? At £120 then. It's you, Al, yet. At 120 then for the first. For the second, 130 and 40, 140, up £140. Up 140 there. Alan's telephone then. Up £140 then for the first, second, third and last time. Alan's phone, thank you. And we move on to the 1988 Land Rover 110 V8 station wagon. That's a mouthful, isn't it? There we are then. There you go. Painted in a later colour and things, look. It's had a bit of a revamp a few years ago, I suspect. Little bits of it are probably ready for a revamp again now, let's be honest. It's an old Land Rover, isn't it? But it is a 110 and it is a V8. So there we are. There you go then. We have 6,000, we have 6,2, we have 6,4, we have 6,6 and we have 6,650 on there, Will. At 6,650 bid. At 6,650. At 6,650. 6,650 pounds. At 6,650. 6,7. Dave picked the internet there, Will. Dave's bid at 6,7. 6,8 with me. At 6,800. Here with me, Dave. At 6,008. 6,9. And 7,000. Here with me. At 7,000 pounds. At 7,000. Is my bid. 7-1, says Dave. 7-2. 7-3. Here with me. At 7,300. At 7,003 and 4, says Dave. 7-4. 7-4. 7-5 with me. 7-5. At 7,005. And 6. 7-6. At 7,006. And 7. 7-7. 7-7. 7-8, 7-9, 8,000 at 8,000 pounds. 8,000, 8-1, 8,001, 8,100. Dave's telephone, 8-2. Up in Yarm, 8-3, 8,003. Dave's telephone, 8,300. At 8,300, what do we think? 8,300 pound bid. 8-4, Barcelona, 8-5, Yarm. Oh, it's going all over the place. 8,005. 8,005 and 6, says Dave. 8,006. 8,600. 8,600 pound then. Dave there on the telephone. 8,600 pounds. Then the hammer's coming up. 8,7. 8,7. 8,8. 8,008. At 8,800. Dave there on the telephone. 8,800 pound bid. At 8,800, then the hammer's coming up. 8,9, 8,009, 9,000, he says. 9,000 pounds. At 9,000 pound, then what do we think, Yarm? At 9,000 pound, then Dave there on the telephone. At 9,000, then for the first. 9-1, says Spain. Barcelona, good afternoon. I bet he's warmer than I am. At 9,001 and 2. 9,2, 9,002, at 9,200, 9,200. What do we think, Barcelona? At 9,200, then 9,3. He thinks 9,3. At 9,300, 9,300. At 9,304, 9,4, 9,004. At 9,400 pound then. 9,400 for the first, for the second, third and last time. Dave on the telephone. Thanks for your bids, ladies and gentlemen. Barcelona is the underbidder. And on to 93. There we are then. Rally Enamel Repro sign. There we go. It is a Repro, but it is an enamel. There we are. We have £100 bid. Up £100 there, up £100 bid. £100 then, up £100 bid. Up £100 then, who wants 10? Up £100, £100 then, is there 10? Up £100 bid. Up £100 there, £100 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 100. And we're moving on to lot number 94, the Austin Morris Maxi. Oh, Dave should be here doing this one, shouldn't he? He has a thing with these. In fact, he should. Yes, he should. He's been out in it, driven it. He has. He has. Where is he? No. Anyhow, he's been out in it. It's one of his favourites, apparently. The only element to make the car perfect, we haven't addressed the worn synchro. You got a worn synchro? Just running in period. It was like it from new. From a week old, it had a weak synchro. Don't rush it. So a little bit of a lazy synchro. My old truck's got a bit of that. A bit of newness. There you go. It's had a lot of money spent on it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but they didn't see the necessity of the synchro. There we are then. There we go. 5 new tyres. The sills done. All right, I see. So the sills had previously been repaired. Out of drinks cans. New gaiters. To be honest, there's a big list on here that I'm sure everybody's read. This is a Bangers and Cash restored car, ladies and gentlemen. So it's been in, and obviously we've had it before, and it's been away, and it's had various upgrades. Had a few quid spent on it by the sounds of it, and it's now come back in a much better state than it left. There we go, superb. There you go, and it is a 1750 Maxi, and they're lovely, aren't they? There we go, and we have £2,000, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid, Nottingham. At £3,000. £3,000 then. Who wants one? At 3001, 3001, 32, 3002, Selby. Are we in the afternoon yet? At 3,200, good afternoon. 33 says Alan, 3,300. At 3,300, Alan's telephone. At £3,300 bid. Who wants 4?
The seats down in there, so you get a double bed.
Is that right? Will says if you put the seats down, you can apparently fit a double bed in there.
No, you get a double bed.
Oh, you get a double bed. Oh, right, okay. Oh, somebody's told you that, have they? Oh, there you are, you see. There you go. There you go. There you go. Father can remember the advertising campaign where they laid the seats down and 2 people nodded off. Oh, there you are, you see. There you are. And the best colour. That's right. Yeah. There we are then. £3,300, ladies and gentlemen. At 3,300, who wants 4? At 3,300. At £3,300 bid. At 3,300 there, what are we to do? At 3,300 then we'll submit it. 3,004. At 3,400. At 3,005 says Alan. At 3,500. 3,005. At £3,500, Alan on the telephone. At 3,500 then we're going to submit it. At 3,500 for the first. Provisionally tell him 3,600, not yet. 3,006. At 3,600. At £3,600. At 3,006. Does he want 7? He does. 3,700. 3,007. At 3,700. We're getting there. It's going. It's on sale. It's on sale. On sale, Alan. At £3,700 then. Do you want 3,800? At 3,700 on sale. You're going to miss it for £100. At 3,700 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. 37. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Well done. I think Alan's got all the buyers on his line today. And we're moving on to lot number 95. Here we are then, the Red Crown reproduction enamel sign. Little sign, look, Mick's got it there. There we go then. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 40, 50, £60 bid. At 60 and 70 and on sale. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 there. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 then I'm going to sell it. At £70 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at £70. There we are, thank you. And we're moving on to lot number 96. There we are then. 2005 MG ZT Turbo. There you go. If you're going to have one, it's the one to have. Right colour, right engine, right spec, There we are, £1,600 bid at 1,600. A nice car this, it wants machine polishing and a bit of detailing. And I think there was a scuff on a corner if memory serves. But one elderly gentleman from October 2006, look at that, long-term ownership, we like it. £1,600 bid at 1,600, at 1,600. The vendor's known to me, drove it up from Nottingham, I believe, at 1,600. At 1,600 is the 17. At £1,600 then, at 1,600 then, 17. £1,700 there, looks good value, at £1,700. At 1,700 then, for the first, we'll submit it, at 17, 18, 1,800, at £1,800. £1,800 then, at 1,800. 1,800 is the 19, at £1,900, Ripon. At 1,900, another bid and I'm going to put it on sale at £1,900. £1,900 then £2,000 and on sale, Livingston Ands at £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then, who wants one? At £2,000 there, at £2,000 bid then for the first, on sale for the second, third and last time, 21, 21. At £2,100, staying local, over at Ripon, at £2,100. At £2,100 then, do you want two? At £2,100 then, 2. 2,002, Livingston Ands again, at 2,200. At 2,200, at £2,200 then for the first. For the second, don't miss it for £100, Ripon, £2,200 then for the third and last time. 22, thank you. The man in Ripon's going to be sick when he sees it drive past on its way back to Livingston Ands, isn't he? And on to lot number 97, the Swan Vesta enamel repro sign. There we are then, nice little sign, look, little wall filler for you. We have £50 here. £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50 who wants 60, at £50, £50 then, who's the 60, at £50 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at £50 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50, top right, and on to 98, lot number 98. I thought there was a few people arrived at lot number 98, which is a 1986 Toyota Celica Supra Auto. Vendor is known to us. Nice guy is Jeff. Purchased it in December 2022 after being off the road for give or take 7 years. It was recommissioned by Jeff himself. New timing belt and a service. Auto box has been serviced. New shock absorbers at the rear. Fuel lines, brake lines. General overhaul. The wheels were refurbed. The wheels are lovely, incidentally. New BF Goodrich tyres. Power steering. Electric sunroof. Windows aerial. Factory stereo. No modifications. Overdrive and cruise control. Private plate is staying on. It's a lovely car. Nice car. It wants a machine polish. Yeah. Absolutely. Drove up from down Nottingham area, I believe. I think that's where he's from. So it drove up a few miles, caused lots of interest. You can tell by the interest by all the people here looking at me. £9,000 bid at £9,000. At £9,000 bid at £9,000. £9,000 then at 9,000. 9,250. 9,250 bid. At 9,250, who wants 9,500? At 9,250. 9,500 says Dave, you were picked, Ash. At 9,500. 9,500. We're all over the place here, Will. 9,500 is you, Dave, yes. Not anymore. 750, says Andy. At 9,750 bid, Andy's telephone. 9,750. At 9,750, 10,000, says Ash. At 10,250, 10,250, at 10,250 bid, at 10,250, 9,500 says Ash, 9,500, sorry, 10,500 and 750, 10,750, 11,000, £11,000, £11,000 then, looks cheap to me, £11,000 Dave on the phone, £11,000 then, £11,000 250 says Ash. 11,250, 11,250 pound. 11,250, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500 pound. 11,500, 750 says Dave. 11,750 says Dave. One more bid, chaps, and it is on sale. 11,750, 12,000 and on sale. 12,000 pound. Andy's telephone on sale. 12,000 pound bid. At 12,000 pound then. At 12,000 pound, 12,250. Dave, 12,250. At 12,250, you can't find them, not like this one. At 12,250, 12,250, who wants 5? At 12,250, 12,500, 12,005. I'll take 100 if it helps you, how's that? At 12,500 pound. At 12,500, 12,600, new blood. At 12,600, Oxfordshire. At 12,600, you're all out. At 12,600 pound then on the internet. 12,600, 12,700, 12,007, Andy's phone. 12,700, thank him for his bids, Dave. 12,800, 12,008, at 12,008, 12,800, against you. 12,900, he says. 12,900, 12,009. At 12,009, Andy's phone there. At 12,900, who wants 13? Farringdon wants 13. 13,000 pounds. At 13,000. 13,000 pound and 1. 13,1. 13,1 here on the telephone. At 13,100. 13,2. There's two of you. You know a good car. 13,200. Farringdon. 13,200 pound and 3. 13,300. 13,300. At 13,300 pound bid. At 13,300, what do we think, Farringdon? At 13,300 then on the telephone then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 13,300. Too late, Farringdon. You had loads of time, Farringdon. Well done. Thank him for his bids there, Andy. Sorry, Farringdon, but it gave you loads of time. 13,300, Andy's phone. Thank you. And we move on to lot number 99, the Shell reproduction pump. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Where is it? Here somewhere. There you go. There you go. It's a little ornament, little corner filler. There we are. 200, 220, 240. 240 pound bid. At 240 pound then. At 240 pound. At 240 is a 60. 240. At 240 pound then we'll submit it. At 240 pound then looking round for the first. 260, 260, at 260 and 80, 280, 280, I'm going to put it on sale, at 280 pound bid, at 280 and 300, 300 pounds, at 300 pound bid, at 300 pound and 320, 320, 320, at 320 pound, what do we think, Bury St Edmunds? At 320 pound then 340, 340, 340 and 60, 360, 360 at 360 pound. 360 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 360. Afternoon, Ash. And on to lot number 100, the Royal Enfield Classic, the little 350 look, there she is. A lovely little bike, runs superbly, prepped up lovely, superb, absolutely great, lovely machine. Electric start these? Pretty sure, lovely little bike anyway, and it will start lovely. The vendor is known to us, and I must admit, every bike we've ever had off this particular vendor, lovely, lovely. He knows a good bike, he uses them, he keeps them, he changes. Quite frequent. There you are. There you go. So we have 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,600, 2,800, £3,000 bid at £3,000. £3,000 bid then, at £3,000. 3,000, I'll take 100 if it helps, at £3,000 bid. Bidder number 600204, at £3,000. At £3,000 then is there 100. At £3,000 you'll not be disappointed with this bike, it is lovely. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, at £3,000 then we're going to pull the lever. At £3,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,000. Thank you for your bids. You coming on?
Yeah, whatever.
I'll go and have a brew. There we are. Dave's coming on, ladies and gents. Thank you.
Good job, thank you very much, good lad. 101, there we are, the wooden hand-painted Shaw motorcycle sign. Michael's got it there, they are, we call them wall fillers, they're exactly that. 2 or 3 on the wall, transforms the feel of your garage, of your building. There we are, where we're going to be. We've got a couple of bids on there already, Will. We've got £90 bid, at £90 on the way and sold and done at £90. At £90 then, at £90 then are we all done? At £90, £100 we've got, at £100. £100 then at £100 bid, at £100, at £100 bid, at £100 and 110, £110 bid, 110, at £110, 110, 110, at £110, at 110, 120 we've got, 120. We'll have to go 125 please, at 125, at 125, at 125, at 125, just to keep my figures right, at 125, at 125. At 125 then I'm going to sell, at 125 then on sale, off it goes then, at £125 are we all done at 125, 130, Harrogate 130, you're just in, you're in by a fiver, I'm sure you worked that one out, at £130 bid, at 130 then, at 130 then, Hammer's coming down at £130, sold, lot number 102, the Toyota Celica ST, there we go. Now if you've got one of these and you want a load of spares, or if you want something to do over winter, then yeah, worthwhile project I would suggest. We have got £1,500 bid, £1,500, at £1,500 then, I'll have to take a 50 with if I can, at £1,550, £1,600 we've got, 16, at £1,600 then, at £1,600 we have at £1,600 the bid, at £1,600 then, at £1,600 are we all done at 16, at £1,600, £1,650, £1,650, £1,700, at £1,700 we have at £1,700. £1,700 into the bid, £1,750. David's bid at £1,750. David's bid on the phones at £1,750. £1,800 we've got, £1,800. £1,800 I have. £1,800. You're out, Dave. Internet's in. You're back in at £1,850. £1,850. £1,850. £1,900 we've got. £1,900. At £1,900. £1,900. It's going to go to Wiltshire at £1,900 then. Hammer's coming down. Not your bid, Dave, at £1,900. Thank you. It's going to go. Sold. Got it, Wiltshire. I'm ever so pleased you're online watching that. 103 is the Porsche Targa sign. Michael's got it there. Look at that. Nice sign. Aluminium, Michael. Looks like an aluminium sign to me. There we are then. Oh, and me page. Come on, me beauty. There we are. 2 bids on there. £100 and we've got £100 and sold and done at £100 then. At £100 I'm going to sell. Going to pull the lever at £100. At £100 then. At £100 it's going to go. At £100 then. Hammer's coming down. Are you sure? It's going to go. At £100 and away. £100. 104 is a lovely Capri. Look at it. Look, a thing of beauty and a joy forever. There we are then. Lovely machine. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Nice car, Michael. There you go, Michael. As you'll see, he does interject. Just to remind us, because he looks after Unit 3 up there, and we have obviously 150 cars inside and almost as many outside. So Michael just reminds me when a nice car comes along, and he's just stood there and said, nice car, lovely car. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? On the Capri GL. Look at that. A very, very 70s car, that, and a very 70s colour. We're going to be £7,000 there. Will, thank you, at £7,000. At £7,000, I would suggest race worth every penny. Look at that. £7,000. 7,250. 7,250 then at 7,250, 7,500. Family owned, then in long-term storage. They are Zybarted anti-rust protection from new, 34,000 miles on the clock. There we go then. 7,500, 7,500, 7,500, at 7,500 pound, at 7,500, at 7,500 pound. This is worth more at 7,500. I'll be quite honest with you, I am not going to encourage the family to take the bid of 7,500. At 7,750, at 7,750. Same would apply for this, I think. The car's got to start with an 8, if not a 9. I think we could all say it must be worth £9,000, this car. At 7,750, and if need be, we'll put it in the timed auction later, and it will achieve that, I'm sure. 7,750 we've got, but I thank you for your bids, Northumberland. You can only do so much, can't you? At £7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. What I'll do, Northumberland, we always play it straight down the line. I'll put you down as a provisional, so no one can jump in a minute and ring and say, I'll give 8, I'll give 8.5, and we'll see what we can do. So we'll give you every opportunity to put a deal together with the family. However, sadly, I will not be encouraging them to take any less than maybe £8,500, £9,000. So there we are. Anyone want to jump in any higher? If not, we'll do exactly what I just said there for Northumberland. We'll pull the lever then at 7,750 on a provisional basis. There you go. Make a note on there, Josh, please. See, David, because I don't want... We've got to be fair, and you've got to be fair, and that car needs to be a bit more money. Or we'll put it through again. 105 is a Champion spark plug sign. There we are then. There you go. That's a nice sign, isn't it? Nice looking sign. Where are we going to be? £100 on the way, thank you. At £100 we've got. At £100 bid, at 100 then, at £100 and 10, 110. At £110. At 110 then, at 110. Nice sign that. 120 we have. 120 in Hornsey, good morning, good afternoon even. 130, 140. 140. £140 then at 140. At 140 I'm going to sell. At £140 then she's on sale. 150 says Andrew. At £150 bid. At £150 then. At £150. Andrew's bid. At £150. At 150. At £150 then. Hammer's coming down. It's your... 160, Andrew. You've just been out bid. At 160 we have. At 160. 170, Andrew's back in at 170, £170 then, at £170, Andrew's bid at the moment at 170 then, Hammer's going to drop down, 180 we've got in Staffordshire, 180, Staffordshire, 190, Andrew, 190, at 190, £190 then, at 190, £200, £200 we've got, Staffordshire's back in at 200, at 200, 220, £220 bid, on the telephones with Andrew at 220, at £220, at £220, at 220, 230, 230, 230, at 230, at £230. Thank you for your bids then. It's off to Staffordshire at £230, 240. Come back in again. 240, at 240, 240, 240. At £240, 240, Andrew's bid, and thank you for your bids. It's going to Andrew's telephone bidder at £240. Be warned, it's gone. Lot number 106 is the Land Rover Defender. Here we are, the Defender, MOT failure Defender, but she's got the running gear, hasn't she? It's got the right engine gearbox, it's got the axles, it's all there. We have got a few bids here. I'm going to put it on the submit the best bid basis because Charlie popped out and collected it from a local vendor who's had it for quite a number of years, I think. So Charlie's in the office there. I'll let him deal with this later on. We'll put it on a submit the bid basis. We've got some bids here, Will, that takes us to 2,600. We've got 2006, 27, 28, 2008, at £2,800, 29, £2,900 we've got, at £2,900, £3,000 bid, 31, 2, 32 we have, at 3,002, at 3,002 and 3, 3, 3, at 3,003, at £3,300 and 34, at 3,004, 3,400, 3,004, £3,400, 35, 36, 37, 37 we've got, 37, 37, 3,007, 3,700, 3,007, 38, 38, 39 I've got, 39, 39, 39, 39, £3,900. 3,009. £4,000. Mark was just in. 78071. Mark, your bid, £4,000. 4-1. 4-1 I've got. 4,001. 4,001. £4,100 at 4,001. 4-2. 4-3. 4-4 here with me, Mark, on here. 4 with me, sorry. 4,004. 4,004. 4,004 I've got. I was going to put it on sale at 4,400. It's going to be sold at £4,500. 4,005. At 4,005. On sale at 4,005. £4,500 it's going to go. At 4,500. At £4,500 then I'm going to pull the lever. At £4,500 it's going to go. At £4,500 then hammer's coming down. At £4,500 it's going to be sold. Thank you. Josh, will you do me a favour, just ask my Jack just to pop up on the rostrum for me? Just keep that to one side for me, Ash. I just made a note on the back of that. Lot number 107 is the extra stout Guinness sign. There we are, the Guinness sign. We've got £80 bid there on the screen. We've got £80, £90 bid, at £90 then at 90, at 90, 95, £100 bid, thank you, at 100, at £100 on sale at 105, at £105, at £105, at £105, at 105, it's on sale at 105, it's going to go, at 105 then, hammer's coming down, be warned, at £105, are we all done, at 105, 105. Lot number 108 is the Proton Jumbuck. Here we are. I think these are great, these. There you go then. Where we're going to be. Cheap as chips, this, isn't it? Blimey. Cheap enough for a runabout hot farm or something, this, isn't it? Where are we going to be on that? We've got 360 quid bid. 360. Must break for 3-4 times that. 360 quid. I'm going to do the submit best bid on this one, just to make sure we've got all our ducks lined up, because that seems amazingly cheap at £380. Submit the best bid I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, at £380. We'll get you an answer later in the day. At £380, at 380, at 380, cheapest jumbo in the world, at £380, at £380, at £380, £380. We'll submit it at £380 then. Hammer's going to come down, we're going to have a phone call at £380. We'll submit it, we'll get you an answer. 109 is the Peep Show. Peep Show, there we are then, on display there. Peep Show sign then. Everyone should have one. Where we're going to be, we have got 140 bid, £140. At £140 we've got, at 140. £140 we've got, 150, 150, on sale and sold. £150. At £150 bid, at 150, at £150. At £150, and are we all done? 160, 170, 170, at £170. At £170, it's on sale at 170. At £170. Are we all done at 170, 180? 180, 180, 190 we've got, at 190, at 190, at £190, at 190, £200 we've got, and 210, £210 at 210, £210. Hammer's going to come down at £210, £20, 230, £230, 200, £230. £230, £230 then at 230, at 230, 240, 240, for £240 bid at 240, at £240, at 240, 240 then, at 240, it's going to Essex. Where else would it go? No, it's going up to Stockton now, it's going up to Essex, come on, at £250. There's a Peep Show in Stockton, it would appear. Mark, are you aware of that? Yes, he says. At £250. At £250 then at 250. At 250. At £250. At 250. At 250. Hammer's coming down then. Are we all done at £250? Sold. 110 is the Triumph Trophy. Yeah, this is a nice presented pint. Look at that, looks bright, doesn't it? We've got some bids on the system already, Will. We've got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 6, £3,600. At 3,600. At £3,600. I'm going to sell it at 3,600, 37, 38 I've got, 3,008, £3,800. At 3,800. 3,008, 39, 3,009, £4,000 bid at £4,000. Derbyshire, £4,000. £4,000 I've got. 4-1, Whitby, thank you for your bid. You're up against it here. 4-2 I've got from Derby. 4,002, £4,200. At 4,002, £100 at 42, 43, 44, 44 I've got. 44. 4,004, Derbyshire bid at 4-4. 4,004 at £4,400. 4-5 says Whitby. 4-6 Whitby, I've got on my sheet. Derby here at 4,600. At £4,600. That's a Derbyshire bid at 4,006. Whitby, you're out. 4,006. 4,600. £4,600. It's off to Derby at 4,600. Are we all done? One more bid, you never know, but 4,006. It's going to Derby then. Are we all done and dusted then? Levers coming down at £4,600. 4-6 and sold. 111 is a lovely collection of Foden Corgi scale models and trucks. There we are, £200 we've got. There's plenty of them there. Look, them lads haven't got enough hands. At £200 we've got, and sold. £200 then, at £200, they're on sale and sold at £200. At £200 then, £200 and 10, 210, 210. At £210, at 210. £210, lovely little collection there at 220. At 220, at £220 then, at £220 beer, and 30, 230. At 230 we've got. At £230, at 230 and 40, 240, at £240, £240 then, are we all there at 240, 50 I have, at 250, at £250, at 250, 250, 250 then, are we all done at £250 then, Hammer's coming down at £250. Sold. 112, the Mercedes 320 S-Class, 320 S-Class Mercedes, diesel Mercedes I believe, isn't it? We have a look. 7-speed auto diesel, look at that in a nice bright blue. There may be a photograph floating around with the registration number J19GSR. This is not being sold with the vehicle, it's gone back onto its age-related plate. So there we are, we have got £3,000 S-Class Mercedes cheap car, £3,000. Diesel S-Class Mercedes, £3,000. At £3,000 then at 3,000. £3,000 we have. £3,000. 3,001. 3,001. 3,002. 3,200. 3,200. For a big S-Class Mercedes diesel, 3,300. 3,003. 3,004. 3,400. 3,400. At £3,400. £3,400, we'll submit it for you. At 3,400, we'll see what we can do. At £3,400, Hammer's coming down at 3,400. Are you done? Very provisional. It's that one, 113 is the British Railways enamel reproduction sign. Personalised rusty effect, rusty British Railway sign. Different, I suppose. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me? £30 we've got. Thank you. At £30 then, 30, 40 quid. At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 then, at £40. At £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then, Hammer's coming down, be warned it's going to go at £40. 114, the Motor Guzzi with Watsonian GP sidecar. Look at that for an outfit. Blimey, look at that. Lots of interest here as well. We have got 1,000, 11, we've got 12, we've got 13, 14, 15, £1,600 bid. At £1,600. At £1,600 and 17. Josh just beat you in.
18.
Pardon?
19. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you're on about now. Okay. Okay, yeah. £2,000 we've got. 2,000, 2,1, £2,100. 2,001, 2,2, 2,3, 2,003, 2,300. At £2,300. 2,4, at 2,004, 2,400. £2,400 we have at 2,4, 2,004, 2,400. 2,4, 2,5, Cumbria, 2,005, 2,6, 2,006, £2,600. At £2,600, then it's on sale at 2,600. £2,600. £2,600 then, Alan. Oh, 2,7. Fresh bidder, 2,7, 2,8, 2,008. £2,800. At 2,008. £2,800. £2,800 then. Are we all done, Alan, at £2,800? 28, 115 is the, hit the button, Will, hit the button, is the Aston Martin, I suppose that's supposed to say aluminium printed reproduction signs. 2 Aston Martin signs there, aluminium signs there, plastic, there'd be that fibre bond stuff, are they, whatever it's called, that type of thing. There you go then. Where are we going to be on that? 20, £30 bid, £30 we've got, at 30, at £30 bid, at £30 then, at £30 then, at 30. At £30 then, at £30 then, are we all done at 30? At £30 then, are we all done and dusted at £30? £40, at £40 we've got. £40 provisional at 40 in Derby. At £40. At £40, at £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done at 40 and 50 we have. At £50, at £50 then, at 50. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50 bid. £50 then, hammers coming down at 50, be warned. 116 is the lovely machine, the Motor Guzzi there. There we are, look at that, that's an unusual machine, isn't it? What a bonny looking machine as well. There we are, we've got lots of interest here. We've got 18, 19, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2 at £2,200. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200. £2,200. At £2,200. £2,200. Put my teeth in. Still a lot of bike, isn't it? Look at that. At £2,200. Just shows you what you can get for the money nowadays. At 2,002. At 2,002 and 3. 2,003. At £2,300. At £2,300 in Hull. Where at £2,300 are we all done? 4. Staffordshire's in at 24. 2,004. 2,004. At 2,400. 2,5. It's a very unusual bike, that. 2,005. In Gould, 2,005. Good afternoon, Gould. Thank you for your bids. At 2,005. £2,500 we've got. At 2,500. 2,500 then. Hammers coming down at £2,500. Are we all done and dusted at £2,500? Sold. 117. Now 117, we've had a lovely time with the Riley. John, myself, Claire, we went over to the Isle of Man. First time I've been on the island. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Can't wait to go back. In fact, I think we're going back in a couple of months' time. Met up with some friends while we were over there and basically had a lovely jolly, John, didn't we? On the expense of Andy at Air TV, which was even better still. Lovely. Well, you were busy working, but I had a lovely time. Where is Andy? Thanks, Andy, for that. No problem. I've got some more receipts for you in my back pocket when I get a minute. So we had a lovely time. We met the family. We obviously collected the Riley. Had some time with Alan and his mum and so forth. And basically, it was just a lovely few days, John, wasn't it? Very nice. John had a smashing time. He would do. Obviously, he was with me. So yeah, it's all good, wasn't it? All good, all good. And the ferry crossing was mild to moderate. Thank heavens. Yeah, because John and I don't do boats. There you go. Anyhow, where we are, off we go. So the Riley, lovely car. So Mrs. Stevenson, at the age of 90, John prompt me 3, was it? I think 93, has taken advice from the family and decided it's perhaps time to give up the keys, hang the keys up, should I say. Lovely story behind the car. It's a lovely car. Wants obviously a little bit of light recommissioning work because it hasn't actually been used for a year or two. And here it is. So here we go. Yeah, so we've got some interest here, John. We've got 14,250, 14,250, 14,500, 14,750, 14,750, 15,000, 15,250, 15,500, 15,550, 15,750, £16,000 we've got at £16,000, at £16,000 bid. Incidentally, obviously we followed it through with the TV guys and John and so forth, so we would like to follow the car through onto its next custodian if possible. 16,250, 16,500, 16,500 at £16,500, 16,750. Josh is in at 16,750, at 16,750, at £17,000. I think it'll make a lovely episode when it comes out on the programme. At 17,250. Josh, 17,250, 17,250. 17,500, 17,500. Very unusual car. 17,500, 17,750, 17,750, 17,750. £18,000. The type of car that will again go into long-term ownership. So it might be your last chance, 18,250. Your last chance to buy it again for 10 years or more. 18,250 is Josh's bid, sat down there on the phones. 18. Alan's back in at 18,500. 18,500. 18,500. 18,750 says Josh at 18,750. 18,750. £19,000. £19,000. £19,000. £19,000. Just, I think, just a 19,250, Alan, just by a gnat's hair at 19,500 in Northumberland, 19,500. 19,500. And 750 says Alan, 19,750. 19,750. £20,000 we've got. £20,000 bid. £20,000 bid. £20,000 in Northumberland. Who's in Northumberland, Will, quickly?
David.
David?
Yep.
Oh, I tell you what, there's some good Davids on today, isn't there? Well done, David. £20,000 at £20,000. At £20,000. We'll put you in touch with the family, whoever is the successful bidder, because it'd be nice to join all the dots. 20,250, 20,500, 20,500, £20,500. And obviously, John, we would very much like to follow it through to where it goes. At 20,750, 20,000, 21,000, £21,000 we've got. 21. Thank you all for your bids at 21. 21. No, Northumberland, David in Northumberland at 21, not you, Alan. You're out, Josh is out. You're back in at 21,250. 21,250, 21,500. David's bid, 21,500. 21,750. That is Alan on the telephone here.
Yes.
22, David's back in at 22. And 250, 22,250 says Alan.
Yes.
22,500 says David. 22,500. 22,750. 23. 23,250. 23,250. 23,250. 23,500. John and I were lucky enough to have a chat, 23,750, with Mrs. Stevenson before we left, who incidentally was sad. I was going to say she was sadly too sad. She was too sad actually to come out and watch the car go, wasn't she, bless her? It meant that much to her, but made the decision. At 23,750. That's your bid, 23,750. I was quite happy sat on the sofa with a dog. Yeah. 23,750. 23,750. That's your bid, Alan. David, thank you ever so much for trying. Thank you for your bids. Alan, it's your bid at the moment at 23,750. 23,750. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, guys. I'm going to pull the lever then at 23,750 to Alan's telephone bidder at £23,750. pounds bid. Well done. Well done. And then moving swiftly on, because we've got a few to do, is 118 is the 2001 Piaggio. Here we are, the little Piaggio. Lady-owned entered, I think, by the looks of things here. The little Piaggio there. Where we're going to be, you tell me then. £500 bid, thank you very much. At £500, then we're going to sell it at £500. At 500, I'll take a 50 if it helps. At 500, at £500 bid. At 500, excuse me, at 550. At 550. At £550 we have. At 550, £600 bid. At £600 then. At £600 we've got at £650 bid. At 650, at £650, at £650 we have, at £650 are we all done at 6.5, at £650 bid, at £650, £700 bid, at £700, at £700 then, at £700 are we there at 700, at £700, at £700 then are we all done, at £700 then, hammer's coming down at £700 then, I'll take a 25 if it helps, if not it's going to go at £700 then, are we all done and dusted at 725, at 725, at 750, at £750, at 750, £750 then off we go at £750 it's on sale 775 775 at 775 at 775 then at 775 775 then at 775 are we all done at £775. Right, moving on. 2119 is the Trico wiper blade arm and display stand. There we are then. There you go. We've got some bids on it straight away. It's basically a wiper blade stand. Replace your wiper blades once a year. I don't know about the arm, but it's a wiper blade stand, isn't it? Not so much the arm. I don't think they would put arms in there. They would just put obviously various sizes of blades, I would think. £100 we've got anyway. We've got a £100 bid. At £100 then it's going to sell. At £100 then away it goes at £100. At £100 then we've got. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £110 mark. £110. At 110 then. Mark's bid at £110. At £110 then. At 110. Mark your bid at £110. Are we all done? At 110 it's going to Mark's telephone at £110. Mark. And lot number 120 is the Mercedes S500L. There we are. I've actually been for a little drive in this car. I was chauffeur driven in this car by one of the team. I can confirm it drives lovely. There we are then. So where are we going to be on that? We've got some bids already. We've got a £6,000 bid. We've got a £6,000 bid on there at the moment at £6,000. At £6,000. At £6,000 bid. £6,000 bid at 6,000. 6,1. 6,001 says Andy at 6,001. At £6,100 we have Andy's bid at 6,001. At £6,100 we've got £6,100. 6,2. 6,002 at £6,200. 6,3. 6,3. 6,003 at 6,003. £6,300. 6,4. £6,400 at £6,400. 6,400. 6,5. 6,005. It was the Queen of Jordan's chauffeur-driven Mercedes, wasn't it? That's it, yeah. That's right, yeah. They are. Oh, she may have left a few rings in the back or a few other bits. Where are we, Dave? 66, Dave. 6,006. 6,600. At £6,600. 6,006. 6,7. 6,007. £6,700. At 6,007. 6,8. 6,008. £6,800. 6,008. 6,9. 6,009. 6,9 I've got. 6,9. £7,000. At £7,000 here. At £7,000. £7,000. 7,1. 7,001. 7,1. 7,2. 7,002. 7,3. 7,3. 7-3, 7-4, 7-4, 7-5, 7,500, 7,500 pound, 7-6, 7,600 pound we have at 7,600, 7-7, 7-7, 7,700, 7,800, 7,800, 7-9, 7-9, 8,000 pound bid, 8,000 pound, 8,000 pound, 8,000 pound, 8-1, 8-1, 8,100 pound, 8,002, 8-2, 8,002. Is this being followed by you guys? It's being followed by you. Oh, it's being followed by the Bangers and Cash team, ladies and gentlemen. 8,004. 8-4 with Andrew, 8-4. 8-4, Andrew's bid, 8-4. Your bid, 8-4. He doesn't need to think, it's his bid, isn't it? 8,004. I thought it was Andrew's bid at 8-4. 8-5, 8,005, 8,005, 8,005, 8,500. David's bid at 8,500, 8,500. Andrew's out. That's it. You've outrun him. £8,500 then. Hammer's going to come down at £8,500. David, your telephone bidder at £8,500. 8,500. Well done. And moving on to 121 is the Amiga style illuminated poster. Oh, there are there. Amiga style poster. There we are then. Michael's got it on the in display around the back there. Where we're going to be on that? £50 bid, thank you. 50, £60 we have at £60 then. At £60 then at 60. At £60 then. At £60 then we all done. At £60 then. At 60 then. At £60 then. At £60 then. At 60 then. Are we all there at 60? At £60. At £60 you need a little bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs. 122 is the ISO Sport 125. There we are. We've got some bids on there already, Will. We've got 11, 12, £1,300, 13, 14. At £1,400, I'm going to sell at 1,400. At £1,400, it's on sale. At 1,004. At £1,400, we've got. At 1,004, 1,005, 1,006 with me, Mark. 1,600. £1,600 I've got. 1,600. 1,007. £1,700, £1,700, 1,008, 1,008, 1,009, 1,009 I have, 1,900, £1,900 then on sale at 1,900, a very unusual little machine at £1,900. Hammer's coming down, be warned, when it's gone at 1,900. Gone. 123 is the clearly ahead blue spot sign. There we go then. With a bracket, bolt it straight on the wall. There we go, where we're going to be. 3 bids there. We've got 70, 80, £90 and sold. At £90, £100 and the bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At 100 then. At £100 I'm going to sell at £100. At 110. At £110. At 110. At £110. £110, 110, 120. £120 bid. At 120. At £120 then. At £120 bid. At 120 for the first, second, third and last time at 120. Sold. 124 is the Capri. There we are. Michael, you collected the Capri, didn't you? 3 litre Capri. Right. There you go. Michael collected the car. I think one weekend or one evening for us, and been in the family for around about 40 years, you seem to think. Oh, Michael said there, over 40 years, been in the family. There we go then. Lovely little project there for someone. The 3 litre gear Capri. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £3,000 in the way. Thank you. 3,000. At £3,000 bid. 3,000. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3. 3,003, 4, 5. 3,005. At 3,500. At £3,500. 3,005. That's not dear. £3,500. 3,006. £3,600. 3,006. We'll submit it. £3,600 for a 3 litre gear Capri. 3,600 from a long-term ownership. At 3,600. At £3,600. 3,600. Cambridgeshire. We'll submit it. I think the family are hoping and looking for more, but we can always talk and try. At £3,600 then. At 3,600 we will submit it. At £3,600. Very provisional. 125 is a snooker table with various balls and cues. There we are then. £100 and away, thank you. 100 then, 10, 20, 120. £120 bid at 120. £120, 120, at £120 then, at 120, £120, 130, 130 we've got, 130, 130, 140, £140, Andrew's bid at 140, £140 bid, at £140 bid, at £140 then, £140 are we all done at 140 then, £140 then, provisional Andy's bid at £140. £140, 126, 126, 1971 Laverda. Here we are. What a bright machine this is. Look at that. Lovely bright machine. There we are then. And as it should, it's had some bids. So we've got 27, 28, 29, £3,000 bid. We've got £3,000. What a lovely bright machine. At £3,000 we have £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 bid. I'm going to put it on sale. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. Hammer's coming down. It's going to go. 3,001. 3,001. £3,100. Afternoon, Scarborough. 3,001. You're just in by £3,100 then and away at £3,100. I'm going to pull the lever. Off it goes at £3,100. Sold. 127 is the Wills Gold Flake. Enamel sign. There we are again. Andrew's got it. Nice size sign. Go anywhere sign. There we are then. Where are we? 50, 60, £70 bid at £70 of the way. At £70 then. That's cheap enough at that. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 then. At 70. At £70. At £70 then. At £70 then. Are we all done? At 70 for the first. Second. Third and last time. That's cheap enough at £70. 128 is the BSA. It's your little 350. 650. Oh, deceiving. There we are, 650, BSA. There we are. Where are we? You tell me. £2,000 bid, thank you, 2,000. 2-1, 2, 2-2, 2-3. At 2,003, 2-4. At 2,400, cheap buy. 650, I thought it was a smaller one. There we are, 2,400. At £2,400, they're cheap now, aren't they? They really are such good value for money, some of these bikes. At 2,004, at £2,400, at £2,400 then, at 2,400 then, are we all done? At 2,400, 129, the Austin Healey, 106. The one to buy, in my opinion. I like the 106, it's a nice little car, it's a 106. There we are then, you tell me where we're going to be. This is very sensible on the figures as well. Look at the figures. Sensible on the figures. We have got 16,000. I bet 16,255. 16,005. 16,5. 16,750. 17,000. At 17,255. 17,5. At 17,500. At 17,500. You're not going to find a cheaper Healey. 17,500. What's wrong with it? Has it got 3 wheels or something? Let's have a look. 17. Factory UK car. New canvas hood, side screens, wire wheels, adapters included. Oh, it's got a set of wire wheels with it as well. 2 former keepers. Well, look at that. 17,500. 17,500. 17,500. At £17,500. At 17,500. at 17,500. Very, 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 very provisional at 17,500 pounds. And moving on to lot number 130 is the Lotus Elan. Oh yeah, this is a star car. Michael, you should be jumping up and down. This is a lovely looking car, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful car. Yeah, it's one of those cars, as you're walking through into the unit, you can't help but stop and turn around and look at it. It's an absolute eyeful, a lovely, lovely car. Nice bit of information there from Rob, the owner, telling you all about it and so forth. Just a lovely car. Yeah, up there, top shelf car, beautiful. Where we're going to be on that? We've got 34,000 there, please then, Josh, at 34. 34,250, 34,5. At 30, 34,5 and 750, sorry, 34,750. At 35. At 35 then at 35. At 35,000 pound. At 35,000 pound then. At 35,000 pound. I think you'll struggle to find a nicer, cleaner car. At 35. At 35 then. At 35,000 pound. At 35,000 pound. At 35,000, lovely colour scheme. 35,000 pound then. At 35,000 pound, he needs a bit more. And I don't blame him. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll try their best to put you a deal together. But I don't blame Rob. He does need a bit more for it. I think I would if it was mine. Moving on to lot number 131 is the Miller's Oil Every Time Pyramid Can. Andrew's got it there. Thank you. £80 and away, straight away, £80, thank you, £80 bid. At £80 then, at £80 bid we've got £80. £80 bid, £90 we have at 90. At £90, at £90, at £100, at £100 we've got. At £100 then, at £100 bid at 100. At £100, at £100 then, at £100 are we all done? Master Mortain, look at that, hello Master Mortain. At £100, I used to live in Shelton. At £100 we've got. At £100 then. At £100 are we all done? At £100 then. Hammer's coming down. At £100 then are we all done and dusted? 132, the Mercedes, what we're talking about. The Suzuki Grand Vitara. Here we are. Excuse me. Lots of interest in this little car. There we are. We have got 5 bids on there, taking us from 26, 27, 28, 29 and £3,000. 3,001 please, Josh. At £3,100 we have. At 3,001. At £3,100. At 3,001. On sale at £3,100. I'm going to sell it. 3,2, 3,3, 3,003, £3,300. At 3,003. £3,300. 3,003. At £3,300. It's on sale at £3,300 then for the first, second, third and last time at 3,304 and 5. 3,005. 3,005. I'll take a 50 if it helps, Josh. 3,005, just to keep my figures right. At 3,005. At £3,500 I've got. At 3,500. At £3,500 and 50. I did that because I've got 3,600 on my sheet. And I was going to get myself into a corner then, wasn't I? £3,600 I've got. I've got a bid here with me, a commission bid. £3,600. £3,600 I have. At £3,600 it's going to go. 3,600. 3,650. You're just in, Cumbria. I'm sure you've worked out you're only just in at 3,650. At £3,650. At £3,650. 3,650. Hammer's coming down at £3,650. It's going to go. It's gone. 133 Danish long bicycle. Here we are. Look at that. Bit of fun. Where we're going to be on that? £80 bid. I see £80 we've got. £80 bid. £80 bid there at £80. £80 bid. £80. Asking his next one's a tenner, Josh, not 180. Good lad. £80 we've got. £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 bid then. Bit of fun, isn't it? £80. £90 we have. At £90. £90. £90 then. At £90. £90 are we all done? Anyone going to round it up to 100? We've got £90 on the table. At £90. At £90 then are we there? At 90. £100. Thank you, Beverly. At £100. At £100 then. £100, I'm going to put it on sale at £100. It's on sale at £100. £100 and 10. 110. 110. 110. £110. 110 then. Hammer's coming down. It's going to be sold then. Cheap enough then at £110. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. It's gone. 134, the Ford KA. There we are. Sport SE. Wow, look at that. There we are then. We've got some bids on the books here. We've got £800 bid, please, Josh. £800 then. Provisional then at £800 then. Are we all done at £800? £800 I've got. £800 then. If that's the bid, I'm going to put it down provisional £800. £800 then. Are we all done? £800 then. Provisional bid on the floor. £900 we've got. Thank you, Josh. £900. £900. £900 we have. £900. £1,000. £1,000. £1,000 we have at £1,000 then on sale. I'm going to put it on sale now at £1,100. £1,100. £1,100 and on sale at £1,100. £1,100 and 12. Thank you, 12. At £1,200. £1,200. Off to Lincoln at 12 and 13. 13. Lincoln, you're out. £1,300 we've got. £1,300. £1,300. Are we all there? £1,300 then. Hammer's going to drop down at £1,300. Sold. 135 is the underground air raid shelter enamel reproduction sign. There you go. 70 quid we've got. £70 and sold. At £70 then I'm going to sell. At £70 then on sale at £70 then. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then I'm going to sell it. At £70 then Hammer's going to drop down at 70 then. £70 then it's all done at 70. It's going to go 136. Now these are good value, aren't they? Look at these. Land Rover, Range Rover Sport, TDV6. There we are. Look at this for value for money. We have got 3 bids. We got 27, 28 there. 2008, 29, £3,000 bid we've got. £3,000 bid. At £3,000 we have. At £3,000 bid. £3,000 then. At £3,000 we've got. £3,000. 3,000. 3,1. 3,100. At £3,100. At £3,100 we've got. 3,001. £3,100 then. Excuse me, 3,001. £3,100 then. Excuse me, 3,001. At 3,001 it's on sale. At £3,100 then it's going to go. At £3,100 then Hammer's coming down at 3,1. Be warned, it's going to go. It's gone. 137 is the wooden hand painted. There we are. We, as I keep saying, we call these wall fillers. 2 or 3 of these on a wall transform the feel of a building. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? 20, 30, £40 then. At £40 we've got. At £40 then. At £40 of it. At 40. At 40, £50 and sold at 50. At £50 then. At £50 are we all done at 50. At £50 then. Hammer's coming down at £50. Are we all done and dusted at £50? We are. 138 is the Ford Cortina GL. Ford Cortina GL, here we go. Dead sensible on the money as well, look at that. That's not over dear, is it? I know she wants a little bit of TLC, but look, that's not overpriced, is it? 1,005, £1,600 we have at 1,600. At £1,600. At £1,600 we've got. 1,600 then. At £1,600 then. At 1,600 we'll submit it. At £1,600. 139, the Triumph TR3. There we are. Fancy a little bit of continental touring? This is the one for you, because those are among you that are a little bit more switched on would have spotted that the steering wheel's on the other side. So there you are then, a left-hand drive, perfect for a bit of continental there. TR3, where are we going to be? You tell me where we're going to be on this. We have got, I'm just seeing what we've got coming up here. We've got £8,000 there, please, Josh. £8,000 we've got. 8 1 2 3 8 3 8 4 5 8,500. £8,500. That's a cheap TR, isn't it? 8,500. At £8,500. At £8,500 then. 8,500 then for the TR3. £8,500. £8,500. 8,500. Cheap TR. 8,500. Is that all we have at 8,005? James is looking for a bit more. I don't blame him. Have a word, 8,600. 8,006. £8,600. £8,600. Very provisional, Northumberland at 8,600. £8,600. £8,600. Are we there? Just giving you a minute. If not, I'm going to drop the hammer down at £8,600 on a provisional basis then. Are we all done? At £8,600 Northumberland, that is provisional obviously at 8,600. Provisional. Lot number 140 is a 65 Mercedes 230S, which looks a very bright car. Looks a nice thing. Have you got that with you, Michael? Oh, Michael's been for a little toodle around the industrial estate in the Mercedes, and he's just informed me she drives lovely. So there you go. That's nice to know. Thank you very much. So where are we with that? We've got 6,005, 66, 6,007, £6,700. At 6,007, at £6,700 then, at £6,700. That's a lot of car, isn't it? At £6,700 for the 230S. At 6,007, at £6,700, 68, 6,800. At £6,800, 6,008. At £6,800, Northallerton, thank you. At 6,008, it is provisional, Northallerton. At £6,800, 6,800. At £6,800, looks a lot of car. At 6,008. Are we all then? So the internet, it's your bid at £6,800 then in Northallerton. Are we there? We'll try for you. 6,800. That's provisional. 141 is the Kawasaki style clock. Let the good times roll. There we are then. Andy there is demonstrating the clock. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? Who wants to start me? £20, £30 bid. At £30 we have at 30. At £30 then, £40 then, at £40. At £40 then, 40. At £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. At £40 then, are we all there at 40? At 40 then, at £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done? At £40 then, at £40 bid, then are we all done and dusted at £40? Oh, £50 bid, £50 bid, at £50 bid, at £50 bid. Who's that, mate? At £50 bid, at £50 bid, at £50 bid, at £50 bid then, at £50 bid, are we all done at £50? Give me a quick note on that. And then we have the Saab. We have the Saab, which is lot number 142. The Saab 93 SE Turbo. There we are there, look at that. The Saab 93 SE Turbo. 7 bids. Must have started quite low. 7 bids on our screen there, on my screen there, which takes us to £750. It looks a cheap car. £750. Where's your little YTS lad? He had one of these, didn't he? He wants to buy another one. Where's he gone? Yeah. There you are, £750 we've got. At £750, that's a cheap Saab. At £750. At £750 then at 750. We'll submit it for you at £750. At £750 then on the Saab 93 SE. At £750 then at 750. At £750, it looks amazingly cheap at £750. We'll submit that for you. I'll put it to the office and I'll just make sure that all the ducks are lined up on that one. 143. I think it was, yeah. I thought it was. 143, Great Western Railway. Signed, quiet please, Andrew. There we are. Where are we then? You tell me. 10, 20, 30, £40 we've got. £40 bid. At 40, £50 then at 50. At £50 then. At £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 bid. At 50. At £50 then. At £50. At £50 then. At £50 then. Hammer's going to drop down at £50. Are we all done and dusted? Lot number 144 is the Porsche 924, a very, very sensibly priced Porsche 924, may I add. There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? We have got 5, 6, 7, £800 bid, 8, £900 then at £900. That's cheap, isn't it? At £900 then, at £900 then. That's a fantastic little project for someone. At £900, £1,000, Czech Republic. Good afternoon. At £1,000, I've got £1,100 bid on my sheet here. Check, you're out. £1,100 I've got. £1,100 then. You're back in at £1,200. At £1,200 then. At £1,200 then. At £1,200. At £1,200 then it's going to be gone. At £1,200 then. Off she goes then. At £1,200 are we all done at 12? Oh, £1,300. Cornwall's in. At 1,300. 1,003. Check, you're back in at 1,400. 1,400. £1,400. At £1,400. 15. 15 in Cornwall. 1,500. Cornwall bid at 1,500. Check, you're out. Cornwall, you're in. £1,500 then. At £1,500 then. Are we all done at £1,500? Hammer's coming down at 15. Check, you're back in at 16. 1,600. £1,600. At £1,600. £1,600 then. Hammer's going to drop at £1,600. Be warned, it's gone. It's gone. 145. Yeah, penny farthing style machine there. There you go. There you look at that. Ride it home tonight. Where are we? We have got some bids here. We've got 6, 7, £800 bid. £800 we have. £800. £800 bid. Dave, you're in at 9. 900. We just beat Northampton, I think, there, Josh. We're at 1,000 anyway, so stop waffling on. £1,000. £1,100 we have. 1,100. £1,100. 12. 1,200. 13. 1,003. 1,004. 1,005. 1,500 we've got. 1,005. 1,006. 1,007. £1,700 we have. 1,007. £1,700. 1,008. 1,9. 1,009. Who's going to round it up? We've got 1,009. £2,000 bid. £2,000. 2,1. 2,001. £2,100 bid. Northampton, thank you for your bids. Thank you all for your bids. At 2,001, then off she goes to Northampton. 2,2. 2,002. 2,002. 2,3. 2,3. 2,3. 2,4. 2,4 we have. 2,5. 2,5. 2,006. 2006. 2006 we've got on the telephones here today. Thank you, Northampton. However, David, you're in at 2006 on the phone today at £2,600. It's David's bid there at 2007. Kent's back in. Back in again, Kent. Thank you. 2007. 27. 2008 says David. 2008. 2008. David's bid again. You're back in. You're back in the saddle, Dave. I'd like to see you on it. 2,800 at £2,800. 2,800 2,9. Northampton's back in. 2009. £3,000. £3,000 we've got. £3,000. £3,000 we have. David's bid at £3,000 then. I'm going to have to pull the lever at £3,000. Be warned though, when it goes down it's gone. At £3,000 it's David's bid at £3,000. Fair warning. £3,000 David's bid. 146 is the CVR and a very, very nice, very pretty CVR at that. Nice bit of information there supplied by Christopher. Thank you very much. It tells you all about it. New items, calipers, alternator, fuel hoses, battery, water pump, radiator record, gearbox mount, diff mount, you name it. There you go. Now there you go. That's someone who's looking after the car, isn't it? There you go. Christopher, thank you very much for that. Where are we going to be on that? £7,000, 7,750. I see we've got there, Josh. At 7,750. Thank you. At £7,750 we have. At 7,750. At 7,750. £8,000 says Mark. £8,000. £8,000. It's a nice car. At £8,000 we have. £8,000. 8,250. Andy's bid. 8,250. 8,250, 8,250, 8,500, 8,500 pound, 8,500, 8,750, 8,750, 8,750, 9,000 pound, 9,000 pound, 9,000 pound we've got, and a quarter, 9,250, 9,250, 9,500 says Mark, 9,500, 9,005, 9,005, 9,005, 9,005. I'm going to put it on sale then. Mark's your bid. £9,500 then. It's going to go at £9,500 then. It's Mark's bid at £9,500. Are you sure? 9,750. 9,750. 9,750. £10,000 says Mark. £10,000. Mark's bid. £10,000. 10,250. Andrew standing. 10 and a quarter. 10,500. 10,500. 10,500. And 750. 10,750. Pretty car. 10,750. 11 says Mark. 11,000. £11,000 says young Mark. 11 and a quarter. 11,250. 11,500 says Mark. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500. 11,750. 12,000 pounds says Mark at 12,000. 12,000 pounds says Mark. 12,000 on Marks and a quarter. 12,250. 12,250. 12,500. Mark's in at 12,500. 12,500. 12,500 we've got. 12,750. 12,750. 13,000 says Mark. 13,000. 13,000 pounds says Mark at 13. 13. 13,000. 250. 13,250. 13,250. Did you want £100, Mark? 13,250. 13,250. Not to worry, Andrew, you're there at 13,250. At 13,250, then Andrew, you're in it at £13,250. Sold. Be sure and put Mark down as the underbidder there. 147 is the Silverstone Trials clock. That's nice. Look at that. That's a nice touch. We've got a number of bids here. Got a load of bids on there, Will, when you're back in the silly seat. Taking us to £180, please. £180 we've got. £180 there. Thanking you. 180 we have at £180 bid. Oh, £180 then. Oh, 180 then. Oh, 180. That's a nice little thing, that. 180 then. Oh, £180 then. Are we all done? Oh, 180. 190 we've got. 190. Sorry, 200. I apologise. £200. At £200 then. At £200 then at 200. At £200 then at 200. At £200 are we all done? At £200 hammers coming down. Be warned at £200. 210. 210, £210, 220 I've got, 220, at £220, at £220, at 220 for the first, second, third and last time, at 230, £230 then, at 230 then, at £230, hammers coming down at 230, be warned. Sold. 148 is the Toyota MR2, there we are, lady owner entered there. Thank you, Janice, for that. Nice little bit of information. Only one owner from you with very low mileage on the clock. Look at that. Look at that. There you are. Lovely, lovely car. Just looking through a few bits myself there. One owner from you, low mileage on the clock. There we are. There, she's lovely, isn't she? 5 bids already on the screen there, taking us to 7,250, Will, please. 7,250. 7,250. Oh, Will, you rotter. I don't want to take £50 bids, do I? 7,003. 7,4. 7,5. That's more like it. 7,500. At 7,500. 7,006. At £7,600. At 7,600. At £7,600. 7,600. You've got to buy these when they come up like this. 7,007. 7,8. 7,008. 7,800. 7,9. 7,9. 7,9. There's not an MR2 like this on every street corner. 7,9. £8,000 we've got. £8,000. £8,000 then 8,000. £8,000. 8,1. 8,2 with Andy. That was Andy's bid at 8,2. 8,002. He was waving away at 8,2. 8,002. Internet just peeped you, but Andy, it's you at £8,200. 8,002. 8,002. 8,3. Against you. 8,003. £8,300. £8,300 then, and we all done? 8,4. 8,004. 8,400. £8,400. 8,004 then. 8,005. 8,005. 8,500 then. Hammer's coming down. When it goes at £8,500 then. 8,6. 8,006. 8,600. 8,7. 8,007. Just giving you a moment. 8,007. £8,700 then. At £8,700, I'm going to have to drop the hammer down at £8,700. Thank you all for your bids. At £8,700, be warned and fair warning. £8,700, thank you. I'll just do these couple, then Paul will just do a few. I'll get a cup of tea. We'll do 149, Andrew, which is the big Pirelli double-sided light-up box. There we are then. Number of bids on this one. Wow, quite a lot of bids on this one. There we are, a load of bids on this. 10 bids taking us to £440, please, Will. At £440 we've got. At £440 then. At £440 bid. At 440. At £440 bid. At 440. 440, 460. At £460. At 460. 480. At £480. At 480, £500 bid. At 500 we have. At £500. At £500 then. £500 then, are we all there? £500 and 20. Stockton, 520. At 520, 540. County Durham. At 540. At 540, 560. 580, £580. At 580. £580. At £580. 580. 580. 580. Sorry, 580, £600 at £600 we've got. £600. £600 then at 600. £600. 620. £620 we have. 640. 640. 640. £640. At £640 are we there? At £640. 660. 680. 680 we have. 680. At £680. £680 then, are we all done at 680? £680 then, Hammer's coming down at 680, be warned. It's going at £680. So, let's do this one. Lot 150 is the VW bar. There you are, the camper fronted bar. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £500 bid at £500 on the way. At £500 then. At £500 I'll take a 25 will. At £500 we'll submit it. At £500 then. At £500 are we all done and dusted then? We'll put it down at £500 then. See what they say at £500 then. On a provisional basis. £500. Thank you very much. And then Paul's just going to do a few. There you go, thank you.
Right then, and we're moving on to lot number 151, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, which is a Michelin tin reproduction sign and an AGV sign. There we are, Mick's got them there for you. There we go, £30 bid. At £30 then, £30 bid at the aluminium, Mick. At £30, yeah, aluminium I think, yep. £30 then, £30 then is the 40, be sharp. At £30 bid. At 30, who wants 40? At £30 then we'll submit it. At £30 then for the first, provisionally, second, third and last £40 he says. Bury St Edmunds, good afternoon. At £40. £40 then is the 50. At £40 bid. At 40 they'll come, I'm sure. £50 and on sale. At £50 there, over in Lancashire. At £50, thank you. At £50 then, £50 then, selling and away then for the first, second, third and last time at £50, £60. £60 there, Cornwall. At £60. £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60. Sold at £60, thank you. And we move on to 152, the little Midas. There we are then, the little Midas sits up there. Look, you've all seen it, I'm sure. Lovely little thing. It's part of the Bangers and Cash Restoring Classics team. They've given you a good brief on the car down here. There's loads of interest, Will. There's actually 15 bids there, look, Will. Yep. Ranging from soppy ones up to £5,000 bid. So £5,000. We have to submit the best bid of the day at £5,000 bid. The little Midas, lovely, lovely little car. At £5,000. At £5,000 then, who wants 5-1? At £5,000 bid. Bidder number 6, treble 058. At £5,000 bid. At 5,000 then. No. Are we allowed to say that? Hey? They've got more than double this in it. But it's got lovely new seats, Holly says. All right, the work has been undertaken by Southwest Lotus, Dave tells me. Right. There you go. So, there you go. Southwest Lotus, well done, do a good job. We've never met you, but you seem to do a good job, so well done. So, there you are. £5,000 bid. It's less than half the cost of the car. £5,000. I don't want to keep rubbing that in, Holly, sorry about that. But it has got lovely seats. At £5,000 then. At 5,000 is the 5-1, be sharp. At £5,000 then, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £5,000, very provisionally then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5,000. We'll try for you. Might not be your best purchase, that one, Holt. And just before we move on to 153, ladies and gentlemen, the provisionals guys, Charlie and Jill over there, have been doing what they do. Lot number 48, the Kawasaki ZR1200. That has been sold. Lot 52, the registration number 7HRU. Sold. Lot 70, the Motor Guzzi. Sold. Lot 74, the Suzuki. Sold. Lot 79, the Lambert's T-Sign. Sold. Lot 104, the Ford Capri, has been sold. Lot 86, Arthur's Rally Runabout, has been sold. Lot 84, the Honda SA50, has been sold. Lot 115, Aston Martin signs, and 124, a Ford Capri gear, have also been sold. So well done. That is the importance of getting your name down and get them provisional bids. On to 153, the Touareg Jeep electric car with a charger. There we are, £40 bid. At £40, £50 he says. On sale, at £50 bid. At 50 is a 60. At £50 then, £50 then, 60 he says. £60, 70 on the internet. At £70 then, at £70. At 70 who wants 80. At £70 then, at £70 then we're going to sell it. At £70 there, looking round for the first, 80 and 90, at 90, at £90. At 90 then, Hammer's coming up then. Okay, Yeah, I saw that. At 90, I'll take a fiver if it helps, because it helps Will's figures. At 90, £90 then, the hammer's coming up, then we're going to sell it. At 90, 95, £100. Thanks, Will, I see exactly what you were doing. At £100 bid. At 100 then, at £100 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 100. Thanking you. And we move on to 154, the 1925 Francis Barnett. Look at that. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration. It's Francis Barnett Model 3, according to the vendor there. There you go. He should know. He'll know his bikes. There you go. Look, what a lovely, lovely looking thing. Beautiful. Put it on a shelf next to the TV. Superb. Where are we going to be? You tell me. 18, he says. 1,800, look. £1,800. At 1,800. At 1,819, I should think so. At £1,900. At 19 is a 2,000. At 1,900, it looks too cheap to be true. At £1,900 bid. At 1,900 then, at £1,900. At 1,900 then, we'll submit it. At £1,900 then for the first, very provisionally, for the second, third and last time. We'll try for you, Aberdeenshire. And we're moving on to 155, the Coleman's Mustard reproduction sign. There it is, look. Nice little sign. We have 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100. £100 then, who wants 10? At £100 bid. At £100 there, at £100, who wants a tenner? At £100 then, 110, 120. At 120, at £120. 120 at £120 bid. At 120 then 130. At 130 county down. At £130 there. Is there 40? At £130 then the hammer's coming up then. At £130. County down. Good luck to you. And we move on to 156, the Kawasaki KH400. Here we are. What a lovely little bike. What a little cracker. There we are, look. Lots of interest here with me. Dogs are getting all excited. Dogs like it. In original candy green, 1,000 miles only since full restoration. There we go, fitted with a Higgs-speed exhaust system. Lovely. There we go. Two bids there, Will, taking us up to 52.50 at £5,250 bid. Bidder number 600288 at 5250 bid. At 5250, 5250 bid then. Who wants 55? At £5,250. At 5,250. At 5250 bid. At £5,250. I'll take 100 if it helps. It does. 5350. 5450. Back at you, Ripon. At 5450. At 5450 bid. At 5450. 5550. 5650 will. At 5650. At 5650. At 5650. 5650 then, is that it? Are we done? 5750. 5850 will. At 5850. At 5850 bid. At 5850. 5850 there, what do we think, Ripon? At 5850 then. 5850 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5850. Yes. We've just got the dogs being released. Who let the dogs out? There we go. And we've got what, sorry, Will? I missed most of that.
So we've got 2,600 on YouTube.
Oh, we have.
Can you do a shout out in the live?
We have a couple of thousand guys watching on the YouTube there. Thanks for stopping in and calling in and whatever you call it. Well done. Good to see you. Thank you. And we're on to. Pardon?
Press the like button.
Oh, Will says you've got to press the like button. You've got to like it. And subscribe, Phil said. Subscribe. I don't know what they're on about. Anyhow, there we are then, and we're moving on to 157. Let's get back in the room. 157, the Beck Meter Restored Shell Fuel Pump. There you go. Mick's pointing to it. Oh, there he is. Yeah, lovely. There you go. Has it got any internals? Yeah. There you go. We think it has. There we are then. You tell me then, £1,800. £1,800 bid at £1,800. At £1,800 then, at 1,800 is the 19. At £1,800 there, at 1,800. At £1,800 then, at 1,800 shall we say 19. 1,800 there, at 1,800 then we'll submit it. £1,800 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 1,800. We'll talk, top right. And we move on. We've got some more solds coming through there, but I'll do them in a minute or two. 158, ladies and gentlemen, which is a 1995 VW Golf GL. There we are, look. Has been in the same family since new, 2 registered owners, stored for 10 years following bereavement, original paint, couple of blisters, inside's lovely. Brakes need attention. There you go. I think there's a bit of a low brake pedal if memory serves. There we are then. Can we get £600? £600, look. That's £600. £600 then the Volkswagen Golf. £600 bid. At 600. At £600. At 600. At £600 then. Oh, there you go. At £600. £600 there. I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £600. £600 then. Cheap little runabout for you. At £600 bid. At £600 then. Do you want a 50? Be sharp. At £600 then we'll pull the lever. 600, 650. This is what you're watching us. You want to come up here. At £650. At 650 there is the 700. At £650 bid. £650 then we're going to sell it provisionally. £650 for the first. For the second, third and last time at 650. Provisionally, hope you get it. And we move on to 159, which is a Power Exide reproduction, double-sided. There we are, look at that. It is repro, but double-sided. There we are, we have £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At £40, 50, £50 bid. At £50, £50 then. Barnsley, good afternoon. At £50 bid. At £50 there. At 50, who wants 60? At £50, don't forget it's double-sided. At £50 bid. At £50 then. £50 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £50 for the first, second, £60 and on sale. At 60 and 70, £70 bid. At £70 then, at 70 who wants 80. At £70 there, £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. £70, thank you. And we move on to 160. Oh, I've been looking for one of these. Honda 504 Mike Hellwood replica fairing with a spare new visor. Oh, if only, eh? If only. There we are. You tell me, can we get 60 quid bid? Can we get 70 quid bid? That'd be even better, wouldn't it? Is there anyone there, Will? No? It's a bit of a bespoke thing, really, isn't it? Let's be fair. Let's be fair. If you've been interested in that one, ladies and gents, ring the office. We'll move on to 161. Here we are.
I've got some 60.
Oh, you got £60. Oh, there you go. Filing Thorpe. There you go. I know you. You'll have a bite that'll slip straight on. £60 bid. We're still on lot 160, ladies and gents. At £60 bid. At £60 there. Does anyone want 70? At £60 bid. At £60 then we'll submit it. At £60 there. Looking round for the first, second, third and last time. We'll try for you, Filing Thorpe. Thank you. And we move on to 161, which is the Rally Chopper sign. There we are, Perspex sign. Mick's got it there for you. There you go, lovely little sign. There we are. You tell me then, £50, £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50, £50 there. At £50, who wants 60? At £50 there, at 50, £50 then, £50 then. The hammer's coming up then, we'll sell it provisionally at £50. Top right. And on to 162. There we are then. 2004 Bentley Continental GT Auto. There we go. Owned by the vendor for the last 8 years. Maintained regardless of cost. Full Bentley service history. Lots of MOTs. Bills, cam belts changed at 79,000 miles, cream leather, heated and massage seats, new black alloys a couple of months ago, and he's now downsized and got no room. Oh dear, that's a shame, isn't it? That's a shame. You should have stayed where you are and kept your Bentley. £7,000 bid there with you, Will. At £7,000. It looks a good buy, that, doesn't it? And a quarter, I should think so, Mark. 7,250 says Mark. 7,500. 7,005. At 7,005. 7,750 was actually Mark. 8,000 on the internet, absolutely. £8,000 bid. And a quarter says Mark. 8,250. 8,500. 8,500. 8,005. How many miles this one done, Ash? 8,005. 8,750. £9,000. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 there. £9,000. 9,000 and a quarter. 9,250. At £9,250. 9,500. 9,500. At 9,500. At 9,500, who wants 750? At 9,000, it is for sale, ladies and gentlemen. This car is for sale. At 9,750 bid. At 9,750, they're for nothing, Will. £10,000. At 10,000. £10,000 bid. Who wants 250? At £10,000, then it looks terrific value. That is the buy of the day. £10,000 bid on sale. £10,000. Who wants 250? £10,000. At 10,000. £10,000. Only £10,000. 250. 10,250. I should think so. 10,500. 10,005. At 10,005. 10,005. At 10,500. Where's 750? £10,500 bid. At 10,500, how cheap have these got to be? At 10,500, then who wants 750? 10,500, it's for nothing. You're going to have an accident on the way home thinking about it. £10,500. At 10,500. 10,500, the hammer's coming up. At £10,500 then for the first. For the second, third and last time. There you go, that is the buy of the day. Can't believe it. And we move on to 163, the vintage style rocking horse. There you go, cheap to run this one. There we are then. We got £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100, who wants 10? At 100, 110 he says. 110, £110. At £110 then. Who wants 20? At £110. At £110 then. £110 then, we'll submit it. At £110 there, looking round provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 110. And on to 164, which is a Jaguar S-Type V6 Auto, owned by the vendor for the last 9 years, dry stored for 5 years, 2 former keepers. There we are, look, only selling as we have moved the house and no longer have the garage space. There we go, there you go. And we have got 8, 9, £1,000 bid at £1,000 and on sale, I might add, at £1,000. £1,000 bid is there 1,100. At £1,000 then. At £1,000, who wants 11? £1,000, 1,100 says Leeds. £1,100 then. £1,100 there in Leeds. £1,100 then, who wants 12? £1,100 then. At £1,100 then it's selling. At £1,100 then for the first. 1,200. At £1,200. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, do you want 13 Leeds? At £1,200 then, the hammer's coming up then at £1,200. Sold at 1,200. And we're on to 165, underground air raid shelter enamel reproduction sign. There we are then. Interest here with me, Will, please. We have 80, we have 90, we have 100, we have 10, we have 20, £120 bid. Up £120 then, up £120 bid. Up 120, up £120. 120 then, who wants 30? Up £120 then, looking round then, we're going to sell it. Up £120 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 120. And we're moving on to 166, which is the Yamaha, the 1986 Yamaha RD 350 LC. It says here, there we are then. It's a 350. It's been restored and set up on a dyno. There you go, 21,000 miles showing. There you go, speaks for itself. The little bike's a little cracker. There you go. There we are. Where are we going to be then? You tell me, where are we going to be, Will? What we got there? We got 3.5. We got 3,005 there, look. At 3,500. At 3,500. At 3,500 pounds. At 3,500 there. At 3,500, 36. 3,006. At 3,600, 7. At 3,007. 3,007 across in Northallerton. At 3,700. And 8. 3,008 down in Cornwall at £3,800 bid. At 3,800 then, at 3,800, what do we think? At 3,800 we'll submit. 39, 39, at 3,900. At 3,900 and 4,000 says Cornwall. At £4,000 then, at 4,000 do you want 100? At £4,000 then we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £4,000 then, looking round for the first, provisionally, second, third and 41, 4-1, don't leave it till the last minute, guys. At 4,100, what do we think, Cornwall? At £4,100 bid. At 4,100, 4-2, 4,002, at 4,002, what do we think, Northallerton? At £4,200, at 4,200 for the first, 4-3, 4,003, at 4,300, 4,003, at 4,300 then for the first, 4-4, whose idea was this 100? 4-4, £4,400 bid, at 4,400, 4,400 then, provisionally then, 4-5, 4,005, don't leave it till the last minute, at 4,005. Who wants 6? Cornwall wants 6. 4,006. 4,006. It's a long way to come though, isn't it, Northallerton? You're only just down the road. At 4,600. At 4,600, shall we say 7? At 4,600 then. Looking round then for the first. 4-7. 4,007. At £4,700. 4-8. 4,008. At 4,800, at £4,800, at 4,800, do you want 9? At £4,800 then, we're going to submit it, at 4,800 then for the first, for the second, provisionally, £4,800. Hope you get it, Cornwall, you were trying hard, thank you. Thanks for your bids there, Northallerton. And on to 167, the Wizard Hydraulic Jacks reproduction double-sided sign. No. We got it, Mick? No, we haven't got it through there. No, there we are then. Double-sided reproduction Wizard Hydraulic Jacks. There we go. We got £10, £20, £30, £40, £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 and 50. £50 there, at £50. £50 then, and 60, £60, 70, £70 bid. 80 he says, at £80, and 90, £90 there, at £90 bid. At 90, at £90 then, 100, £100, at 110, 110, 110, at 110. £110 then is the 20, be sharp, at £110 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 110. Thank you. And we move on to 168, which is the 2004 Land Rover Range Rover Vogue V8 Auto. There we are then. You've all seen it, I'm sure. 4.4 V8. There you go. Lot of car. An awful lot of car. We've got a couple of bids, Will, at 2,500, 2,600 here with me. At £2,600 bid. At 2,600. At £2,600 then. Looks good value. At £2,600. At 2,600, who wants 7? At £2,600 then. We're going to sell it at £2,600 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,600. Top right, thank you. And we're moving on to 169, which is a Firestone reproduction enamel sign. There we are, look, nice little sign, little wall fillers, aren't they? They're great little things. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We got £30 here with me, Will. At £30 bid. At £30 then. At 30 and 40, £40. At 40, £40 then. At 40, who wants 50? At £40 there. At £40 bid. At £40 then, we'll submit it. At £40 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. £40, thank you. And on to 170. Ooh, jet ski. 2017 Yamaha Wave Runner jet ski. Bit of you, Will? No? No, I ain't got web feet either. No, there we are then. You tell me, is there a couple of thousand to kick us off? There must be a couple of £1,000 for a Yamaha Wave Runner. There is, look, there's £3,200. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200, a load of fun to be had, summer's nearly here. At £3,200. At 3,002, who wants 3? At £3,200 then. At 3,200. At £3,200 then, we'll submit it. At £3,200, 33. 33. At 3,334. 3,004. At 3,400. At 3,400, do you want 5? At 3,005. 35. At 3,500. At 3,536. 3,006. At 3,006, it'll come. At £3,600. At 3,600, was that a bid, Father? 3,700. 3,800. At 3,800. I thought Father bid then. At 3,008. At 3,008, 3,900. At 3,009, I think he just hits his nose. £4,000 and on sale. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000. At £4,000. I could see you on it, you know. At 4,100. At 4,001 and 2. All right, maybe not, no. At 4,002 and 3. 4,3, 4, 4,004. At 4,400. At 4,400. Are you sure? You're missing the trick. The summer's nearly here. You will, you're right, yeah. At 4,400. You could commute on it if we get much more rain, Mick. Aye, I know. At £4,400 bid. At 4,400 then 4,500. 4,005. At 4,500. At 4,600. At £4,600. At 4,600 then what do we think? At £4,600 then the hammer's coming up then. We're going to sell it. 4,700. 4,007. At £4,700. At 4,700. At 4,700. Do you want 8? Be sharp. At 4,700 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,700. Sold at 4,700. Thanks for your bids, guys. You'll have a load of fun with that.
Can I just read this out on YouTube from courtesy of Mark? He says that buying a Bentley is like getting married. It's not the honeymoon that gets you, it's years of maintenance afterwards. But he goes on to say, but time is a good healer, especially when you buy a Rolls Royce vintage.
Oh, there you go, there you go. He's got it all sussed out, hasn't he? There you go. And we move on to lot 171, the British Army War Office enamel sign. Look, repro sign, look, little one, there it is, look, Andy's got it, £70 bid. At £70 then and on sale. At £70 there, at £70 bid. At £70 then who wants 80? Be sharp. At £70 then, we're gonna drop the hammer. £80 bid. At 80, £80 bid. At 80 is the 90. At £80 then, selling and away then. At £80, 90, only just Clapton. At £90 bid. At 90, who wants 100? At £90 then. At £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90. Sold at 90, thank you. And we're moving on to 172, the 2001 Vauxhall Vectra SRI 150. There we are, 5 owners, MOT till November 2026. Last service done with MOT, oil and filter at 118,000. No cam belt on these ones, these were chain drive. There you go. Spent a couple of £1,000 on bodywork this year. Maybe last year perhaps, I don't know, but anyway, there you are. So, there we are then, there you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me. Is there 2.5 there, did I see, Will? Is there 2.5? 2,500. At 2,500 then. At 2,500. 2,005. Is there 6? At 2,500. Surely these are going to go up in money, these. At 2,500. At 2,500. Who's upset the dogs? At £2,500 then. We're going to want more. At 2,500 we'll talk. Call the office if you have any further interest in that car. Thank you. And we move on to 173. Who's upset them dogs? Castle Rock bicycle with a winged wheel. Who has upset them dogs? There we are then. 173 Castle Rock bicycle with a winged wheel. There we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? We've got £200 over here, Will. At £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 bid. At 200. At £200. At £200 then. At 210. 210. 220. 220. At 220. 240. 240. At 240. And 60. 260. And 80. 280. At £280. At £280 then and 300. £300 there. At 300, 320, 320, 320. At £320. At 320 and 40. And I'm going to put it on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At 340 and 60, 360. At £360 and 80, 380. At £380. At £380, I wonder if you could use that for the way home from the pub. At £380 bid. At well, it's nearly downhill to your house, you'd crash, yeah. At £380 bid there. At 380, at £380, then the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Yeah, you probably would crash on the way home, you. And on to 174, the Aston Martin DB7. These look such good value, they really, really do. 1996 look, DB7. The vendor has supplied lots of information there. Look, there's too much for me to read out. There are lots and lots of bits and pieces there, been changed, replaced, refreshed, whatever it might be. Lovely look, superb. There we are. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be £6,000, exactly that. £6,000 bid. 250, 6250, 65, 6005, at 6,750, 6750 and 7,000, and on sale 7250, 7250 at 7,500 says Mark. It was Mark, I'm sorry there, Mark. 7750 Mark at 7750 bid at 7750 and 8,000, £8,000 looks good value. And a quarter, 8,250, 8,5 says Mark, 8,500, 8,500 was Mark's bid that will, sorry Acom, 8,5, 8,750 now Mark, 8,750 bid, 9,000 says Mark, at £9,000 bid, at 9,000 Mark's telephone, and a quarter, 9,250 Mark, at 9,250 against you. At 9,250 and 5 said Mark, he picked you London, I'm sorry. Mark's telephone at 9,5. 9,005, yep, Mark's bid. And 750 London, thank you, good afternoon. 9,750. At 9,750. And 10,000, says Mark. £10,000 there on the telephone. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000, what do we think, London? At £10,000 bid there, Mark on the telephone, make no mistake. At £10,000, then the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, 250. 10,250, Northamptonshire. At 10,250. And 5, 10,5, 10,005. At 10,500, Mark's bid on the telephone. At 10,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Mark's bid, thank you. Thanks for your bids, ladies and gents. Thank you very much. And we move on to 175, which is the large piston stroke Conrod lamp. Now these are 3D printed, they're plastic. Effectively, are they not? Yes, I thought they were, and they're really good actually, aren't they? They're really, really good. You go to pick them up thinking they're going to be heavy, and they weigh nothing, but they are fantastic. Yeah, really good. So, there we go. We have £50 bid. At £50. £50 then. At £50 bid. At 50, put them on the desk. Lovely. At 50 and 60 and 70. £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70. At £70 then, and 80 and 90, £90 bid. At 90, £90 bid there, here with me. At £90, 100, 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110. 110 then, can we have a fiver, Will? At £110. At 110, at £110. 110 then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it, 115. 120, that's why. Thank you. £120. At £120 then. At £120 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first. £120 for the second. Third and last, 125. Only just Berry. At 125. 125, I'm out. At 125 there for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Thank you. 125. And on to 176, here we are then, 2.7 tonne Beavertail trailer, circa 2014. I think it's about 14 foot bed, is it? Thereabouts. I think it's about 14 foot. Don't buy it if you need 14 foot dead, but I think it is. There you go. Good, serviceable, usable trailer, not too heavy. Lovely, no problem. Might struggle if you've got really low ground clearance stuff. Might just struggle a bit. £1,200 bid. At £1,200 there. At £1,200 then. At £1,200. Not a lot of play in the hitch and all that sort of thing. I don't think it's done much work, that. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 is a 13. At £1,200 then, is that it? 1,300 says Bishop Auckland. I think you were down earlier in the week. Good afternoon. At £1,300 there. At 1,300. At £1,300 then is the 14. At £1,300 we'll submit it. We'll talk. At £1,300 then 14. 1,400. At £1,400 another bid and it's on sale. At £1,400 there. £1,400 then selling provisionally for the first. 1,500 and on sale Bishop Auckland. At £1,500. At 1,500, £1,500 then for the first, for the second, third and 1,600 at 1,600, £1,600 at 1,600, your one's on there, at £1,600, at 1,600, at 1,600 for the first, for the second, 1,700, at 1,700. At 1,700, £1,700 then, selling it away then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Only just Cornwall, only just. 1,800. At £1,800 then, I'm not going to give you so long next time, at £1,800. £1,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 1,800, thank you, thanks for your bids, chaps. And we're moving on to, you've been meddling with me, moving on to 177. There we are then, Aladdin pink paraffin reproduction double-sided sign. Mick's got it there, look, lovely little sign. There we are, some interest with me, Will. We have £50, £60 bid. at 60 pound. 60 pound then, at 60 pound bid. At 60 and 70 and 80, 80 pound bid. At 80, can we have a 5? They're too late. 90 pound bid. At 90, 90 pound then, who wants 100? At 90 pounds there, at 90 pound bid. At 90 pound then, at 90 pound. 90 pound then, I'll have a 5 will and keep my figures right. At 95 pound. At 95 pound there, at 95 pound bid. At 95 then, who wants 100? At 95, 100 pound says Barnsley. At 100 pound then, at 100 pound bid. At 100 pound then, the hammer's coming up, then we're going to sell it at 100 pounds. Thank you. And we move on to 178, the Bedford PCV van float. Funny looking thing, isn't it, Mick? There we are. Right then, we have got a couple of bids. Look, it's a 1950s Bedford van float. Bit of an obscure looking thing, I must say. But anyway, there you go. You'll make something of it, I'm sure. I have no idea what it started life as. No. It's quirky. It is quirky. Yeah, could be a nice little project for you, Will. Anyway, we have 550 with me, Will, but we've jumped up to 1,300 on yours there. So £1,300 bid. At 1,003, 1,004, 1,005. 15 and 16. 1,600. Was that a bid, John?
No, 17.
Oh, £1,700. I thought that was a bid. Pardon? Is it ice cream van? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Ice cream van, yeah. 17, oh, there's a lot of money to be earned out of this motor, isn't there? Oh, £1,700.
Is it a runner?
Ice cream van, no, we didn't have it running, I don't believe, no. £1,700 bid. At 1,700, at 1,700, at £1,700 then, at 1,000. It's on sale, ladies and gentlemen. An ice cream van, £1,700. At £1,700 then, looking round then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 1,700. Thank you. And we move on to 179, which is a motorcycle signed limited edition print, 731 of 1,000. There we are then. There you go. Mick's got it there, look. Oh, look at that. Lovely, isn't she? There we go. £20 bid. At £20 then, at £20 bid. At £20 then, who's got 30? At £20 there, at £20 then, we can sell it at 30, at £20 bid. At £20 then, who wants to chuck 30 in? At £20 then, at £20 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £20 then for the first, second, third and last time at £20. Thank you. And we move on to lot number 180, the Rolls Royce. There we are then. 1934 Rolls Royce. Up in Mick's unit up the road there, look. No oil in the engine. You haven't had it running, have you? No. No oil in the engine. Check the sump plug is tight. There you go. That should be in big letters, that, shouldn't it, really? But anyway, there we are then. You've seen it, I'm sure. It wants a little bit of love, a little bit of freshening up, doesn't it? Let's be fair. However, 4,000, 4,1, 4,2, 4,3, 4,3, 4,4 with me, Will. 4,004, 4,400, 4,5, 4,6, 4,006, 4,600. At 4,6 and 7 and 8, 4,8, 4,008. At £4,800 bid. At 4,800. Bidder number 5, treble 041, 49, 5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000 bid. At £5,000 then. At 5,051, 5,001. At 5,100. Looks good value. 5,2, 5,002, 5,200 pound. On sale, ladies and gents, on sale. 5,3, 5,4, 5,5, I should think so. At 5,005 and 6, 5,6, 5,600. At 5,7, 5,007 and 8, 5,8, 5,008, 5,9, 5,9 and 6,000, 6,000 pounds. At 6,000 pounds, 6,1, 6,1, 6,001, still looks cheap to me. 6,2 and 3 and 4, 6 4, 6,004 and 5, 6 5, 6, 7, 6 7 and 8 and 9, 7,000, 7,000 and 1, 2, 7 2, 7,002 and 3, 7 3 at £7,300. At 7,003 and 4, 7 4, 7,005, 7 5. In reflection, we should have started up this way. 7,005 at 7,006, says Alan. 7 6. You were just waiting there, weren't you? And 7, 7 7 and 8, 7 8, 7,008 at 7,800. 7,008. What's he think, Alan? 7 9. 7,009. Does he want 8,000? Too late. 8,000. 8,000 pounds. At 8,000 pounds then. 8-1, says Alan. 8,001. There you go. Thank you. 8,001. Your bid. Not now. 8-2. Argyle. 8,002 and 3, 8-3, 8,003, 8,003. Alan's bid at £8,300. 8,003. Is that it? Are we done? At 8,300, 8-4, 8,004, 8,005, 8-5, 8,500 and 6, 8-6. 8,006 and 7, 8,007 there on the telephone, 8,007. What do we think, Argyle? £8,700 then. Alan's on the telephone, 8-8, 8,000. Who is that in Argyle? Jim. Afternoon, Jim. £8,800. 8,008. Does he want 9? He does. 8-9, 8,009, at 8,000 and 9,000, 9,000, at £9,000 there, Jim in Argyle. He's been in from the off. 9,000, what's he think, sir? At 9,100, 9-1, at £9,100. At 9,100, what do we think, Jim? At 9,100 then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it at 9,200. 9,2, 9,002, want to give you both plenty of time, at £9,200. 9,002, it's off to Argyle, at 9,003. 9,3, 9,003, at £9,300. At 9,300 then. 9,4, 9,004, 9,004. Jim in Argyle. At £9,400 then for the first. For the second. Is he sure? Third and last time. Well done, Jim. You got yourself a roller. Well done. Alan, thank him for his bids. He was trying really hard. Thank you very much, chaps. And we're moving on to 181, which is a power glass petrol pump globe. No. Oh, it's there. There you go. Mick's got it there. There you go. Is it broke? It's got a corner out of it. Oh, good. It's got 2 corners out of it. Oh, my Lord. It's got a couple of corners missing, chaps. Anyhow, there we are then. Is there £100 out there? Is there £100 to kick us off? Is there £100? There must be £100 for it, surely. There's not £100 for it. No. £100 over there, I should think so as well. If you didn't, I was. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At 100, 110. Now everyone wants it now. At 110. As soon as they've got a sniff you were after it, mate, that's it. Everyone wants it. £110. At £110 then. At 110. 110 there. At £110. 110 then. We're going to sell it provisionally. At £110 then. Looking round for the first. for the second, third and last time at 110. Provisionally to Brig, thank you. And we move on to 182, the Mitsubishi Cordia Turbo. There she is, look, wants a bit of love, a bit of weekend work, but it does start. Had it running. There we are then. Can we get that £800 on there, look, Will? £800, look. £800 bid. At £800 then, who's got 9? £800, you give that for the motor out of it. £800 bid. At £800 then, is there 9? Be sharp. At £800 then, looking round, we'll submit it for the first, for the second, third and last time at 800. We'll try for you. And we move on to 183, the wooden Chevrolet reproduction gasoline pump. Is that down here? No? No, through the back there. So wooden repro mocked up gasoline pump. It's a bit of a one of them modern wall art things. There we are then. Is there £100 out there? Is there £100 for it? Is there anyone there? Well, if not, we're going to move on. Yeah, no, you'll have to ring the office with that one, ladies and gents, if you're interested in that one. We're going to pass on that one, and we're going to move on to 184, which is the 1975 BMW. There we are, look. Good usable old bike, I'm sure. R60 BMW, look. Great, brilliant touring bike. There we are. £1,800 bid at 1,819. And 2,000 here with me, Will, at £2,000. At £2,000 bid. At 2-1 says Mark. 2,100. At 2-2 says Andy. 2-2 against you, Mark. 2,200. 2-2, 2002, and 3 on the internet. Sorry, Mark. 2003 and 4. 2004. 2004. Andy's telephone. 525 was Mark. I'm sorry, internet. Mark's bid there. 26. Andy. 2006 at 2,600. Yes. And 7. Wrexham. 2007. Good afternoon. 2008. 2008. £2,800 bid at 2,800. Who wants 2.9? £2,800 then. At £2,800 then we're going to sell it. 2009, Melton Mowbray. Good afternoon. At 2,900, 3,000 he says. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. At 3,000 then who wants 1? At £3,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Andy on the phone. Oh, pull that one, Will. There you are, there you are. And just before we move on, we have got lot number 17, the Shell sign. Sold. Lot 32, the Land Rover Discovery. Sold. Lot 38, a Land Rover Fire Engine. Sold. Lot 57, Spark Plug Tester. Sold. Lot 26, a Honda Motorbike Trials. That is sold. Lot 80, a Toyota MR2 race car. That is sold. Lot 124, a Ford Capri. Lot 47, a Max's panel van. And lot 139, a Triumph TR3. Have all been sold. So well done. Well done. Thank you ever so much. Thank Provisionals team. And 185, Pebble Beach MG metal sign. 24 inches by 32. There you go, Mick's got it there for you. Where are we going to be with this one then? We've got 50, we've got 60, we've got £70 bid. At £70 then, at £70 bid. At 70 and 80. £80 then, at £80. 90 says Dave. At £90 then, these are superb quality, these, ladies and gents. They're done by a chap called Mark. They are lovely. At £90 then, on sale, £90 bid, your bid, Dave. At £90 then, who wants 100? At £90 then, we're going to pull the lever. At 90, £100 bid. At 100, £100. 100 there, 110 he says. 110, 110. Is that right? Oh, there you go. So the chap who's trying to buy this, ladies and gents, so you guys at home know, His son lives in Pebble Beach, California. Who'd have thought that, eh? Ah, there you are. £110. Your bid, Dave. At £110 then. The hammer's coming up then at £110. It's going to Pebble Beach. Well done. Thank you. And we're moving on to lot 186. There we are then. The Ford Capri Laser. There she is, look. It's Stratos Silver, look. 1.6 laser. There you go. There's a few points and bullet points and things there from the vendor. Thank you very much. There we go. We have 5,000 with you, Will. We have 7,250 here with me, Will. At £7,250 bid. At 7,250. You what, sorry? Oh yes, yeah, I see that. Yeah, at 7,250 bid. At 7,250. 7,250. At 7,250. What does that actually mean, that there then? All right. All right, okay. No, nor do I. At 7,250 bid. At 7,250. 7,250 then. At 7,250. I'm tempted to take it. At 7,250.
I mean, that's a risk, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're still below, aren't we? 7,250 and 7,500 then. We'll take that there. Gordon, look. At 7,500. 7,500. Gordon, I see you. At 7,500. At £7,500 bid. At 7,500. Who wants 7,750? At 7,500 then. At 7,500.
I guess he's selling it subject anyway.
It is going subject, yes. It is still provisional, yes. At £7,500. At 7,500 then. Looking round then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,750. 7,750 and 8,000. £8,000 then. At £8,000, we're still provisional at £8,000 bid. 8,000, who wants 250? £8,000 then for the first, provisionally for the second, 8,250. 8,250, that was the best outcome there. At £8,250. 8,250 bid. At 8,250. 8,250 there, we'll submit it. £8,250 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally, 8,250. Thank you for your bids. And we move on to 187, Ministry of Defence, War Office Enamel Reproduction Sign. Nice little sign. There we are then. We have £80 bid. At £80 then, and on sale from the off. £80 then. £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 bid. At £80 here with me. £80 then, we're going to pull the lever. At £80 then, looking round for the first, for the second, 90, 100, £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100 bid. £100 there, at £100 then for the first, second, third and last time. Top right, 100. And we're moving on to 188, the 1980 Ford Escort 1300 Sport Rally Car. There you go, look, she's done a bit of work, the old girl, but there's plenty of life left in it, I'm sure. It's going to want some recommissioning and bits and pieces, but let's be fair, we all know how much fun you can have out of one of them. There you go, 7,250 bid. At 7,250, at £7,250. At 7,250, who wants 7,500? At 7 1/4, 7,250 bid. At 7,250 we can talk. At 7,250 then we'll submit it. 7,500 over at Ripon. At 7,500, 750. 7,750. At 7,750. 7,750. Who wants 8,000? At 7,750, 8,000. £8,000 there and a quarter. 8,250. 8,250 bid. At £8,250. 8,250. And 5. 8,500 and 750. 8,750. It's on sale from the next bid, guys. At 8,750 bid. 8,750. At 8,750 and 9, says Alan. On sale, Alan. Sorry, I wasn't looking. £9,000, 9,250. 9 1/4. 9,250 bid. At 9,250, at 9,250. If you want 9,500, 9,250 bid. at 9,250 and 5, 9,500, 9,005 and 750, 9,750's back at you at 9,750, 9,750 pound, 9,750 going to Cambridgeshire at 9,750. Does he want 100? 9,750 bid at 9,750, 9,750 pound then. There's 100 if he wants it. Do the same online, Will, just in case there's someone there might just be shouting, I'll give 100, Sooty will give 100, look, 9,850 bid, 9,850, 9,850, 9,950, 9,950, at 9,950 pound, 10,050, this is where it gets exciting, 10,150, 10,150, 10,150, back at you, at 10,150, 10,150, 10,150, does he want the 250? At 10,150 bid, 10,150, 10,150 then, Hammer's coming up, 10,250, 10,250, at 10,250 and 350, 10,350, 10,350, 10,350 pound, at 10,350 bid, 10,350, does he want 4? 10,350, 10,450, 10,450, it's a shame one of you is going to have to lose it, 10,550, 10,550 bid, at 10,550, 10,550, 10,550, is he a long way away? Ireland, oh, he is a long way away. Oh, you've got a bit of translation to do as well. 10,550 bid. At 10,550. 10,550. 650. 10,650.
Yeah.
And 750. 10,750. Straight back at you. At 10,750. 10,750. At £10,750 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Thank him for his bids, Alan. I'm sorry he had to lose it. Good luck to him. He'll find another one, I'm sure. And we move on to 189, the Mustang Pin-Up Girl. Ooh, there you are, look, double-sided sign. There we are, look. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 50, 60 pound, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then, double-sided. At 60 pound bid. 70 he says. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound bid. At 70, 70 pound there on the telephone. At 70 pound then. 80, 80 pound bid. At 80 and 90, 90 pounds. 90 pound then. Back on the phones. At 90 pound there. At 90, is there 100? At 90 pound then. 90 pound then, you're going to sell it provisionally. At 90 pound then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time. It'll come, I'm sure. Thank you. And on to lot number 190. Aston Martin DB7. There we are then. We spoke about these earlier on. They look terrific value. They're for nothing, aren't they? They are a super looking car. They really, really are. There we are. There you go, look. Antrim blue, this one. There you go. Engine was replaced at 80,000. But he doesn't know why. The owner spent 18,000+ in repairs. Wow. Gee whiz. 18,000+ on repairs. Wowzers. There you go. So, sadly, his loss, your gain. There you go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 7,000 over here, Will. £7,000 and we're off. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then. At 7,000, I'll take 250. At £7,000, you all saw what the last one made. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000, £7,000 then. £7,000 bid. At 7,250. 7,250. At £7,250. 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. Where's 500? At 7,250 bid then. At 7,250. 7,250. We'll submit it. We'll talk. At £7,250 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. Be a cheap car if that comes. And we move on to 191, the Bugatti style fairground ride. There we go then. Look at that. Brilliant. There you go. Ready for the summer. Get the kids in it. Get yourself a few quid back. There you go. Is there £100 to kick us off? There must be £100 out there. You'd earn that back in a couple of afternoons, wouldn't you? Yep. There you go. Quite right too. £100 bid. Up £100 then. Up £100 bid. Up £100. £100 there. Up 100. Who wants a tenner? Up £100. £100 bid. Up £100 then. £100 then we'll submit. Up £100 then we'll sell it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £100. Have your money back in an afternoon. And we move on to 192, the Jaguar X-Type V6 SE Auto. Here we are. About 50,000 miles. 50,000 miles, Mick says. And lovely. He's giving it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Lovely, lovely car. There we are, look, ladies and gentlemen. It is certainly a very clean-looking car. There we go. And it must be a very clean-looking car because I've got an awful lot of interest here, ranging from £3,000 will, and we scoot all the way up 13 bids later at 6,250. £6,250 bid. Lovely car. 6,250 at £6,250. At 6,250, I'll take 100 if it helps you. At £6,250 bid. At 6,250, 6,250 bid. 6,350, 6,450 with me. At 6,450, at 6,450. You can't find them, can you? Not proper. At 6,450 bid. At 6,450, bid of number 5, treble 024. At 6,450 bid. 6,450 then. At 6,450 then. 6,550 and 650. 6,650. At 6,650. £6,650 then. 6,750 and 850. 6,850 at £6,850. At 6,850, 6,800, 6,950 and 7,000 will. Straight 7,000. Sorry to mess up your numbers. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000, £7,000 there. At £7,000. And one. Was it a one? It was a one. At 7,100. At £7,100 then. I'm out. At £7,100. At £7,100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. County Durham. Thank you very much. Thanks for your bids, guys. And we move on to 193, which is a wooden hand-painted Pickering AA sign. There we are then. We have 60, 80, 100, £100 bid, £100, £100 there, up £100, 100, 110, 110, up £110, 110 there, up £110, 110 is there 20, up £110, up £110, £110 then, up £110, £110 then for the first, second, third and last time. 110, thank you. And 194, the Ducati. There we are. This is a lot of bike, this. Terrific looking thing. 1990 Ducati. There we go, look, the highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor, look. Looks a lot of bike. Someone stood on the dog. There you go. Was that a bid? There we are. Thank you. Right then, where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 15, 16, £1,700. At 1,700. At £1,700 there. At 1,700. £1,700 is there 18. At 1,700. At £1,700. At £1,700 bid. At 1,700 then, shall we say 18? At 1,700 we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £1,700 then, provisionally for the first, second, Third and last time, 18, only just, 1800. At 1800 is the 19. At £1,800, don't leave it to the last minute. At £1,800 then for the first, provisionally I might add for the second, third and last time, 18, we'll try for you. Coming on? And we move on to 195, the Alpha Plastic Pump Globe. There it is. There she is, just there, look. It's listing a little bit, Mick, innit? It's all right, it's okay. It's been there all day. It'll be all right. There we are then. We've got £80. £80 bid. At £80 then. Plastic one, yeah, nice, isn't it? Yeah. £80 bid. At £80 bid is the 90. At 80 and 90 he says. At £90 then is the 100 there is down there. £100 he says, in the room I'm afraid Barnsley, £100. At £100 then, at £100 is the 10 there is. At £110. 110, 120, 120, 120, at £120. 120 and 30, 130, 130 and 40, 140, 140, 140 on the telephone, and 50, Barnsley at £150, and 60, excuse me, 160, 160 at £160 bid, at 160 there is the 70, 160 for the first, for the second, third and last time, 160, and on to lot number 196, the Shell X100 motor oil reproduction double-sided sign. There we are, look. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We are going to be, oh, we look at that one, we've got 8 bids and we're up to £200. That's where we're going to start, at £200 bid. At £200 then, at £200 bid. At 200 is the 10 anywhere. At £200, double-sided. At £200 bid. It's the dog, I know. At £200 then, 210 Stoke-on-Trent. At £210. At £210 there, who wants 20? At £210 then for the first, £210 for the second, third and last time at 210. Off down to Stoke. And we move on to 197, a box of fog and spot lamps. There we go, look. Ah, there you go. You've been looking for some of these, haven't you? There we are then. Is there £20 to kick us off? Is there £20 out there? Well, otherwise we're moving on. There must be £20. One lamp's worth 20 quid. No, move on. 198. 198, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 198, 2006 Audi S4 Quattro Automatic, look. There you go, look. Low mileage of 69,000, it says here, look. Napa leather, cruise control, parking sensors. Oh, what more could you want? There you go. And we have 3,800, 4,000, 42, 44, 46, 4,800, 4,008, 48, 5,000, 5,000, 52, 54, 54, 5,004. Oh, I see it there, yeah. 54, 5,004, and 6, and 8, and 6, and 2, 6,2, 6,4, 6,6, 6,6. Which goes when they're lovely. 6,006, and 8, and 7,000, £7,000. At £7,000 bid. At £7,000 then. At £7,000, is that it? Are you done? At £7,000 then. £7,000 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,000. Sold at 7,000. Thanks for your bids. And we move on to 199, which is a reproduction enamel shell signs on wood. There we go. Oh yeah, I see. No, we haven't got it down here. It's through the back there. There we are then. You tell me, is there £50 to kick us off? Is there £50 somewhere? If not, we're going to move on. Give everyone a minute just to catch up there. Is there £50 there? Nope. We're going to move on, ladies and gents. Lot number 200. Here we go then. The Vauxhall Corsa. There we are. Here we go then, Vauxhall Corsa Premier. Oh, this is a Bangers and Cash car, this one. Look, here we go. It's a restoration car. Back in July 2025. You're going to tell me something? Oh, no. What's up with her? There we are then. Yeah, now everyone gets excited about a little Corsa, you see. That's what happens. Yeah, so the little Corsa, look, lovely little car. Have we done much to it? I have. Have we done much to it, Riley? A service, an exhaust, a detail, new MOT, radio code, battery then if you've done a radio code. Yeah, that's all you need. That's it. Mileage? 35. Yeah, 35, 36,000. Proper little car. Lovely little car. No advisories on the MOT. Oh, there you go. And you're selling it because? Pool car. You should all be running it. That's what you should be doing. There you go. Dearie me, you'll never learn. Right, here we are then. It's been out, it's been in, it's gone through the workshops, all the rest of it. There we go. A lovely, proper little car. It would see you out, wouldn't it? No matter how old you are, it would see you out. £950 bid with me, £1,200 bid with you, Will. At £1,200 bid. At 1,213, says Alan. £1,300. £1,300 bid. At 1,300. £1,300 then is the 14. At 13, 1,400, says Solihull. At 1,400. £1,400 then, what's he think, Al? 15, I should think he does. £1,500 bid. At £1,500 then it's for nothing. At 1,516, Clitheroe. At 1,600. 1,600. At 1617, says Alan. £1,700 there. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 then, what do we think? At £1,700 there, Alan on the telephone, not now. 1,800. £1,800 there, across in Clitheroe. £1,800 only. 19. At 1,900. At £1,900. £1,900 then, fill it up. At £1,900 bid. Alan on the telephone at 1,900. At £1,900 there. You must have £2,000 for a Clitheroe. There you go. £2,000 bid. At £2,000. It's for nothing, the little car. At £2,000. Your Volvo lost more than that in the first week. £2,000 bid. Well, I'm just saying, you could have bought a Corsa, couldn't you, and run it for 3, 4, 5 years, and still got most of your money back. £2,000, 2-1, says Alan. 2,100. At £2,100 then, shall we say 2-2? At £2,100 then, Alan on the telephone, we've got to wind it up. At £2,100, what have we to do? Is it on sale? Is it on sale? It's on sale. I thought they'd want more, you know. I thought they'd want more. £2,100 then. It's on sale. You're going to miss it for £100. At £2,100 then for the first. For the second. 2-2. 2-2. 2002. At £2,200. He's going to lose it for £100. Oh dear, he won't sleep tonight. At £2,200 then it's going off to Clitheroe then at £2,200 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. There you go, well done, well done. I'm sorry you had to lose it, Alan, but you know, there has to be a loser, there has to be. There you go, come on Jackie, get yourself up, I've warmed them up for you.
So that one.
Losing my voice a bit.
Spot on, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. A couple of stalls just quickly before we move on to 201. Lot 150, the VW Camper Bar. That got away. 152, I can't read that, whatever 152 is. 163, the Rocking Horse. 179, the Motorcycle Limited Print. 158, the Volkswagen Golf. 125, the snooker table. We should have got that. 181, the power glass go. There we go then. Where are we? Right, number 201, the Skelly Lubricants Reproduction Enamel Sign. Let me get my screens loaded, I'm a bit out of touch. I've got 140, 150, 160, 160 bid then and away with me. At £160 bid, at £160 bid, it's on sale and going. At £160 bid. At £160 bid there, nice little size sign mix holding it up as you can see. At £160 bid and away. At £160 bid then, aren't we all done? This with me on my sheet. At £160 bid, on sale and going, don't miss it at 160 for the first, second, third and final time it's going to be sold. 160, top right Ash. Lot number 202 is the Escort RS2000, there we go, look. We've got 15 stamps in the book, MOT certificates, tax discs, promotional brochure, bits and pieces in there, look as you can see. No V5 though, you need to apply for one of them. There we go, where are we? Got £5,000 bid please, will and away. At £5,000 bid, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3. At £5,300 bid then for the RS2000 at £5,300 bid. At £5,300 bid with me, 5-4, 5-5, back at you internet. Dunstable, you're out, I'm back in at 5-5. At £5,500 bid, 5-6, 5-7. 5,007 with me, at £5,700 bid. At 5,008, 5-9, 5-9. 5,900, you're going to fill it up. He has £6,000 bid, and one please Will, 6-1. At £6,100 bid then, at 6,162 and 63. 6,003, is that with you, Will? 6-4, 6-5, then please with me. Keep the figures correct. £6,500 bid. 6,006. Dunstable, you're in. 6,600. I'm out on the sheet. You're just in. At £6,600 bid. For the RS2000 there. At £6,600 bid in Dunstable. You've been in from the start. At 6,600. I'm out. You're just in. At £6,600 bid. At 6,600. Then are we all done? At 6,600. At £6,600 bid then it's on sale and going, don't miss it. At 66 for the first, second, third and final time. Hammer's coming down. 66, he's under bidder Ash. 203 is the pair of hand-painted Castrol Tribute gas bar kitchen stools. Oh, there you go, look. Where are they? Are they through here or are they through there? Oh, there you go, Andy's holding one of them up. There you go, look, they're nice for a bit of a man cave or something. There we go, where are we? Someone start me, I got £420 bid, please. 420. £420 bid. At £420 bid and away, they're on sale and going there at 420. 430 on the net. £430 bid in Hornsey at 430. At £430 bid, they look nice, they do. At £430 bid. At £430 bid, I'm out. Hornsey, you're in. At £430 bid, they're on sale and going. At £430 bid, then are we all done? At £430 for the first, second, third and final time, then at 430. Sold. Lot number 204 is the Porsche Cayenne. There we go, look. Oh, she's the S. Where are we? Nice looking thing. No V5 again, no new owner to apply. They're a lot of car for the money, these, aren't they? This looks cheap. Where are we? I got £800 bid. It's a start. 800. £800 bid. At £800 bid, then and away at £800 bid. £800 bid, then is the 9. At £800 bid. At £800 bid. Blimey, a break for more than that. At £800 bid, then and away. At £800 bid. Bid of 600283. At £800 bid, then for the Porsche. At £800 bid. At £800 bid, then I think you're missing a trick. At £800 bid, are we all done? We'll submit it. We'll try for you. At 900. Thank you very much. 900 on the net. Someone fill it up. At £900 bid, then looks absolutely for nothing. At £900 bid. At £900 bid, Northumberland, you're in. At £900 bid, then are we all done? Are you sure? At £900 bid, then we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £900 then for the first, second, third and final time at £900. £900. 205 is the Lions T reproduction enamel sign. There we go, bids from the off. I got £70 bid, then and away at 70, and sold. Selling and away there, £70 bid. At £70 bid, at £70 bid, then here with me at 70. At £70 bid, at £70 bid, at £70 bid on the sheets here at 70. At £70 bid is the 5. At £70 bid then and away. At £70 bid then, are you sure you're all done? At £70 bid, I'm going to sell it. At £70 bid then for the first, 70 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. £70, top right. 206 is the 1960 Rover 80. There we go, look. Excuse me. Nice old girl, P4. Got some bids and interest straight away. I got a 9, 1,000, £1,100 bid. £1,100 bid then and away there at 11. At £1,100 bid. Super sensible guide on there, look. At £1,100 bid. At £1,100 bid then for the old Rover. At £1,100 bid. At £1,100 bid then on the sheet here with me at 11. At £1,100 bid and 12 on the net. £1,200 bid in Snaith. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then is there another one. At £1,200 bid then, that looks for nothing does that. At £1,200 bid then in Snaith, I can believe it or not I can sell it. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then on the internet, I'm out on my sheet, you're just in. At £1,200 then I'm going to sell it. At £1,200 bid then for the first. 1,200 for the second, third and final time, looking round, missing no one at £1,200. Oh, it's cheap. 207 is the Morris Sales and Service Reproduction Enamel Sign. Another one there, look, Mick's holding it up as you can see. £80 bid then sold and away at 80. £80 bid, £80 bid with me and selling. At £80 bid, £80 bid then and away. At £80 bid then for the sign. At 80, 90 he says, 100 back at you Dave. At £100 bid here with me. You're out internet, you're out Dave. £100 here with me. At £100 bid, would you like 10? Are you sure? At £100 bid here with me, then at £100 here, I'm gonna sell it. At £100 then and away, then at £100, 10, 120, 120 with me. You're just out Cornwall. At £120 bid here with me. At £120 bid, Cornwall you're out, you're back in 130. At £130 bid, then online in Cornwall. At £130 bid, I'm going to sell it. At 130 then for the first, second, third and final time. 130 Cornwall, top right is underbidder. 208 is the 5 Cast Repro World War II style signs. There you go, look. Mick's got them all there in a box, holding them up so you can see them. Sold again from the off, we got 60, 70, £70 bid, £70 bid then and away. At £70 bid, at £70 bid for the 5 of them there, look, 80 now on the net. £80 bid on the internet, £80 bid then and away and 90. Someone fill it up, where's 100? £90 in Barnsley, £100 bid, thank you Leicestershire. At £100 bid then and selling. At £100 bid, selling and away at £100. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then and we all done. At 100, 110, excuse me, 110. At £110 bid in Louth. At £110 bid, is there 20 anywhere? At £110 bid. At 110 and 20, 120. At £120. At £120 bid, are we all done? At £120 then I'm going to sell it. At 120 for the first, second, third and final time, missing no one at 120. 120. Oh, sorry, late bid that one guys, you'll have to be a bit quicker, I didn't rush it through. 209 is the 1949 Shell Motor Spirit can. There we go, down there, I think I see it. There we go, look, where are we? Someone start me, £50 bid then and away. £50 bid I got on my sheet and selling. At £50 bid for the can there, look, £50 bid. At £50 bid, 60 on the net, 60 on the internet there at 60. £60 bid, I'm out, internet you're just in, Barnsley. At £60 bid. At £60 bid. At £60 bid, then are we all done? At £60 bid then. At £60 bid, I'm going to sell it. At 60 for the first, 60 for the second, third and final time, missing no one at £60. 70, £70 bid. Fresh bidder there, £70 bid. At £70 bid, you're out Barnsley. At £70 bid. At 80, they're back in, 80. £80 bid, is a 90 anywhere then? £80 bid and on sale. £80 bid then, selling and away then, Barnsley, £80. £80 Barnsley. 210 is the 2000 TVR Tuscan Mark 1. There we go. I love a looking machine, these, aren't they? Yeah, it just sits over there at the bottom of the stairs. I'm sure you've all seen it. Current B5 present, loads of bits and pieces in the service history there. Look, 16 stamps, MOT certificates, TVR club information, various invoices and so forth.
Had the valve shims done every other service at X Works, there you go. New springs all round, Bilstein dampers, loads of bits and pieces. I'm sure you read through it there, look, all the descriptions on the internet. So there you go, fair bit of interest it's caused over the viewing period, as you can imagine. Where are we then? Someone start me. I got 20, 21, 22, 23, £23,000 and away. At £23,000 bid for the TVR at 23,000. 23,000, can I go 5 as well, please? Will 23,005. At £23,500 bid for the TVR. 23,500. At £23,500 bid, then 24,000. At 24,005 with Alan. 24,500. Alan on the phone there at 24,500. 25,000. You're out, Alan. 25. At 25,000. At 25,005, he says. 25,500. At £25,500 bid for the TVR. They look a lot, Carl, don't they? 25,500. Alan on the phone there. At £25,500 bid. At £25,500 bid then. At 25,500. Is still with you, Alan, at the moment. 26 on the net. 26,000. 26,000 in Preston. 26.5, he says. 26,500. You're out, Preston. Back in on the phones there at 26.5. At 26.27. £27,000 bidding away. At 27,500. Back on the telephones with Alan. At 27.5. At £27,500 bid. 28,000 at 28,000. One more bid and I can put it on sale. It's on sale. 28.5. At 28,500. At 28,500 is not, and it's on sale. 29 on the net. At 29,000. 29,005. Back with Alan. Who's on the net, Will? 29,500. Alan on the phone there. Who, sorry? Anthony. Anthony's in at 30. 30,000 and Anthony on the net. At £30,000 bid and 5, he tells me. 30,500. Back on the phones there at 30,500. At 30,000 and 31. £31,000 bid on the TVR. 31.5. Back with Alan. At 31,500 there on the telephones. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're in. At £31,500 bid. At 31,500. Giving you time, Anthony. And he's back in. 32. 32,000. £32,000 bid. It's yours, Anthony, at the moment. At 32,000. He's thinking about it. 32.5, he says. 32,500. Back on the phones. You're out, Anthony. 32,500. £32,500 bid. Alan's telephone. I'll give you a little time. There he is, back in straight away. Look, 33. No messing about. £33,000 bid. Would you like 5, Alan? 5, he says. 33,005. 33.5. At £33,500 bid. On the telephones there with Alan at 33,500. You're out, Anthony. Alan, you're on the phone. He's back in. 34. 34,000. At £34,000 bid. Anthony in Preston there. Not a chance. He says, will I do 250? No. If you can value that within 250 quid, you're a very clever man. £34,000 bid. At 34,000. At 34,000. He nearly tricked me there. There he is. 34.5. 34.5 on the telephones. At 34,500. Back on the phones there. 34,500. At £34,500 bid. At 34,500. Just give Anthony a little bit of time there. At £34,500 bid then. It's Alan on the telephone. Giving you a little bit of time there, Anthony. 35. I thought you might. £35,000. On the net with Anthony there. At £35,000 bid. Would you like 5? 35,500. Would you like another 5, Alan? At 35,000. On the internet there at 35. I'm going to have to drop the hammer. 35.5, he says. 35,500. At £35,500 bid. Get me tongue tied. On the telephones here with Alan. Make that crystal clear at 35.5 with Alan. Would you like 36, Anthony? At 35,500, I'm going to have to drop the hammer down. Sorry, there's got to be a loser. At 35,500 pound bid then for the TVR, giving you plenty of time, missing no one. At 35,500 pound bid, Alan, it's you on the telephone for the first, second, third and last time at 35.5. There you go, well done, thank you very much for your bids. 212 is the, where are we? No, we're not. 211 is the Cobra Michelin Man walking sticks. There you go. Oh my lord, you might be needing them soon, Michael. Where are we? Someone start me. £70 bid and away at 70. £70 bid and away. At £70 bid and away. On sale and going there. £70 bid for the two walking sticks there. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then on sale and going there. £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. Is there 80 anywhere? £70 bid here with me. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid. They're on sale and going at £70 then. Missing no one for the fur. 80. 80 on the net. 90 back at you internet. Market raising, you're out. And back in at 90. £90 bid. £90 bid. I better just go 100 actually, please, Will, if you don't mind, just to keep the figures right. £100 bid here with me. £100 bid. £100 bid then for the two walking sticks there. £100 bid. You're out internet. I'm in. Bid of 60068. £100 bid then. I'm going to sell them. The handler's coming down. £100 bid then for the first, second, third and final time. Missing no one. £100 bid. 212 is the 1976 Suzuki. There we go. Look. Oh, pretty little bike. Where are we? Look, AC 50, look, 1976 she is. Some cosmetic touch-ups here and there, but originally imported from France in 18. Owned it since 2023. New main bearings and pistons at 16 and a bit thousand miles. 12-volt conversion, which is handy. Replacement speedo, there you go. Actual mileage is 16,788. There you go then. Where are we? Someone start me. I'll take that 15, please, Will. 15, then 16, 17, 18. £1,800 bid. For the little Suzuki, look, little AC 50. £1,800 bid, then and away. Lovely little bike. £1,800 bid. £1,800 bid then. £1,800 bid. They're for nothing. 19 on the net. £1,900 bid. 2,000. 2,000. You're out Cornwall. £2,000 bid with me. £2,000 bid. £2,000 bid. Cracking little bike there, look at 2,000. Cornwall, you're out at £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid for the little Suzuki there. At £2,000 bid is the one. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid, then are we all done? At £2,000 bid, we'll try for you, we'll submit it. At 2,001, Cornwall, you're just in. 2,100, I'm out. Cornwall, you're in. At £2,100 bid. At £2,100 bid, then we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £2,100 bid, then are we all done? Are you sure? At £2,100 bid, then for the little Suzuki for the first, second, third, and last time at 21. 213 is the Royal Enfield Cycles enamel reproduction sign. There we go, look. Oh, that'll look lovely hung up on the wall there though, won't it? There you go, look at the size of that. There you go, wall fillers as we call them. We've got loads of them around the sheds and they do exactly that. Fill a blank wall, lift it up no end. There you go, where are we? Someone start me. 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid and away there at 100. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. At £100 bid and away. At £100 bid then 110, 110, 110. Barnsley. At £110 bid. At £110 bid and 20. At £120 bid and away there at 120. At £120 bid. At £120 bid. At £120 bid then down in Cardiff. At £120 bid. At 120 back in Barnsley at 130. I'm going to sell it. £130 bid. 140. 140 back in Cardiff. It's on sale. At £140 bid. £140 bid then on sale and going, don't miss it for a tenner. At £140 bid. At 140 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. It's going to be sold at 140. There we go, 140. 214 is the 1996 BMW 523i. There we go. Excuse me. 7 stamps in the book. Various invoices, MOT certificates, usual bits and pieces there, showing 3 former keepers, one of which being this gentleman's father, who had the car since it was 3 years old until he passed away. There you go. So it's been in near enough the same family from you, which is nice. There you go. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got £1,800 bid then and away at 18, 19, £1,900 bid. At £1,900 bid. Someone fill it up. At £1,900 bid. It looks a lot of car if you ask me. At £1,900 bid. For the BMW there at 1,900. At £1,900 bid. At £1,900 bid then for nothing. 2,000 on the net, thank you. £2,000 bid. On the internet there at 2,000. At £2,000 bid is the one. At £2,000 bid for the 523i, which is the SE. At £2,000 bid. At 2,021, thank you, 21. Mexborough at £2,100 bid then. £2,100 bid in away. At 2,100. At £2,100 bid for the 1996 BMW 523i there. 22. 2002. At £2,200 then. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid. It's been a while, well, I'm a little bit rough. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 and 23. 23, thank you. At £2,300 bid, then I'm going to submit it. We'll try for you, we'll make a phone call. At £2,300 bid, then I'm going to submit it for the first, 23 for the second, third and final time, then at £2,300 bid and away. 23, provisional. 215 is the BMW M Sport, look, neon light up sign, there you go. That looks nice. It's on it up there. Is it lit up in the photographs? It looks as though it is. There we go, look. Does it light up, Michael? We got a plug down there. It does, oh, it says it does, there you go then. Where are we? Loads of interest. I've got 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, £120 bid then and away. At £120 bid, 130, 140 back at you internet, 140, 150 on the net. £150 bid then on the net. At £150 bid, internet you're in, I'm out. At £150 bid. At £150 bid then and on sale. At £150 bid, I'm going to sell it. At £150 bid. At 150 then, don't miss it for a tenner. At £150 bid, on sale and going then at 150. Excuse me, for the first, 150 for the second, third and final time then at 150. Sold. Oh, 1992, lot 216, look, the old Talbot Express. There she is, lovely old thing. 11 stamps in the book, various invoices, old tax discs, bits and pieces you can imagine. 1992, yeah, Talbot Express Rambler. Recent service, very tidy van, shower, toilet, heater, oven hob, all the usual amenities. Sleeps for, ready to take you on your holidays. There you go. Does not have power steering. Now, don't worry about that. Once you set off, you're all right, aren't you? Anyway, where are we then? Loads of interest here with me. I've got, hang on, we'll skip a few. We've got 3,000, 3,250, 3,500, 3,750, £4,000 bid, 4,142, £4,200 bid. At £4,200 bid, then and away. At 4,200, there we go. At 4,243 on the phones with Josh. £4,300 bid on the telephones there with Josh, 44 with Dave. Everyone's jumping up now, look. We've all been waiting for this one. 44, 45 with Josh. Just took Josh there, Andy, sorry. 46, he says. 46, Andy's telephone at 46. 47, 4,700. You're going to have to be quicker, Dave. 4,008. 4,008 on the phones there. Andy's telephone, 49. 49 with Josh. 4,900. £5,000 bid. £5,000 bid. 5-1. 5-1 back with Josh. £5,100 bid. Selling and away at 51. At 5,100, not anymore. 5-2. 5,200. 5-3. £5,300 bid. 53 with Josh. 54 with Andy. £5,400 bid. 5-5. 5.5. At 5,500. At £5,500 bid, then and away. 56 on the net. 5,600 on the net. 7's the next one, he says. 7. Just picture in there, Mark. 5,700. Josh's telephone at 5758. Not anymore. On the internet there at 58. 59. 5,900. 5-9 we've got, Mark. 6,000's the next one. Not anymore, it's just gone. £6,000 bid on the net. 61 with Josh. £6,100 bid. Josh's telephone. £6,100 bid. 62's the next one, Mark. Tell him. 6,100. 62, Dave says. 62, he's been sneaking there. I've seen you waiting. £6,200 bid. Dave's telephone there at 62. Waiting till the last minute and then boom, he's in. 6,200. You sure you're all done? Thank him for his bids. £6,200 bid. 63 in Richmond. On the internet there, 63. 6,300. £6,300 bid. 64's the next one. 64 with Dave on the telephone there. 64. 65's the next one. Telling Mark. £6,400 bid. With Dave on the telephone there at 6,400. It's £6,400. I can't stop laughing at that. £6,400 bid. Dave's telephone there at 6,400. £6,400 bid. Then you're going to miss it, Mark. 6,400. Then Hammer's coming down at £6,400. It's on sale and going. Don't miss it. 64 for the first, second, 65. Blimey, it's only taken him about 10 minutes, hasn't it? 6,500. Mark's finally snuck in there on the telephone at 65. 66 is the next one. Excuse me. 6,500. Mark's telephone bid at 65. 6,500. Thank him for his bids. I don't know how you've done it, Mark. He's snuck in right at the end. Oh, there we go. 66. Going to be another 10 minutes now. £6,600 bid online. 66. 67 is the next one, Mark. £6,600 bid. On the internet there at 66. 6,600 correct, Mark, online. 67's the next one, tell him.
Trying for that cup, isn't it?
Oh dear. Is he sure, Mark? 66. Thank him for his bid. 6,600 then. Hammer's coming down at £6,600 bid. On sale and going online then. 66 for the first, second, third and last time. There we go. Thank you very much for your bids. 217 is the novelty jerry can wall-mounted gin and whiskey cabinet. Blimey, you want one of them in the office. There you go. Where are we? 40, 50, 60. £60 bid then and away. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then and selling there at £60 bid. £60 bid here with me. At £60 bid then selling and away at £60 bid. At £60 bid, are we all done? At £60 bid. Andy? £60 bid. £60 bid. At £60 bid. 70 on the net. £80 back at you. £80 bid. You see, I don't know if it's full or not. £80 bid. £80 bid here with me. At £80 bid. £80 bid. It'll be down here somewhere, isn't it? Where is it? Has it got a full bottle in it? Andy's just checking. I mean, it won't have, even if it did have now, but yeah, it'll be empty. It'll be empty when you come and collect it anyway. £80 bid. There you go. It's how much for a full bottle? £30. There you go. £90 on the net. Empty. Oh, other Andy's already had it out. £90 bid then on the internet there at £90. I'm going to sell it on the internet there. I'm out on my sheet. £90 bid then for the first, second, third and final time. It's going to be sold. £90. 218 is the 1979 Ford Granada. There she is. Look, sits up in mixed unit up the road. There we go. Drove into a porter cabin 26 years ago. First time out in 2025 last year. Stainless steel exhaust, otherwise original. Got the spare wheel low jack and brace where they should be. There you go. Blimey, it's been sat in there a while, hasn't it? 26 years. I ain't got that on my sheet, I'm afraid. Well, no, it's not on the internet though, isn't it? It'll tell me on here actually. What's it? Oh no, it won't actually. No, it's not on there. Anyway, there you go. Been packed up for some time. Obviously wants what you sees, but yeah, there you go. A little bit interesting. Where are we then? We have got 2,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 on the internet there at 26. £2,600 bid then and away. At £2,600 bid for the Granada. At £2,600 bid. At £2,600 bid then. At 26, it's on sale, it's going. At £2,600 bid. Ford Granada, 1979 she is. At £2,600 bid then and away. At £2,600 bid. Are you sure you're all done? At £2,600 bid then. I'm going to put the hammer down and I'm going to sell it. At 26 for the first, second, third and final time. There you go, 26 sold. 219 is the Harley Davidson motorcycles and Amel sign. Another nice little wall filler there. Where are we? I've got £50 bid to start. 50, thank you. 50. £50 bid then and away. At £50 bid. £50 bid then. 50, 60 in Barnsley. £60 bid in Barnsley. At £60 bid. £60 bid. Where's 70? At £60 bid then Barnsley, you're in. At £60 bid. You might not win it, but you're in. At £60 bid. £60 bid then on the internet there in Barnsley. We'll submit it. We'll try for you, Barnsley. I thought I'd do more than that. At £60 bid. 70. Thank you, Aberdeenshire. £70 bid. £80 bid. Back in Barnsley at 80. £80 bid, where's 90? £80 bid and away then, £80 bid, £80 bid, I'm sure we'll put a deal together, it'll come, £80 bid, then I'm going to submit it, at 80 for the first, second, third and final time, then Barnsley at £80, provisional, excuse me, 220 is the 2022 Solis. Oh, the little tractor there, look, what a purposeful little thing that is, right useful little bit of kit. There you go, she's lovely. There is VAT on applicable to the hammer price on this, obviously, as you can imagine. But there you go, nice little thing. It's supposed to be really good, they tell me. So there you go, I'm sure you've seen it. Where are we? I've got 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the net. £5,500 bid, then and away on the internet there at 55. At £5,500 bid. What a purposeful little tractor that is. At £5,500 bid. On the net there at 55. At £5,500 bid then, Cambridgeshire, £5,500 bid. Perfect for around the garden or a little bit of light yard work. At £5,500 bid. Are we done? At 5,500. At £5,500 bid. At £5,500 bid then you're in. I'm going to sell it. It's on sale. At £5,500 bid then you've been in for the start. At £5,500 bid then for the first, second, third and last time it's going to be sold at 55. 55. 221 is the Fry's chocolate reproduction enamel sign. Another one there, look, where are we? Someone start me. I've got 50, £60 bid, £75 on the net, £75 bid on the internet there at 75. At £75 bid, where's 80? At £75 bid, then and away at £75 bid. At 75, £80 bid, thank you, 80. £80 bid, Barnsley's busy today. £80 bid, back in Barnsley. £80 bid, £80 bid, £80 bid, it's on sale and going, 85. 85 on the net. You're out, Barnsley. £85 bid. At £85 bid, then on sale and going, he's back in at 90. £90 bid, at £90 bid, at £90 bid, then on the internet there with Barnsley at £90. Hammer's coming down. At £90 bid, then for the first, second, third and final time at £90. £90. 222 is the Morgan. Andy's smiling, look, he's been loitering around it all week. Andy's got a lovely one of these. There we go, look. This is a, am I right in saying Mr. J's, yours, isn't it? I don't know a great deal about it, if I'm honest with you. Do you want to come up? So, oh, there we go, look, there we go. Here, Grandad, come on, you do this one. Lot 200 we have got. So back in May 2025 we thought we bought a Nout to do a quick flip for the programme which we'd be able to sell perhaps in the following auction after giving it a good clean. Looked like a masterpiece, some minor bodywork issues and a little dull on some of the bright work, but nothing which we couldn't quickly solve for some loose change. And then we put it on a ramp. Oh dear, does it go like this? So let's give it a polish and service quickly revealed itself to be a fire hazard with no means of braking, among other horrors. We were left with an estimate of over 10k of necessary works. Blimey. The team down at Melvin Rutters near Bishops, it is the top place to go. There you go, he's telling me. Inside and out, we were chosen custodians of the 4.6 plus. They set to work on turning it back into a piece of art. It was. So we've had, oh blimey, loads of work completed, haven't we? New engine valley gasket, brand new aluminium radiator, front brake calipers, overhaul of the front brake pads and discs, rear brakes unbinded and drums cleaned, brake and clutch fluid replaced, indicators, brake lights, usual bits and pieces there, look, rear shock absorbers, rear axle cleaned down and painted, front suspension, new batteries, new rear, it's had a lot. It's had a lot, there you go, blimey. So it's all ready to go. It's been sat there looking lovely. It's the V8, lovely driving car, beautiful colour. You're selling it to me? Yeah, good plate on there. Yeah, very good plate. There you go then. Is it lovely? Grandad spent a day in it filming. He says it's absolutely superb. Good. There you go. So you've had a day filming in it, you can't fault it. Lovely car, been out, done it, driven it. There you go, look. Where are we then? We've got a fair bit of interest here with me, you'll be pleased to know, Andy. We've got 17,000 on the net. We better go 18,000, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, please, Will, at the moment, at £23,000 bid. At £23,000 bid. At 23,000. At £23,000 bid then for the Morgan. At 23, 23 and a half on the phones. 24 back at you, Jill. 24,000. Jill's phone, you're out. I'm in at 24 and a half. I just took Jill, sorry, Will. Internet, you're just out, 24 and a half with Jill, 25,000 with me. £25,000 bid with me. At 25,000 and a half with Jill and 26 with me. £26,000 bid. At £26,000 bid then and away. 26 and a half. I need to go 750 please, Will, just for these increments here. At 26,750. 26,750. I'll do the same for you, Jill. Would you like 27? At £26,750 bid with me. 27 on the net. 27,000 on the internet there at 27. At £27,000 bid. Beautiful car. At 27,000. At £27,000 bid on the internet there at Norfolk. You're in at £27,000 bid. Thank you for your bids. At 27,000. Then 250. Fresh bidder. 27,250. At 27,250 bid. At 27,000. It's on sale. It's on sale. He's telling me 27,500. On sale and going £27,500 bid. On the internet there, who's on the internet, Will? Matthew, you're in 27,500. Would you like 750, Dickie? At 27,500. He's thinking about it. At £27,500 bid for the Morgan plus 8 at 27,500. On sale and going, tell him. Don't miss it for 250 quid. There you go, 27,750. On the telephones again at 27,750. 28 back in Norfolk at £28,000 bid. You're out at £28,000 bid. Are you sure? At £28,000 bid. Then it's on sale and going. Thank him for his bids. Tell him at £28,000 bid. The Morgan's going to be sold there for the Bangers and Cash team at 28,000 for the first, second, third and final time at 28. It's sold. Well done. Thank you for your bids, everyone. Lovely car. You'll be real impressed with that. 223, the Dukes of Hazzard General Lee, MDF sign. John? John's got a Dukes of Hazzard car. Where is it, Michael? He's getting it there. Look. Oh, there you go. Look, little sign there. Where are we? Someone start me. I got £40 bid. £40 bid, it's a start. At £40 bid. At £40 bid. At £40 bid. Is that 50, John? £50 bid on the net. At £50 bid. At £50 bid on the internet there at 50. At £50 bid. £60 with John. At £60 bid with John. At £60 bid. John's bid there at £60 bid. At £60 bid. John the cameraman and 70. £70 bid on the net. At £70 bid on the net. You scratched your nose, didn't you? At £70 bid on the internet there at 70. At £70 bid, we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £70 bid, is there 80 anywhere? At £70 bid, just turn it round a bit, Michael, just show John. Look at that, that's lovely, is that? £70 bid. At £70 bid. It's £70 bid on the net there. You're sure you're all done? It's £70 bid. £70 bid then. I'm going to sell it. £80 bid. I knew you would. £80 bid. Back with John. Hey, I was bidding. Back with John. I know I was bidding for him. £80 bid on the room with us there. With John there. £80 bid. It's on. It's not on sale quite yet. One more bid. Now it is 90. You're going to fill it up, John? Yeah, he says £100 bid. £100 bid with John there. It's on sale and going. John the cameraman, £100 bid. It can go above the car in the garage. At £100 bid, then on sale and going for the first, second, third and last time. Well done, John. There you go. You won that without bidding. You were really good at that. Keep coming, John. 224 is the 1964 Sunbeam Alpine. There we go, look, you've seen it. Where are we? Someone start me. I got a 15, 16, 17, 1800 bid, then 19, 2000. £2,000 bid and away. Well done, John. £2,000 bid. at 2,000. No, this one's not for you. You're all right. You're all right. £2,000 bid at 2,002. One with Mark. I just got Mark there, Will. At £2,100 bid. Mark's telephone there at 21. 22 on the net. 22 against you, Mark. 23. 24. 24,000. 2,400 at £2,400 bid. 25 with Mark. 2,500 on the net. 26 back with Will at £2,600 bid. And away then at 26. It's on sale. I can sell it. 27. £2,700 bid. Excuse me. 2,700. 28 on the net. 2,800 at 2,800. 29. Cheap car. £2,900 bid. 3,000 back in Snape at £3,000 bid. 3-1. 3-1 he tells me. 31 at £3,100 bid. Then and away there. It's on sale and going. 3,100. Where are you, Snaith? 32. Kent, fresh bidder. 33. Back with Mark. 3-3. £3,300 bid and away there. 33. 34. £3,400 bid. £3,400 bid. 3-5. Back on the telephones with Mark. 3,536. Would you like 7? 3,600. Thank you for his bids. Tell him, Kent, you're just in. £3,600 bid. Then it's on sale and going to Kent at 3,600. Then for the first, second, third, and last time it's going to be sold. 36. 225 is the Swan Vestas enamel reproduction sign. There we go, look, Andy's holding it up as you can see. Where are we? Have we got 50 to start? 50, thank you, 50. £50 bid, then and away in 60. £60 bid. £60 bid there, Mr. T, 60. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid. £70 bid, fresh bidder on the net. At £70 bid then in Barnsley. £70 bid then and away there at £70 bid. At £70 bid then in Barnsley, and we'll submit it, we'll try for you. At £70 bid then Barnsley, we'll try. At 70 then for the first, second, third and last time, missing no one. £70. 226 is the 2004 MGTF. There she is, look, cool blue. There you go, 1.8 as you well know, 50-odd thousand miles showing, new battery and proof of head gasket, water pump and cam belt replaced at 47,000 miles. There you go, look. Stainless water pipe, solid subframes, and the private plate is to go with it, I'm reading there. There you go then. Nice little runabout for somebody.
You alright for a bit?
Yeah, give us a little bit. The voice is going a little bit, but yeah, I'm alright for now.
Another half a dozen or so?
Yeah, that'll do. Where are we? I got £1,000 bid to start. £1,000 bid, thank you. 1,000. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, then and away there at 1,000. Cheap little MGTF there, look. At £1,000 bid, 11, thank you. 11, 12. £1,200 bid against you. At £1,200 bid, would you like 13, Dave? £1,200 bid. At 1,200, 13, he says. 13. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid. With you, Dave, on the telephone at 13. At £1,300 bid for the little MGTF. Cracking up cars really, these, aren't they? At £1,300 bid is provisional. Telling Dave 14. On the net at 14. Would you like 15? 15, he says. 1,500. £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid. Then on the telephones, you're out internet. 1,500 on the phones there. We'll try for you, we'll submit it. I think it's worth a little bit more. At 1,600. Bristol, 1,600. 17's the next one if you want it, Dave. He does. £1,700. You're out, Bristol. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid. In the room with us at 1,700. On the phones with Dave. £1,700 bid, giving you plenty of time. At 1,700, don't miss it for 100 quid. At 1,700, we'll submit it, Dave. It puts you in the driving seat. I'm sure we'll put a deal together. At £1,700 bid, then for the first, second, third, and final time at 1,700. There we go. Provisional telling. 227 is the wooden hand-painted flying sign. Oh, Merkel. There we go. Look. Where are we? That's nice. Look, nice wooden sign. Nice wall filler there. I've got 50, £55 bid. £50 bid and 60. £60 bid. At £60 bid, then and 5. 65 on the net. At £65 bid on the internet there and selling. At £65 bid. At £65 bid, then it's on sale and going at £65. at £65. Are we all done then? For the first, 65 for the second, third and last time at 65. She's sold. 228 is the 1991 Rover Mini Cooper. There she is, look, 12 stamps in the book. Obviously little 1275 there, look, 67,000 miles showing. MOT until October later this year. Lots of money spent, loads of receipts and invoices and so forth. Half leather interior, alloys, CD player, stainless exhaust, and had a restoration work done about 10 years ago. Owned it for the last 18 years. There you go. We all like a bit of continuity and long-term ownership. It goes a long way, doesn't it? Where we go? Where are we then? I got five to start. Thank you. £5,000 bid. At £5,000 bid and one. 5,100 at £5,100 bid, 5-2, 5,200 at £5,200 bid, then and away at 52 at 5,200. That's with me, please, Will. Sorry, 5,200. You're out, internet, with me. 52. There we go. 53 is the next one if you want it. At £5,200 bid. At £5,200 bid, then and away at £5,200 bid for the little Mini Cooper there. Look, 52 at £5,200 bid. At £5,200 bid, then we'll submit it, we'll try for you. Worth a little bit more, I think. £5,200 bid. At 5,200. At 52, 53 on the net. 5,300. £5,300 bid. It's still very provisional, but we'll try for you. At £5,300 bid, then are we all done? At 5,300, I'm out. Internet, you're in just. At £5,300 bid. At 5,300, then we'll submit it. At 53, then for the first, second, third and final time at £5,300. 53. 229 is the 1997 Ford Fiesta Gear. There we go, another little Fiesta. Nice little thing. Where are we? I've got £1,000 bid to start. Thank you, £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid then for the little Fiesta. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, then is there 1,100 anywhere? £1,000 bid for the little Fiesta, look. £1,100 bid on the net. At 1,100. £1,100 bid there. On the internet there, £1,100 bid. We'll submit it, we'll try. At £1,100 bid, then it's very provisional. At 1,112. £1,200 bid in Keighley. £1,200 bid. Keighley, West Yorkshire, at £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then for the little Fiesta in 13. At £1,300 bid. At 1,300 for nothing. At £1,300 bid. Current V5 present and paperwork includes a Northern Ireland vehicle test certificate for what that's worth. There you go. At £1,400 bid. At £1,400 bid then I'll put the hammer down, we'll submit it. At £1,400 bid for the first, second, third and last time, then at £1,500 bid on the net. £1,500 bid. 1,500. At £1,500 bid. At 1,500 then for the first, 1,500 for the second, third and final time at £1,500. 15 provisional, but we'll try, I'm sure it'll come. 230 is the 2003 BMW Z4, which is the 2.5 look. There you go. 6 stamps in the book, MOT certificates, various invoices, and a current V5 present. There you go. She's sold from the off. We got £1,000 to start, and it's away there. Look. £1,000 bid. £1,000 bid for the Z4 for nothing. At £1,000 bid. 1,100 on the net. £1,100 bid on the internet there. £1,100 bid. At £1,100 bid. Then 1,200 York and staying local. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid then in York, North Yorkshire. At £1,200 bid. At 1,200, well, so it's on sale. It's on sale. At £1,200 bid then on sale and going in at £1,200 cheap car. At £1,200 bid then for the first. For the second, missing no one at £1,200 bid then York, it's yours. There you go, she's sold. Oh, steady, mind your fingers, mind your fingers. Oh, thank you.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. There we are. And we're moving on to lot number 231, the original Mace Shop neon sign. There we are, look, Andy's got it down there for you. There you go. You tell me where we're going to start with that one then. Neon sign. There you go. We're going to start with £100. That's where we're going to start. It's where we finish. That matters, of course. Up £100 bid. Up £100 then. Up £100 110. 110, 120 with me. 120, £120 bid. 130, 140, 140. Up 140 and 50 and 60. £160 then. Up 160, 70, 80, 180, 180. Up 180, 90, 200. £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 bid. 210, 220. 220 and with you all the way. At £220 then. 230. 230. At £230. 230 then I'm out. At £230 then. 240. 240. 240. 250. 250. 250. At £250 bid. At 250, do you want 60? At £250 then the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 250. Going off down to dis, thank you. And we're moving on to 232. There we are then, 1985 Volkswagen Scirocco GTS. Evidently, there we are then. Pardon?
Great cars, I used to have one years
Used
ago.
to run one of these, Will used to run one of these, supercar, lovely thing. We used to have a customer, couldn't say it, used to call him a Scirocco Coco. There you go then, there you go. Ian, the vendor, is known to us. It's been in dry storage for almost 25 years. One family owner from the Isle of Man, they moved to France where the car was put in dry storage for 25 years. Lightly recommissioned, new fuel tank, carb, cam belt, driven to the auction from Scotland, original service book supplied, heater motor is seized, windscreen washer pump is seized, and it needs a couple of bulbs. There we are then, so that's a very fair appraisal. There we go, we've got 3,500 there, look Will, 3,500, 3,750, 3,750, 3,750 bid. At 3,750, at 3,750 bid. 4,000 says Holly, at £4,000. At £4,000 there, at 4,000. Was that you as well, John? At £4,000. Are you sure? At £4,000 bid. No, not yet. I will do in a little while. He can have 250 though. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. At £4,000 bid. £4,000 bid. At £4,000.
Yes.
And a quarter for 250. At £4,250. 45. 4,005. At 4,500. At £4,500 then. At 4,005. I'll take 100 now, but he's gone now and he's lost it, you see, he's missed it. At 4,500. At 4,600. 4,006. 4,600 and 7. 4,700. At 4,700. £4,700 then. Is there 8? Be sharp. At £4,700 then. Hammer's coming up then. We're going to sell it provisionally. 4,800. Not now, it's not. 4,800. 4,900. She's winking at me. At £4,900. At 4,900 then it will come. At £4,900 and 5,000 in all sale. Dogs are out. Dogs are out at £5,100 bid. 5,200, 5,002, at 5,200. That's in the room, that 5,200. Will, sorry, Mexbro, you missed that one. At 5,200. At 5,200, 5,300, Mexbro. At £5,300 then. At 5,400, 5,400. At 5,400. At 5,400 and on sale at £5,400. Then the hammer's coming up. 5,500, 5,500 at 5,500. It's going to Mexborough at the moment. £5,500 at 5,500. You sure, John? At 5,500. It's not you, you know. At £5,500 bid. 5,500. Too late. Dalkeith, 56. 5,600.
Lose, you lose.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you see, you did it wrong. At 5,600. £5,600 there. Do you want 5,700?
No, is that it?
No, you've missed that as well. No, too slow. £5,700. At 5,700. At £5,700. Then the hammer's coming up then. It's going off down to Mexborough. 5,758. 5,008. At 5,800. At £5,800 then. The hammer's still going up. 5,800 for the first. For the second. 5,900. 5,900, 5,900, 6,000, £6,000, at £6,000. £6,000 in the room. Yeah, sorry Dublin, it's in the room, that one. £6,000, you were picked there. £6,000 there in the room. £6,000 then. £6,000 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first. 6,000 for the second. Third and last. 6-1, Dublin. 6,001. At 6,100, what do we think, Mexborough? At £6,100 then. 6,100 for the first. For the second, third and last time, going off to Ireland. Thank you very much for your bids. And we're moving on to 233, the British Railway Station enamel reproduction sign. Andy's got it there for you. There you are, look, we've got £100 bidding away. At £100 then, 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, at 120, 120, 120, at £120 bid. At £120 then is a 30, be sharp. At £120 then, at £120 we'll submit. £120 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 120. Got right. And on to 234. There we are then. Mercedes SL 280 Auto V6 Designo. There you go, look. It's a an R129 SL. It's a 280 special edition, one of the very last cars of the 129 production line, and one of only 50 Designo 280s. There you go. So there you go. Special car with a roof fault. Is this the one with the roof fault, Ash? What's that reg number of that car? Oh no, different car. No, this one's all right. No, there you go. This one's okay, I think. There we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. We're going to be £5,800. That's where we're going to be. That's where we're going to start. At 5,800, 6,000. £6,000 bid. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 there. 6,000 is the two. £6,000 at £6,000 bid. At 6,000. Do you want two? At £6,000, 6-2 says Derby. 6,200. And 4, 6,004, Bedfordshire, good afternoon. At 6,400. 6,400. Do you want 6? At £6,400 bid. At 6,400, it looks good value. At £6,400. 6,400, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £6,400. 6,400 then we're going to submit. At £6,400 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 6-4, we'll try for you. And on to 235, two Shelby Alley printed reproduction signs. There you go, look, there you go. Andy's got them there for you, look, we've got 20, 30, £40 bid. At £40 then, excuse me, at £40. £40 there. At £40 then, who wants 50? At £40 then, £40 then, is there 50 anywhere? Be sharp. At £40 then, we'll submit. At £40 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, provisionally £40. We'll try. And on to 236, which is a 1995 Rover. There you go, look. It's an MGR V8, that's what it is. And these are terrific value, these cars. They really, really are. They should be worth more money. They really should. So, there you go. You've seen it. You know it, I'm sure. Lovely looking thing. Interest with you there, Will. Interest with me, Will, please. We have 15,250 at £15,250 and on sale at 15 and a quarter, £15,250 at 15 and a quarter. These are worth 18, 19, 20,000 pound of anyone's money really. At 15,250, 15.5 says Mark. Mark picked Lanarkshire, I'm afraid. At 15.5, Mark's bid. At 15,500. £15,500 then, Mark on the telephone. At 15,500, what do we think, Lanarkshire? We think 750, that's what we think. 15,750. 15,750 and 16. You're right, Mark, it's worth more. 16,000, Mark's bid. At £16,000 there. 16,000 and a quarter. 16,250 bid. At 16,250. and 5, 16.5. Marked telephone, 16,750. 16,750 up in Lanarkshire. 17,000. Marked bid, 17,000. 17,000 pounds. At 17,000. 17,000 pound. Then what do we think, Lanarkshire? 17,000 pound. At 17,000 here on the telephone. 17,000 pound then. 17,250. 17,250 Mark. At 17,500 says Mark. 17,500. At 17,500 pound. 17,500 and 750. 17,750 at 17,750 and 18,000. 18,000 pound then. 18,000 pound. We all knew it was going to get up this way, didn't we? 18,000 pounds. 18,000. What do we think, Lanarkshire? 18,000 pound here on the telephone. 18,000. I'll take 100 off you if it helps you. 18,100. 18,1. 18,1 Mark. And 2. 18,2. 18,200. 18,200 pound bid. 18,2. Do you want 3? 18,200 pound then. 18,300. 18,3. 18,3 and 4. 18,4. 18,400 pound. 18,4. 18,400. 18,500 if you want it, Lanarkshire. 18,400 pound then. Are you done? 18,400 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Mark on the telephone, thank you for your bids, thank you. I'm sorry, Lanarkshire. And we move on to 237, which is a Monaco Grand Prix light up sign. There we go, look. There you go. There you go. That'll look nice lit up in your shed, won't it? There you go. We've got 50, we've got 60, we've got 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pounds then. At 70 who wants 80. At 70 pound there. At 70 pound then is there 80 be sharp. At 70 pound then and 80. Barnsley. Good afternoon again. At 80 pound bid. At 80 pound then who wants 90. At 80 pounds there. At 80 pound then we're going to sell it provisionally. 90 pound he says. At 90 pounds then. At 90 pound then round it up then Barnsley. At 90 pound. 90 pound then. 100 pound says Barnsley. Absolutely. 100 pound then. At 100 pound. Where's Jack? I think we could sell that. At 100 pound bid. At 100 pounds then. At 100 it'll come, I'm sure. At 100 pounds then we're going to sell it provisionally for the first. 110. 110. I'm going to put it on sale now. At 110 pound on sale. At 110 pound 120. At 120 down in Hull. Good afternoon. At 120 pound. 120 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 120. Thank you. And on to 238, which is a tin Michelin tyre pressure sign, Castrol, wall chart and boxes of manuals. There you go. Oh, a bit of bedtime reading for you. There you go. Is there £20 out there for it? There must be £20 out there for the Michelin sign. There we are. There must be 20. There must be. If we can't get 20, then we're going to skip on. There you go. We've got 40. There you go. Better still. What a man. There you go. Bedfordshire. At £40 bid. At £40 then. At 40 anywhere. 50 anywhere. At £40 bid. At £40 then and 50 and on sale. At £50. At £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. 50. At £50 then for the first, second, third at £60 says Bedfordshire. Dunstable. £60. At £60 then. At £60 then. The hammer's coming up then. It's sold in away then at £60. Sold at 60 quid. And we move on to, gee, that's lot number 239, the wooden delivery truck. There you go, look. Lovely little thing, isn't it? Isn't that grand? Look at that. when you don't know what to get the old fella for his birthday. Hey, there you go. There you go. £10 we have. £10, £20 bid. At £20 then, £20 there. At £20, 30 says Andy. £30, £30 seated. At £30 there. At £30 bid. At £30 then, is there 40 anywhere? Be sharp. At £30 there on the telephone. £30 then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 30, £40. £40, you're out. £40 bid and 50. £50 then, at £50 bid. At £50, at £50 then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it at £50. Andy's telephone. And we're moving on to lot number 240. Now, Land Rover Defender. Here she is, look. Now, make no mistake, this Land Rover, the V5, has listed this vehicle as a 110, not a 130. The chassis number that's stamped in the chassis lists it as a 110, not a 130. So, beware. It's a Land Rover Defender as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't care less what length it is. Paperwork, numbers, all correspond to a 110, not a 130. Make of that what you will. Bear that in mind. So, lots and lots of interest. Some of you will have spotted the engine's in the boot. It's in the wrong end. Yeah. So it doesn't run, it doesn't drive, but there you are. So, we have got £2,000 with you, Will. We have got 8 bids, and it takes us up to 52.50 with me, Will. So we currently have 52.50 bid at 52.50 at 52.50, which is bidder number 600287.
I think I've got 5
At 52.50, I think you have. At 52.50 and 54 is your bidder there. Yes, at £5,400. At 5456 on the telephone. 5,006, 58 back at you. 5,008. At 5,800, 6,000. At £6,000. £6,000 there. 6,2. At 6,002. 6,4. 6,004 on the telephone. 6,004. 6,5. We're in hundreds, Josh. 6,5. 6,005. 6,6 says Josh. 6,006. Josh on the telephone. I'm out. You're out. 6,6. Your bid at 6,600. 6,600. It'll make a motor, this, tell him. At £6,600 then he's at it. Are we done? At £6,600 then 6,7. 6,7. New blood. 6,007 and 8. 6,008. Straight back in. £6,800 then. £6,800. What do we think? At £6,800 then the hammer's coming up then. Josh on the telephone. Not anymore. 6,9. 6,009. At 6,9 and 7,000. £7,000 there. Josh's telephone there. At £7,000 then for the first. 7,1. 7,1. 7,2. 7,002. At £7,200. At £7,200 bid. 7,200 for the first. For the second. 7,3. 7,003. And 4. 7,4. At 7,400. 7,004. Give you plenty of time. And 5. 7,5. 7,5 and 7,6, he says. 7,006 at 7,600 and 7, 7,7, 7,007 and 8, 7,8. 2 guys that know what it is. 7,008 at £7,800 bid. At 7,800. 7,800. 7,9. 7,9. 7,009 and 8,000. £8,000. £8,000 on the telephone. £8,000 bid. At 8,000, then what do we think? £8,000. Then the hammer's coming up then for the first. 8,1. 8,1, 8,001, and 2, 8,2, 8,002, 3, 8,3, 8,3, 8,003. What's he think? £8,300 then for the first. 8,4, thank you. 8,004, 8,400 on the telephone. 8,400 for the first. 8,5, every time I say for the first. 8,5 against you. 8,500. 8,005 and 6. 8,006 he says. 8,600. £8,600 then. And 7. 8,7. 8,007. At £8,700 then. We've got to sell it, we've got to move on. It is on sale, tell him. £8,700 then. 8,8. 8,008. 8,008 and 9. 8,9. 8,009. 8,009. 8,900 then for the first. For the second, is he sure? Third and last time. 8,9. Well done, chaps. Well done. Well done. £8,900. Well done. And on to 241. Here we are then. What we got? We have got a rally bicycle enamel reproduction sign. There we are then. And we've got £80 here. £80 bid. At £80 then. At £80. £80 then is the 90. At £80 bid. At £80 here. £80 bid then is the 90. At £80. £80 bid. At 80. £80. £80 then. 90 says Barnsley. At £90 there. At £90 there. Do you want 100? At £90. £90 then we're going to sell it provisionally. At £90 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at £90. Provisionally at 90. And we're moving on to 242. The Escort. Now, it's a bit of a family favourite, of course. It was Chris's car, friend of Dave's. Dave then purchased it. Dave then had the engine put in it. Dave used it sparingly, a few shows and bits and pieces. Then sold to another Dave, local lad, who used it very sparingly, who was sadly passed on. So, very sadly, the car's been stood for 3 or 4 years, I believe. And it now wants a recommission and a good clean, I think it's fair to say. And to be honest, it's a car that should have been cleaned. That car, we should have cleaned it really, but anyway, we were asked not to, so there you are. So, there you go, look, the car, it won't take a lot of getting back on the road, it won't take a lot of getting going. We've got quite a special car. It's on the opening shots of the TV show, of the Bangers and Cash show. We filmed with the helicopter and all that, didn't we? It was great, wasn't it? We had a great day, didn't we? That's that car. So quite a special car. There we are. You tell me where we're going to be. We're going to start. We've got some interest here with me, Will. We are going to start. We'll give everyone a shot at 16, 17, 18, £19,000. That's where we're going to start. 19,000. At 19,000. 20 says Josh. £20,000. Is that the same fella? At £20,000 bid. At 20,000 on the telephone. 22 says Josh. At £22,000. At 22,000. £22,000 bid. At 22, 23. 23 says Andy. At 23,000. 24 says Josh. £24,000. At £24,000 bid. At 24,000. Still a good car under that dust, guys. 25. £25,000 Andy on the telephone. 25,000. 26 Alan. 26. Boy, they're romping on. They're leaving you behind, Josh. At £26,000. 26,000. Alan on the phone. £26,000 bid. At 26 on sale. It is on sale. 27 says Dave. £27,000. Lord, we're still in thousands here, Will. At 27, 28 says Andy. £28,000 there. 28,000. 28, 29 says Alan. 29,000. 29,000 is Alan. 29,000. £29,000. £30,000. 30,000. £30,000. Now I'll take 500 if it helps any of you. £30,000 bid. Internet bid. £30,000. 30,500. Mark. £30,500. £30,500 bid. Who wants 31?
Yes, please.
Internet. Leicester. 31. 31,000. £31,000. Famous car. 32 says Josh. 32. We picked you, Mark. 32,000. £32,000 bid. £32,000 then. What's he think, Mark? What do we think, Leicester? £32,000. 500. 32,500. 32,500. Mark there on the telephone. £32,500. 32,500. What do we think? £32,500 then. We're going to pull the lever. £32,500 for the first. For the second. He has got about a second. For the second, £32,500 then. Third and last time. Mark's bid, thank you. Thanks for your bids there, guys. You'll not be disappointed with that car. It's a lovely old car, that. Lovely old car. I thought Dave was going to try and buy that back, but anyway, there you are, it just shows. And we are moving on to 243, set of 4 Jaguar / Aston Martin wire wheels. I think they fit most of that sort of exotic-y type stuff, don't they? A bit of all sorts. There we are, set of 4 of, there we go, with tyres. There you go. You tell me, we've got 10 bids over here, Will. £380. At £380, bidder number 608080. At 300, no it isn't actually, it's bidder number 600314 now. At £380 bid. At 380 and 420. 420 here with me. £420 then. At £420 bid. At 420, 40, 60, 460, 460. At £460. At 460 and 80 and 500. £500 bid please. At £500 then. At 500, 520, 520, 540, 540. At £540. 540 and 60, 560 and out. At £560 and 80, 580. Oh, Barcelona. 580, 600, £600. At £600 bid. 600 is a 20, there is Barcelona again, 620, 40, Chesterfield, it's a bit more reachable, isn't it, Chesterfield, just down the road, £640 bid, at 640 is a 60, £640 then, is that it? At £640 then, oh sorry, 60, I didn't see you, sat there, that was seated, that bid, 680, you're out, 680, yeah, 680, sorry, 700, you were picked there. 720, Chesterfield, 720, 740, 740, at 760, 760, at £760, and 80, 780, 780, 800, on here, you were picked again, 800, £800 bid, £800 then, I'll take 20 if you want, £800 here, Chesterfield, 820, Barcelona again. £820, 840, 840 now, £840 then, Chesterfield, 60, 860, 860, 880, 880, £880 bid, £880 there, at £880 then the hammer's coming up, £900 he says, you got there in the end, at £900 bid. At 900, 920, 920, 920, at £920, 920, it's 40 if you want it, 40, 940, at £940. At £940 then,
Yes.
960, 960, at £960. 960 then, at £960 then, the hammer's coming up then, at 980, 980, at £980. 980, 1,000, says Chesterfield, £1,000, at £1,000, at £1,000 bid, at £1,000 then, £1,000 then, the hammer's coming up then, 20, 1,020, 1,020, up £1,020,
Yes.
and 40, 1,040, 1,040, up 1,060, 1,060, up £1,060 bid, up 180, 1,080, 1,080. Whose idea was that £20 bit? 1,080, £1,100. £1,100 then. £1,100 on the telephone. And 20, 1120, 1120, 1120. What do we think? 1120 for the first, for the second. Thank you very much. Third and last time. 1120. He's going to run out of oxygen, I think. And we move on to 244, the Jowett. Ah, look at this. What a great looking motor that is, isn't it? There we are then. Restored and was on Jowett's stand at the NEC a few years ago. Electric fan fitted. It's had new brake shoes all round, 5 new tyres and tubes. An alternator fitted to replace the dynamo. Needs a new driver's seat. There you go, or a new driving seat. There we are. Right then, where are we going to be then? Can we get 3,000 to kick us off, Will?
There we go.
Yeah, there must be someone there at that sort of figure. There we are. Right then. Where do we go then? We got 3,000. If not, we're going to keep it and move on to the next month. Is there 3,000 out there? No. Nope, no interest in that one. If you have, ring the office, ladies and gents, and we shall do our utmost to put a deal together. There you go, you have got 3,000. There you go, I should think so. Hang on, Ash, hang on. £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, at £3,000. At £3,000. You see how many we convert? We convert lots and lots of provisionals. You've got to get your name on it to be in for a chance. At £3,000 bid is the 2. At £3,000 we'll submit it and we'll talk. At £3,000 then, provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,000. We'll try for you. And we'll move on to 245, which is a snap-on style clock and assorted garage memorabilia. There you go, bit of all sorts. There you go. The clock should have a neon ring round it. I have one in my shed at home. There we are, £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At 40 and 50 and 60, £60 then, at £60. £60, at 60 and 70. £70 bid, at £70 there, at 70, 80, £80 bid, at £80, 90, £90 he says, £90 there, at 90 and 100, £100 then, and on sale I might add, at £100 bid, 110, 110, at £110, 110 there, at 110 is there 20. £110 then, we're going to pull the lever at £110 then for the first, second, third and last time. 110, thank you. And we're moving on to 246, the 1953 Traction, the Citroen. There she is, look. Now, this car has a later diesel engine fitted. I think he said it was from a Xantia, 5-speed gearbox. Runs lovely. He's used it sparingly. The vendor's known to us. Sounds lovely. Looks to be just so. There you go. You tell me where we're going to be. We've got some interest here with me, Will. We're going to be, well, we'll start at the bottom at 6,000, 6 1/4, 6,500, 6,750. At 6,750 here with me. At £6,750 bid. 6,750. At 6,750. 7,000 says Mark. at £7,000. At £7,000 bid. At 7,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £7,000. At £7,000 then, is there 100 anywhere? At £7,000 bid. At £7,000, there's 100 there if you want it. Yeah, I know you're thinking about it. At £7,000 bid. Mark on the telephone is your bid. At £7,000 we'll talk. At £7,000 then we'll submit it. It is provisional, Mark, yeah. At £7,000 then provisionally, Mark on the telephone for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,000. A good car if it comes, tell him, Mark. And on to 247, a Rolex style enamel reproduction sign. There we are then, there you go. There we are. You tell me where we're going to be with that one then. We've got £50 here to kick us off. At £50 bid. At £50. £50 then. At £50. And £60 he says. At £60. £60 there on the telephone. At £60 then who wants 70? At £60. £60 only. At £60 then we'll submit it. At £60 then looking round £70 says York. At £70, 70 if you want 80. £80 he says. £80 there. At £80 then. £80 there on the telephone. £80 bid. Do you want 90? Be sharp. At £80 then. Selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £80. Andy's phone. Thank you. And on to 248, which is a 2009 Mini Cooper. There we are then. The vendor spent over £2,800 on a new clutch and brakes. Ooh, dearie me, it's a lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. Someone maybe saw you coming. There you go. Anyhow, there you go, look. Sadly, for them, it's your benefit by the looks of it. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me then. Have we got £1,200 to kick us off? There must be £1,200 out there for a little Mini Cooper convertible. It is a convertible. There must be £1,200 out there. Must be. £1,200. £1,200. There you are. 1,200. At £1,200 then. At £1,200. 1,200 is a 13. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, little convertible like that, summer's just round the corner. At £1,200 there. At 1,200, should we say 13, be sharp. At £1,200 then we'll make a call. At £1,200 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and 1,300. At £1,300 then. At 1,300. £1,300 at 1,300, still provisional but we'll try. At 1,300 is the 14. At £1,300, at £1,300 then for the first, second, third and last time provisionally. 13, we'll try for you, thank you. And on to 249, Snap-on MTG 2500 diagnostic colour graphic scanner. That's a mouthful, isn't it? There you go. Anyway, with all your pesky warning lights, this is what you need. Plug it in, turn them out. Job's a good one. There you go, £10. At £10 then, £10 is the 20. At £10, £10 bid. At £10, £10? At £10 there. At £10, £20. £20 he says. At £20, 30, £30 bid. At £30 there. £30 then. 30, 40, £40. At £40, 50, £50 bid. At £50, £50 then is the 60. Be sharp. At £50 then, at 50 and 60 and 60, at £60, £70, £70 then, at £70 bid, at £70. I will let you into a little secret. I did use this the other day to turn the ABS light out, and it did work on that Seat, so it worked on that. At £70, £80 bid, at £80 there, at 80, £80 bid, at 80 is the 90, £80 then, at £80 then we're going to sell it provisionally, at £80 then, 90, £90 bid, at 90 is the 100, at £90 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at £90. Can't be dear if it comes, can it? And on to lot number 250. Special Land Rover this one, a very, very nice motor. There we are then, lot number 250, which is a 2008 Land Rover Defender 90 XS short wheelbase. There we go. Now, The vendor has provided 57 plate, 112,000 miles, lots of history, refurbished a couple of years ago in silver metallic, contrasting black arches, etc. Full can design sports seats. There you go. Recent new all-terrain tyres and sawtooth alloys, new injectors, clutch, half shafts, brake shoes. Oh my lord, lots. Don't add it all up. There we go then. Interest with me as usual with these things, Will. We've got 12,000, 12,500, 13, 13,500, 13,500. Here with me at 13,500, 13,500 pounds. At 13,514, I should think so. At 14,000, 14,000 pound bid. At 14,000 pound there. At 14,000. At 14,000 pound and 5. 14,500, 15,000, and on sale I might add 15,000 pounds. At 15,000 pound, you can't take a normal one and make this for this money. 16,000. At 16,000, the interior alone would have cost a few thousand. 16,500, 16,500 and 17. 17,000. At 17,000 pound bid. At 17,000, Wingate up in County Durham, good afternoon. At 17,000 pound bid. At 17,000. At 17,000, I'll take 250 if it helps. At 17,000 pounds. 17,000, what do you think? Whitley Bear thinks 250. Wingate thinks 5. 17,500. At 17,500 pounds. 17,500. At 17,500 pound bid then, and 750, and 18,000, 18,000 pounds. At 18,000 pound then, 18,000 pound. Do you want 250? At 18,000 pounds, 18,000. I'll take 100 if it helps. If you were stood here in front of me, you might shout. At 18,000 pound bid, and 1. There, I see. I knew he was thinking that. I knew. And 2. Pardon? We won't. 18,200. At 18,200 pounds. 18,002. Do you want 3? He does. Whitley Bay. 18,300 and 4. 18,400. 18,400. 18,400. Do you want 5? 18,400. Then the hammer's coming up. 18,400 pounds then for the first. For the second, third and last time, 18,400. Going off to Wingate. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to 251. A couple of Shell Motor Spirit petrol cans. There we are, look. There you go. Mick's got them there for you. We have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. 100 pound bid. At 100 pounds, 100 pound then, at 100 pound, 100 pounds then the 2 cans, at 100 pound bid, at 100 pound then who wants 10, at 100 pound then, 100 pound, 110, 110, 110, who wants 20, at 110 pound, 110 pound then the hammer's coming up, at 110 pound the hammer's coming down, at 110 pounds. There you go, thank you. And we move on to 252, the event. I wondered why it suddenly got busy. Well, we all know why, don't we? Because we've got the best looking Bentley at the sensible money. There you go. So, Bentley Continental, ladies and gentlemen, lot 252, which is a 2008 Continental GT Speed A, it says here. There we are, look, sadly on the category N insurance job, no structural damage. I'll keep them talking. So he's trying to, 1 or 2, trying to get through. Your phone's not working. Oh, what? Hang on, ladies and gents, we're just struggling for a bit of connection, it seems, for some reason. Bear with us. Yeah. Dickie's all right. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, bear with us, ladies and gents. We've got, I think, oh, crikey, I don't know how many people on the phones. There's a load of us on the phones. And we're struggling for connection. Yeah, you've got to pay the bills, you know. You've got to pay the bills now and then. Yeah. Anyway, the vendor has provided the Bentley Continental GT Speed Edition, only 69,000 miles with lots of history, grey metallic paintwork, best colour, isn't it? Recently refurbished alloys in shadow chrome. To be fair, it's got the best looking wheels on it. Contrasting tan leather Mulliner trim, LED lights, digital TV, soft closure doors, recent battery, was Cat N some years ago, approximately 5 years ago. Oh. Yeah, well, I'm just hanging on a bit here, yeah. Jack's just saying we for some reason we've lost telephones. It was owned by a Bentley specialist in Leicestershire where a small repair was carried out to the front bumper and headlight. After the repair, the front of the car, the bumper, bonnet and wings were also PPF paint protected. There we are. So it's caused massive interest this last week. I think because it's sensible money, it's the best colours, sensible mileage. It's a lovely, lovely car. Yeah, lovely car. Pardon? They are on mobiles. Yeah, which is a bit bizarre. Yeah. I've got connection. Yeah. Yeah. Bear with us, ladies and gents. We're just, as I say, trying to just get some connection going, which is a little bizarre. Yeah. Bear with us. We haven't run away. Don't panic. Are you on, Tom? Yeah, Tom's okay. For some reason, we can't seem to ring out. Yeah. But you can ring in. That's a bit bizarre. I see what you mean. Yeah, I can't ring out now.
Hello, Mum.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is a bit bizarre. Are you on, Dave? Yeah, Dave's all right. Yeah. I can get messages. Pardon? We might have to just bear with us for a minute or two. Yeah. Yeah. Has someone dug through the cable? Pardon? Yeah, I can't. It seems I can't ring out, or I can't ring this site. Yeah, no, it's very bizarre, really, isn't it?
You can't ring out.
No, not that one, no. Possibly.
What's your number?
Yeah, no, it just ends. My number.
Yeah.
Oh, can't tell you that. I think it's a sign as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly right. Dave's got someone on the phone. Supposedly works for Vodafone. Yeah. Well, this is not ideal, is it? But you guys at home are okay. You're on the internet all right. It's just telephones, it seems. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Have you got any, John? No?
I'm connected to all my cameras. So
Oh, I see. Pardon? You're all right.
what network are you got?
EE. Oh, well, there you go, you see. Yeah. It might be an EE thing. Well, it could be, couldn't it? It's all a bit bizarre, ladies and gents. I know that. It's less than ideal. No, I think it's an EE outage. Yeah, I know. It could well be an EE outage because most of us are on EE. Is yours working, Fallon? Yeah. Yeah, you're all right. Yeah. Are you on EE? Oh, that's your phone. Yeah. We need some phones that aren't on EE, Jack. How many you got to ring? We got enough? Huh? I think we've got an EE problem, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously most of these guys here in front of me that are on the telephones are on our phones, which are all on an EE system, contract, server. So therefore, At A? Oh no, we'll just use the landline. Yeah, we'll just have to have a spotter at the top of the stairs shouting. Yeah, it's, I think it is an EE issue. Can't hear you. Have you? Are we okay? Are we all on? Is everyone here present and correct? Yeah? I don't want to be accused of anything underhand, you know. So, has everyone got through to who they need to get through to? Yes? Right. Right, welcome back. 252, lot number 252, which is a 2008 Bentley Continental GT Speed A. There we are. Lots and lots of interest, both on the telephones, sorry about all that, and indeed commission bids and internet bids. Whilst we have been trying to sort out the telephone job, things have been trickling in. We've gone from 10,500 on our system there to 11,200 on the internet. £11,200 bid. 11,300 says Emily. 11,300, 400, 11,400. Andy's phone. 11,004 and 5 was Emily marking your picture. 12,000 says Josh. Oh, he's got the boys on there. £12,000 bid. Josh's phone. 12,000 at £12,000. 12,2 online. 12,2. 12,2. 12,4. He's snuck in an extra 100 here. Look, 12,4. 12,6 now. It's at 12,6. 13,000. 13,000. Josh on the phone. 13,2. 13,2 against you. 13,2. 13,4. Josh's telephone again. 13,4 at 13,400. 13,6 was Ali in the room, Will. Sorry, Barrow in Furnace. 13,6. 14,000 is Josh. 14,000. 14,2. 14,2. 14,200. 14,200. 14,4. 14,4. Josh's phone again. 14,400. 14,4. 14,6. Over in Barrow in Furnace. 14,600. 14,600 pound. 14,8. Andy's phone. 14,8. 15 online. You pick there, Josh. 15,2 if you want it. 15,000. And 2. 15,2. 15,2. I've got half an eye on you, don't you worry. 15,4. And 6. 15,6. Driffield. 15,6. And 8. 15,8. 15,008. 16. 16,000. 2. 16,2. 16,200. 16,200 pound bid. At 16,200. What do we think? 16,200 pound. 16,4. 16,4. 6. 16,6. Is there 8? 16,600. At 16,008 says Dave. I knew it was coming. I knew it was. At 16,800 pound. Dave there on the telephone. At 16,800. 16,800. The hammer's coming up. At 16,800 pounds then for the first. For the second, 17,000. 17,000. At 17,000. 17,000 pound. 17,2 he says. At 17,200. 17,4. 17,4 on the internet. 17,400. 17,6. 17,600 pound there. 8. 17,8. 17,8. 17. 18,000. 18,000. Dave's telephone. And 2. 18,2. Barrow in Furnace. You've been in from the start. 18,4. 18,004. Dave's bid. 6, 18, 6, 18, 6, and 8, 18, 8, 19,000, 19,000, 19, 2, 19, 2, Dave there on the telephone, 19,200, 19, 4, 19, 4, 19,600, 19, 6, at 19,600 pound bid, 19,600, 19, 8, 19, 8, same colour as my old car, that, same wheels, same colour, 20,000, 20,000 pounds, 20,000 pound, your bid Dave, at 20,000 pound, what do we think Borough in Furnace? At 20,000 pound then the hammer's coming up, at 20,000 pound for the first, for the second, third and last time, 20,000, well done Dave, well done. Thank you very much ladies and gents for persevering and just bearing with us there. I don't know quite what happened there, but anyway, there you are. Thank you ever so. And we move on to 253. There we are then, Alfa Romeo, light up, sign, there she is, look. There you go, brighten up a dark corner, won't it? There you go. We've got 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 100 pound bid. Up 100 pound then, up 100 pound, 110, 120 on my right screen. Up 120 pound, 120, up 120 pound. Who wants 30? Up 120 pound then, up 120 pound then the hammer's coming up. Up 120 pound then looking round for the first, second, third and last time. 120. And on to 254, the little 1968 Triumph Herald, the little 1360. I believe you guys went to collect this car with Jack, that's right. You got it going the other day. We had it running on intravenous, didn't we? That's right. So gravity feed, run lovely, didn't it? Sweet as a nut, lovely. So if you want a bit of recommissioning, we're not going to gloss it up too much, but it did run really, really well. So there you go, a really good little project for you. So we've got lots of interest here with me, ladies and gents. We've got 4 bids, and it trotters up to £2,800. Look, at 2,800, and on sale at £2,800. At £2,800. I'll take 100 if it helps. At 2,829, 2,009, 2,900. Who's got 3? At £2,900 then. At £2,900 bid. At 2,900 then looking round. At £2,900 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 3,000, £3,000. 3,1, 3,001. At £3,100. At £3,100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 31, thank you. And we move on to 255. Here we are then, all proceeds to St Martin's House, Children's Hospice. There we are then. Ian's entered it from up country. He's a regular supporter of the sale. He's a good lad, is Ian. Afternoon, Ian, well done. It's a tough copter, radio control helicopter. All proceeds go to charity. £10 with you, Josh, £20 with me, £30 with me. At £30 bid. At £30 then what you bid is what you pay. No more than that. £30, £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40 is a 50. At £40 bid, it's all going to charity. At £40 then, 50, I should think so. At £50 there, 60, 60 says. At £60 then, if it's 60 at the end of the day, they get the £60, that's all you pay. At £60 then, £60 then, hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it. £70 he says. At £70 there. At £70, 80. £80 bid. At £80 then. £80 then, is that it? Are we done? At £80 then for the first, second, third and last time at £80. 90. £90 bid. At £90 there. At £90. At 90 then, round it up, go on then. At £90 then is 100. At £90 then it's all for charity. £90 then for the first, second, third and last time at £90. £90. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. And we move on to 256. Look, the little Trabant. Oh, she's lovely, isn't she? 601S Saloon. There we are then. This is a Bangers and Cash restoration. It's one of their little projects. Look, you've all been down, you've all seen it, I'm sure. It's a great little thing. We had it running up the other day. Clouds of smoke, little two-stroke, brilliant, aren't they? Great, aren't they? Pardon? Does it? Does it? Yeah. Ah, she's lovely. John's tempted to go home in it. There you go. Lovely little thing. He's in good order. And he assures me it's as good underneath as it is on top, ladies and gents. Yes, that's John, cameraman John there. It's all on John's shoulders. Yes, well done, John. Yeah, that's the way. So there we are then. Where are we going to be then? We've got lots of interest here, Josh. We have got 6 bids, look, which trot us up there nicely to £2,800. 2,800. At 2,800, at £2,800 bid, and 3,000, at £3,000, at £3,000 there, at 3,032, 3,002, at 3,200, 3,002, who wants 4? There we are, 3,004, at 3,004 and 6, 3,006, 3,600, at 3,600, £3,600, 3,008, at 3,008 and 4,000, £4,000 then, at £4,000 bid, 4,2, 4,002, 4,002, at 4,200, 4,002, at £4,200 bid, 4,4, 4,004, at 4,400. You've got someone on that phone, haven't you? 4,006, at 4,600, 4,8, 4,008. Yeah. Dave, ladies and gentlemen, has earpieces in, and we never really know whether he's on the phone or whether he's talking to himself, or we can't tell. £5,000 bid, 5,2, 5,002, at 5,200, 5,200 then, at £5,200. At 5,200, 5,4 says Alan. I didn't even see you on the phone. At 5,400, at 5,004, 5,6, 5,006, at 5,006, 5,8 says Dave. 5,008, at 5,800, £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000. Who wants 2? At 6,002 says Alan. 6,200, at 6,004, 6,4, 6,004, who wants 6, 6,4, internet, you're all out, 6,400, at 6,400, £6,400 then, 6,5 says Alan, 6,5, 6,5, we're in hundreds, 6,5, oh sorry sir, 6,6. Dave bid there at 6,006, 6,6, 6,006, at 6,600. Dave's bid there, make no mistake, at 6,006 and 6,7, 6,7. Pardon? Is it on sale now? I've had the okay, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, £6,700 then internet bid, and it is on sale. 6,8. Dave's bid, 6,800, at 6,008, 6,9, 6,9, at 6,009, you're out, Dave, 6,900 down in Rye, 6,900, who wants 7? Dave wants 7, £7,000, at £7,000 then 7,1, 7,1, you're out, 7,001, 7,100 then, at £7,100 then, thanks for letting me know, at £7,100 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, 71, well done ladies and gents, well done, lovely little car that, little cracker, just grab a little bit of that, there we are, yeah, lovely little motor, there you go. And we're moving on to lot number, hang on a minute, we're getting muddled up here, 257. There we are. Underbidder. Underbidder. Just make a note of Dave for underbidder. Okay, that's fine, no problem. And we move on to 257, ladies and gents, a Castrol Sales and Service metal sign. Oh, there we are, look. Ah, yeah, that's one of Mark's ones, yeah. Beautiful, aren't they, Mick? Doesn't he make a lovely job? He does make a cracking job. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? £10, £20, £30, £40, £50 with me. £50 here, £60 bid. That's £60 then. That's £60. £60 there. That's £60 bid. That's £60 then. And 70 and 80. I would think so as well. Absolutely superb they are. £80 bid. At 80. And 90, £90 bid. At 90, £100 and on sale. £100. At £100 then. At £100. Where's me £10 man? At £100, 110. There he is, look. At £110. 120, 120, 120. At £120. 120. At 120. Then the hammer's coming up. At £120 then, the hammer's coming down. At £120. There we are, thank you very much. And we move on to 258, which is a 1961 Singer. There she is, look. There you go. Good user-friendly little run around that one there, I'm sure. What we got? We have got a declaration from MOT. And it's a Singer Gazelle convertible. There you go, yep, there you are. There you go, limited info, but there you are, nonetheless. Right, there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 332, 32, 34, 3004, 3,400, at £3,400 bid, at 3,400, at £3,400, at £3,400 then, at 3,400, 3,004, at 3,400. I'll take 100 if it helps you. At £3,400. 3,4, I'll take 3,5 if it helps. At £3,400, then we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £3,400, then looking round, we'll submit it. At £3,400, then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 34, we'll try for you. Meanwhile, we're moving on to 259, which is a BP Energol Dunlop tyres and Champion tin signs. There we go, look, there you go. 3 signs, there we are. And we have got 40, 50, £60 bid and on sale. At £60 bid. At 60 and 70, £70, £70, 80, 90, £90 bid. At £90 then, at £90, £90 bid there, £100, 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110, 120 says Andy in the room, sorry, 130, you're out, 130, 130, 140, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160, 170, 170, at 170, 170, who wants 180, 170, Barnsley the bidder, 180, in the room, Andy's phone, 180, at 180, 190, Peterborough, 190, 190, 200 he says, £200 then, at £200 bid, at 200, £200 then, is that it'll be done, at £200 then Andy's telephone there at £200, £200, well done. And then, just before we get on to this one, we have got a few solds here, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 189, the Mustang sign, has been sold. Lot 191, the Bugatti Fairground Ride, has been sold. Lot 69, the Maserati in silver, has been sold. Lot 204, a Porsche Cayenne, has been sold. Lot 200, a Vauxhall Corsa, has been sold. Lot 212, a 76 Suzuki, has been sold. Lot 166, a 1986 Yamaha, has been sold. Lot 225 Swan Vestas, box of matches, and 241 a rally bicycle side have been sold. So thank you very much for them. And then we move on to a bit of a star car really, Subaru Impreza. There you go, we love them to bits. Now there was a typo on the description of this car. It was said to have an engine rebuild at 6,000 miles, I think, and it should have said an engine rebuild at the cost of £6,000, £6,000 500 miles ago. So fresh engine, rebuilt, few hundred miles ago. So you've got nothing to worry about there then, have you? So it's done enough to be running and checked over and all the rest of it. So very special, lovely thing, a lot of money spent on it, etc, etc. So one owner up to 140,000 miles of its 143,000 miles, engine rebuilt at the cost of £6,000. List of extras includes heated seats, electric sunroof, full leather, Pro Drive performance kit, personal plates go with the car, MOT till December, air conditioning, lovely, lovely, lovely. There we are. So we've got £6,000, it's a start. At £6,000 bid, at £6,000 then, at £6,000 there the Subaru Impreza, at £6,000, at 6,000 is the 2 somewhere, at £6,000, £6,000 bid, at £6,000, at £6,000, where's me man gone? At £6,000 bid, at £6,000, 6,200, at 6,200, at 6,200, at £6,200 there, at 6,200, I'm going to sell it provisionally because of the typo, at £6,200, very provisional, we shall try, £6,200 bid for the first, for the second, third and last time. We'll try for you. There you go. And we're moving on to 261. There we are. 261, which is Porsche 917 framed picture. There we go. Andy's got it there for you. There you are. And we have 50, we have 60, we have £70 bid. At £70 then, and on sale. At £70 bid. At £70 then, and £80 he says. £80 there. At 80 is the 90. At £80 then, lovely isn't it? At £80 and 90. £90, 100, £100 bid. At 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, 30, 40, 140, 140. At £140 then, at 140, 150, 150, 150, at £150, 160, 170, 170, at £170, 170 then, 180, 180, 180, at 180, 190, 190, and 200, and 10, 210, 210, at £210 then, is that it? Are we done? At £210 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 210, thank you. And we move on to 262, which is a 2007 Maserati Quattroporte. There we are then, auto look, as I believe they all are, aren't they? The vendor says the vehicle was involved in a garage flood. Please note that the warning lights weren't on until we changed the battery. There we are then. So I want a reset. Typical, all this stuff's all voltage critical, isn't it?
I know, I had one of these.
You had one for a while, didn't you? Yeah.
Highly electrical.
They are. These, all this type of stuff is so voltage critical. Don't let the batteries go flat. Just keep them on charge. Keep using them. That's the nitty gritty.
It's one of the problems with it,
Exactly. Electronic everything. I know. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Can we get 6,000 to kick us off? If there's 6,000, then we'll get a go. If not, we're going to pass on it. Is there £6,000 out there, Will? There must be £6,000. The car looks for nothing, doesn't it? There must be £6,000 out there somewhere, surely. If not, we're going to keep it till next time. Sorry? I know. Yeah, no, if there isn't, then we'll keep it till next time. If you have an interest, ladies and gents, ring the office. 263 is our next one. There we are then, which is Diamond Tyres Enamel Repro sign. There we go then. That's a nice little sign. There you are. 50, £60, £60 bid. At £60 then, at £60, £60 then is the 70. At £60 bid, at £60 then where's 70? £60 then, at £60 we'll talk. At £60 then, 60 and 70 down in Cardiff. At £70 there, good afternoon. At £70 then, £70 then, I'm going to put it on sale. At £70 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, sold and away at £70. £70, Ash, right, sold on it. And on to 264, there we are. 2000 Audi TT Quattro, 225 brake horsepower. There we go. The car is a barn find, it's been put back on the road, great spec, heated seats, etc. The number plate was registered with the car, so he's left it on the car. It needs some small things checking over. That's top and bottom of it. There we go. And we've got £2,000 bid at £2,000, at £2,000 and on sale at £2,000, I might add. At £2,000 bid, at £2,000, 202122, 2002, at 2,200, bidder number 5, treble 026, at £2,200 then, at 2,200, 2,200 then, who wants 23? At £2,200 then, we're going to sell it, you're going to miss it, at 2,324, 2,004 back at you, at 2,400, £2,400 here, at 2,400, you want 5, be sharp, at £2,400 then the hammer's coming up then, at 2,400, there you go, top right, and on to 265, Michelin reproduction tin sign, 28 inches by 20. There it is, look. Mick's got it there. Nice little sign, look. £40. At £40 bid. At £40 and on sale, I might add, at £40. At 40 and 50, says Andy, he was waving before the internet, I'm afraid. £50 there on the telephone. At £50 there, sorry Aberdeenshire, but you were picked. At £50 then, Andy's bid there at 50, now 60. £60 then, at 60 and 70. £70, £70, at 70, 80, £80 gone. At £80 then, £80 then, 90, £90, 100, £100 bid. At 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, I'll got my eye on you. At £120, 130, 130, at £130, at £130 then, at 130, £130 then, the hammer's coming up then, at £130. There you go, thank you. And we move on to 266, which is a 2003 Jaguar S-Type V6 Auto. There we are. Just been MOT'd for 12 months, on the road, comes with the original history book, new battery fitted in December. There you go. Good old run about that. What a lovely old car, aren't they? Superb. And we have 800, we have 900, we have 950, and we have £1,000 bid here with me, a £1,000 bid. And on sale, I might add, at £1,000. At £1,000 bid, at 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, £1,100 there, £1,100 then, £1,100. Internet bidder, £1,100 then, £1,100 there is the 1,200, £1,100 bid, 1,100 who wants 12, £1,100 then the hammer's coming up, cheap car, at £1,100, 1,100 looking round then for the first, I'm selling it for the second, third and last time at £1,000. Sorry, 1,100. Right, well done, Will. £1,100. There you go. Sorry. And on to, I'm glad you're paying attention. And on to 267, which is a Michelin aluminium sign. Very out of character. There we are then. We have got 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, £120 bid and on sale at £120, 120, £120 then, 130 he says, 130, 140 here with me, 140, at 140, 150, 150, 150, 160 with me, 160, 160, at 160, 160, 170, 170, Andy on the phone there, 170, 170, 180, here with me, 180, 180, 190, he says, back at you I'm afraid, £200, at 200, £200 bid, 210, 210, at 210, I'm out, 210, your bid, Andy standing on the phone there, at £210, at £210 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 210, Andy's bid. And we move on to 268, which is a Ferrari aluminium printed sign. There we go. Ooh, nearly, Mick, nearly. There we go. Lovely looking thing that, look, nice and bright. There we are. And we have £80 with you, Will, 90, 100 with me, at £100 bid, at £100 then, and on sale, at £100, at 100 then, who wants 10, where's me £10 man, at £100 bid, at 100, £100 then, at £100 then, the hammer's coming up, at £100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £100, thank you. And on to 269, you nearly dropped that, didn't you? On to 269, Escort RS 2000 MDF signs in front of the car there, look. There you go. Lovely. This, Mark does these, it's another one of Mark's. Quality speaks for itself, beautiful, aren't they? They are really good. £80 bid with you, Will, at £80 bid. £80 then, at £80, £80 bid, at £80 bid, is there 90? £80 then, at £80, there must be £90 there somewhere for that, at £80 bid, at 80, 90 says Andy, quite right too, at £90 there, at 90, at £90 bid, at £90 then, at £90 then the hammer's coming up, at £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Thank you very much. And on to 270 Suzuki GT 380. There we are then. Lovely little bike, yeah, not half. Lovely user-friendly little thing. New top end, first rebore, new pistons and rings, new coils, new electronic ignition, registered April 76, registered historic, no MOT or road tax required. Lovely thing. There you go. Bike speaks for itself. 18, 19 with you, 19, and then we've got 7 bids which take us up to £3,200 here with me, at 3,200, at £3,200 bid, at 3,200, 33, 34 please Will, 3,004, at 3,400, £3,400, at 3,400. At 3,400, you couldn't begin to restore a normal one for this sort of money, could you? At £3,400, bidder number 600311, 35, 36, 3,006, at 3,600, 37, 38, 3,008, at 3,800, £3,800 then, at £3,800. At 3,800, do you want 39? At £3,800, then the hammer's going to come up. At £3,800 then for the first, 3,800 for the second, third and last time, top right. And we move on to 271, the service light up sign, circa 20 inches by 5. There you go, nice little sign for you. There we are. You tell me then, is there £40 out there for it? There must be £40 out there for it, surely. You got anyone there, Will, at 40? I've got no one here with me this time. There we are, we have now £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid, is there 50? At £40 there, at £40 then, is there 50 be sharp? There is. At £50 bid, at £50 there, at £50 and 60, £60 bid, at 60, £60 then, at 60 is the 70, at £60 then, £60 then we're going to sell it provisionally, at £60 then for the £70. At £70 then. At £70 then for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time at £70. Provisionally at 70, thank you. And on to 272. Here we are then, the 1959 Rally. There she is, look. Everyone rides a Rally. Lovely little bike, isn't that grand? There we are then. And interest with you straight away, look, Will. £460 bid. At £460. 480. £480. At 480, 500 and on sale. At £500. At £500 then. At £500, 520. 520. 520. 540. 540. At 540, 560. 560. At 560 and 80. 580. £600. At 600. £600 bid. At £600 then. At £600 then, is that it? Are we done? Nope. 620, 640, 640, at £640, at 640 and 60, 660, at 660, 680, 680, at 680, 680 then, at £680 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, 680, thank you, and I'm alright for now. I'll just keep up this week. I'll shout you when I want you. And we're on to 273, the Michelin Unipark Centre and Bridgestone signs. There we go. 3 signs for you, ladies and gents. There we are. And we have got £60 with me, £70 with you, £80 with you, Will. 90, 100, £100 bid, 110, 110, 110, at £110, 110 there, at 110. At 110 is the 20, be sharp, there is 120, 120, 130, 130, you're poised. At 130, 140 he says, 140, at 140 is the floor bid, 150, 150, 150, 160, 160, Andy's phone, 160, at £160, at 160, 170, 170, 170, 180 he says, 180, at £180 bid, 190, 190, 190, 200, £200 on the telephone, at £200 there, 210, 210, 210 and 20, 220, 220, at 220, 230, 230, at 230, 240, 240, at £240, 250, 250, 250, 260, 260, 260 and 70, 270, at 270, 280, 280, at £280, at 280, 290, 290, at £290 bid, 300, 300 he says, at £300 then. At 310, 310, 310 against you on the internet, £310. At £310 then, I know, what do you do? At £310 for the first, for the second, 320, 320, at 320, 320 and 30, you're out, 330 on the internet. At 330, £330 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, 330, thank you. And we move on to 274, the Volkswagen Golf GTI. There we are then, been stood for a year or two. Make a car, this. We'll make a car. Some of my most favourite, I think it's my most favourite period of motoring with a Mark II Golf GTI. I think it's my most favourite car. I think it was. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, when I was maybe 18, I think. I was lucky one came in part exchange and I used it for months and months and loved it. Brilliant. There you are. So there you go, my most favourite car, I think. It goes with the age of you as well, doesn't it, you know? Anyway, £1,800 bid at £1,800. at 1,800, 1,800 pound bid, at 1,800 pound 19, 1,900, at 1,900, 2,000, 2,000 pound. We had this running, Mick, didn't we? It does run, doesn't it? Real stale fuel. And we had to dribble a bit in, didn't we, to get it to fire, and then it would keep running. That's right, we had it running. 2,100, at 2,100 pound bid. 2,2, 2,3, 2,3, 2,003, 2,4, and 5, 2,5. Proper BBS, the correct BBS wheels are in the boot, don't forget. 2,6, 2006, they weren't going back on. 2006, at 2,600. 2,600, then where's 7? At 2,600 pound, at 2,600, then we're going to sell it provisionally. 2,7, 2,8, 2,008, at 2,800. At 2,800, then is the 9, be sharp. At 2,800 pounds, then we're going to sell it provisionally. At 2,800 pounds, then looking round for the first. For the second, third and last time. 28 provisionally, it'll come, dogs are out, and we're on to lot number 275, Champion Spark Plugs Aluminium sign. Just a little one, look, she's a diddy one. There you are then. We got 40, we got 50, we got 60, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then, at 60 pound bid. At 60 is the 70, at 60 is the 65. At 60 pound bid, at 60, pardon? Okay, at 60, 65 pound, at 65 and 70, 70 pound then, at 70 pound, at 70 pounds there, at 70 pound, 70, 75, 75, at 75, we take a pound, at 75, 80, 80 pound bid, at 80 pound, at 80 pound then, hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it, at 80 pound then for the first, second, third and last time. And we're moving on to 276, the Alfa Romeo Spider T-Spark. There you go, look. These look terrific value, don't they? They really do. What a lot of fun, aren't they? They're a great car. There we go. We have 800, 850, 900 pound, 950, 950, at 950 pound bid. At 950 pound then, at 950 pound then. No, you needn't bother. At 950 pound bid. At 950, 1,000. 1,000 pound then. At 1,000 pounds. I should think so as well. At 1,050. 1,050. At 1,050 pound then. 1,050 pound. Cheap car if it comes. At 1,000, 1,100. 1,100 pounds. 1,100 pound bid. Oh, he's having a drink, sorry. 1,100 pound then, 1,100 pounds. 1,100, who wants a 50? 1,100 pound then, 1,150. 1,150, Clacton on C. 1,150 pound then, who wants 12? 1,150 pound then, looking round, we'll submit it. 1,150 pound then for the first, 1,200. Lofthouse, Wakefield, good afternoon. At 1,200 pound bid. 1,200, at 1,200 pounds there for the first. For the second, 1,200 pounds then for the third and last time, provisional. Thank you very much. Hope you get it. Cheap car if it comes. You have a load of fun with that in the summer. And we're moving on to 277. Crichton starter charger and assorted garage memorabilia. There you go. Lucky dip for you. There we are then. We have got 100, 120, 140, 140 pound bid and on sale. 140. Was that a bid, Gregor? I think that was a bid. At 140 pound. Greg has just got up, he's waving at someone. At 140 pound bid. At 140, who wants 50? At 140 then. At 140 pound, then the hammer's coming up. At 140 then for the first, second, third and last time. 140. And on to 278, which is a 1968 Morris Minor 1000. You've seen it outside. Mocked up as a bit of a field find, really. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We'll start with that 500 quid on this screen here, look. 500 pound bid at 500 pounds. 500 then at 500 pounds. Engine does turn over. I'm not sure if it runs. Don't know. Anyway, £500 bid. We'll load it this end with our lovely little JCB, so no problem there. At £500 bid. At 500. At £500. And he wants a bit of teacup, bit of weekend work, and away you go. £500 bid. At £500 then. At 500, where's me 50? At £500 then. At 500, where's me 50? At £500 then we'll talk. At £500 then we'll try for you. For the first, very provisionally, for the second, third and last time at 500. And top right. And on to 279, which is 2 Castrol signs. Here we are then. The aluminium ones, Mickey. Aluminium ones. Oh, one's aluminium, one's cardboard, is it? Yeah, there you go, look. Oh, the cardboard ones are probably more valuable. There you go, they are, look. £70 here, look, £70 with me, £150 with you, Will. At 150, 150. I told you the cardboard ones are more money. At £150 bid. At 150 then, who wants 60? At 150, 160, 160. At 160, 160, 160. 170, 170, at £170, at 170, at 180, 180, Kettering, good afternoon, at £180 bid, at 180, who wants 190, 180 then, the hammer's coming up, at £180 then 190, 190, at £190, at 190 and 200, £200 bid. At £200 there, at £200 then the hammer is coming up then. 210, 210, 210, at £210, 210 there, at £210 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 210, thank you. And on to 280, 280, which is a 2008 Ford Fiesta ST. There we are then, it's Blue Fiesta ST, 52,000 miles, driven to the auction, no advisories on the MOT, look. It is a category D insurance loss at some point in its life. It's a bit of a shame, but there you are, a lot were, weren't they, let's be fair. There we are then, we've got £1,600 here with me, at £1,600. At 1,600 then, cheap little car, at £1,600 bid, at 16, I'll take 100 if it helps, 1,600, at 16, where's 17, at £1,600 bid, at 1,600 then, at 1,600 we'll submit, we'll talk, 1,700 says Northallerton, at £1,700, at 1,700 I'm sure it will come, at 1,700 who wants 18? At £1,700 then, at £1,700 then, looking round for the first 18, 1,800, at 1,800, £1,800, at £1,800 bid, 1,800, do you want 19? £1,800 then, at 1,800 then, provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time, 18, we'll try for you, it'll come I'm sure. And on to 281, assortment of brake shoes, pads and fittings. I think they're fitting kits. Some valuable bits in there, look, some very valuable bits in there in fact. And it's on sale from the off at £40 with me actually, that bid will. I'm sorry, but I had it on my sheet first. There we are then, at £40 bid and 50, there you are, £50 bid. At £50 there and 60. £60 then, at £60 who wants 70. At £60, £60 bid. At £60 then, we're going to sell it, it's gone. At £60 then the hammer's coming up for the first. £60 for the second. Third and last time. £60. And moving on to 282, which is a 2000 VW Golf GTI, 115 horsepower, original GTI. We've got the handbook, but unfortunately I've only got one service receipt that was done at 53,000 miles, which involved a cam belt change. There's a couple of tiny marks on the front bumper and a little pin dent on the passenger door. It is a very clean car if memory serves. There you go, I'm sure you've been down and seen it. There you are. So, we have got a little bit of interest here with me, Will, but it is only a little bit. We've got 15, we've got 16, we've got 17, we've got 1,800. £1,800. At £1,800 then, looks a nice clean little GTI. £1,800 bid. At £1,800 bid then is the 19. At £1,800 then we'll talk. At £1,800 we'll submit it. At £1,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Top right, Ash. And on to 283. There we are then. There we are. Michelin and Esso figures. That's it. Oh, the phone's going again now. Michelin and Esso figures. There we are then. 283. What we got here then? We have got some interest with me, Will, at £80. We have £80 bid. At £80 then. £80 then. We'll put them in 20s, Will. Put her into 20s. There you go then. We've got £80 bid. At £80 then, who wants 100? At £80 bid. £100. At £100. £100 then. At £100. 100 is a 20. Hurry up. Is a 20. At £100 then. We're going to sell them. At £100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 100. There you are. And we're on to 284, which is a 1988 Citroen 2CV 6 Special. There you go. Lovely, isn't it? Isn't it lovely? There you are then. Superb. It's a restored 2CV. It was red. It's now black and yellow, as you can see. Found in North London, mostly original. There you are. There you go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to start with that 4.5 on there, Will. 4,005, 4,750, 4,750, at 4,750 bid, at 4,750, at £4,750, at 4,750, excuse me, who wants 5? At 4,750 bid. 4,750 then, at 4,750. 4,750, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At 4,750 then for the first.
Yes.
5,000. 5,000. At £5,000 bid. At 5,000. At 5,000. I'll take 100 if it helps you to keep it all fair. At £5,000. At £5,000 then. At 5,000. £5,000 then. There's 100 there if you want it. At £5,000 then, looking round. We'll submit it. £5,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time provisionally. We'll try for you. And we're on to 285, which is a selection of 124 and 118 scale model cars. There we are then. There we go. We got £10, £20, £30, £40 here with me. At £40 bid and £50 there. At £50 bid. At £50, £50 bid. At 50 and on sale, I might add, at £50. At £50 bid. At £50 then. At 50, who wants 60? At 50, £60 down there. Sorry. At £60, Andy's phone. At £60, £60 then is a 70B sharp. At £60 then, the hammer's coming up, then we're going to sell them. At £60 then for the first, £70. £80 bid. At £80 there, at £80 bid. And 90 he says. At £90, £90 then on the telephone. At £90 then, £90 for the first, for the second, third and last, 100, £100. At £100, 100, 110, 110, at £110. At £110 then, at £110 then for the first, second, third and last time. Andy's phone. And on to 286, the Astra Merit Estate car. Lovely, isn't she? Lovely car. I know, like Mick said, it's just, where do you find them? Where do you find them? Where would you go to find another one? 3,950 miles. It has had some paintwork round it, I'm pretty sure it has, but it's a lovely old girl, it really is. So there you go, and 4,000 miles from new. Oh, great, isn't it? There we are. So we have got 3, we have got 3.25, we have got 3.5, we have got 3,750, we've got 3,800, we've got 4,000 here. £4,000. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 bid. at £4,000. £4,000 there, at £4,000. At £4,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £4,000, a 4,000 mile from New Astra. 4,001. At 4,100. At £4,100. 3,950 miles from new, and it was £7,443 when it was new. £4,100. 4-2 says there, yeah, John. At 4,200. At £4,200. At £4,200. Cheap car if it comes. At £4,200, then 4-3. 4-3. At 4,300. £4,300 bid. At 4,300. 4-3. What do we think? At £4,300, then 4-4. 4-4. At 4,004. 4,400. What do we think? Internet. £4,400, then. I know they are, aren't they? Yeah, it's like a married couple. At 4,400, then we're going to submit it. At 4,400, then looking round provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time. 4-4, provisional. Well done. Hope you get it. And we're moving on to 287, which is an Aston Martin light box. There we go, look, light up sign. Lovely. Isn't that grand? Oh, a double-sided Aston Martin light box. Oh, that's better still. There we go then. Lovely. £120 bid. At £120 bid. At £120, then double-sided. At £120. At 120. Who wants 130? At £120, then. At 120. £120, then. Really? I thought you'd have more than that for it. At £120, then we'll submit it. At £120, then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 120. Thought that would do considerably more. Just shows, doesn't it? And on to 288, which is a 2001 Peugeot 206 LX done 4,900 miles. Wants a bit of paintwork around it, couple of little areas, but generally speaking, lovely little car. There we are. So we have got 2,800, 29, £3,000 bid at £3,000, and I'll take a 50 if it helps for my figures, Will. Sorry. There we are, at £3,000 bid. At £3,000, then I'll take a 50 if it helps anyone. It is on sale, ladies and gentlemen, so don't miss it for £50. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000, then we're going to sell it. At £3,000, then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £3,000. Top right. And we move on to 289. I wondered why Father was still here, look. He spotted it earlier on, Mick. A sarong picnic set. He's not even opening it for him. Has he got enough? He's got enough of them, Mick says. There we are then. There we go. We have £30, we have £40 with me. £40 bid at £40 and 50. £50 then at £50. £50 bid at 50. £50 then at 50, and it's on sale. It is on sale at £50 bid at 50 and 60. £60 then at £60 at 60. 70. £70 bid at 70. I'm not looking at him. At £70 at £70 then at £70 bid at £70. Then I'm going to sell it. Hammer's coming up at £70 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £70. Sold at 70. I wasn't looking at Father purposely, you know, I wasn't. And we're moving on to lot number 290, the Gilburn. There we go. We had this running, Mick. We had it running. There we go. It sounds nice and sweet. There you go. And it's a Gilburn Genie. There you go. Rare car. So we have got 6,000, 6,250, 6,500, 6,750. Here with me, 6,750 bid and on sale. at 6,750. 6,750. Who wants 7,000? At 6,750 bid. At 6,750 pound. At 6,750 then. Is that it? Are we done? 7,000. I should think so. At 7,000 pounds. At 7,000 pound then. I'll take 100 if it helps. At 7,000 pound bid. At 7,000 pound. At 7,000 pound then. The hammer's coming up. At 7,000 pounds then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 7,000. Thank you very much. And we move on to 291. There we are then. Ford Parts aluminium sign. There you go. Mick's got it there. Look, little sign. There she is. Look, nice little thing. And we have £60 bid here with me, Will. I'm afraid I'm in front of the internet. Mine comes first. £70, £80. £80 bid. £90 bid. At £90 then. At £90 bid. At £90 then. On sale, ladies and gents. At £90 then is there 100. At £90 then, and £100 he says. At £100 there. Excuse me. At £100. At £100 then is there 10. At £100 then the hammer's coming up. At £100 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. So there we go. Yeah, get rid of him. We don't need him. And we move on to the little tuk-tuk. There we are then. The little Atul Rick. It's a tuk-tuk really. Not registered. Paperwork includes a DVLA Minister's Approval Certificate. There we are. But it is like new. Condition-wise, it is as new. So there we go then. We got £4,000 over here. Look, £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 at £4,000 it is as new. It's still got plastic on the seats, I think, isn't it? I think it has, yeah. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 is there 100 anywhere? At £4,000 then. At £4,000 we'll talk. At £4,000 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 4,000. We'll try for you. Top right. And on to 293. Which are 2 Sibby Super Oscars and 1 Sibby Oscar lights and spotlights. There we are then. There you go. Good period lights for you. £70 bid with me, Will, please. That's £70. At £70 bid then. There's no reserve on these, ladies and gents. They are here to sell. At £70 then, who's got 80? At £70 bid. At £70 then, nice period spots. At £70 then, £70 then, at £70, 80 he says. At £80 then, I've got 90. £90 here with me. At £90 then, at £90 bid. At £90 then, fill it up. At £90 then, the hammer's coming up. At £90, 100, 110. 110 here with me. 110, 110, at £110. 110 then, at 110 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 110. Top right. And on to 294, Vauxhall Astra Club. There we go then. There you go. I think I did the video. We're going back before Christmas now. Vauxhall Astra in blue with a V8 engine being well looked after. A V8 engine? That can't be right, is it, Mick? Nah, there's something wrong there. There's a typo there, ladies and gents. It's not got a V8 in this. No. It's just a normal little 1.6 Astra as far as I know. There we are then. There you go. Take no notice of that bit. I'm sure it's a 1.6, but anyhow, there you are. It's at £500. That's what it is. At £500, it doesn't matter, does it? At £500 there, 600. £600 bid. At £600. At 600. £600 then. At 600. £700. At 700. 700. There we go, £800 he says. At £800 then, at 800, I was trying to read them all of that description. At £800 then, Riley there on the telephone. At £800 there, at £800 bid. At £800 then, the hammer's coming up. 900 says Dave. £900 then, at £900 bid. At 900, at £900 then, the hammer's coming up. It'll come, I'm sure, but it is provisional. At £900 then for the first. For the second, third and last time. Too late, Peterborough. You had loads of time. £900 Dave on the phone. And we move on to 295, which is a box of Days Gone scale models. There we are then. Nice little selection there for you. £50 bid here with me. £50 bid. £50 then. £50 bid. 50. Who wants 60? £50. £50 then. Is that it? £50 then. We're going to sell them provisionally. £50 then. Looking round. Is that a 60 coming? I thought it was. £60 bid. 60 on sale at £60. £60 then. £60 then is the 70 anywhere. Be sharp. £60 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. £70. I thought I saw it coming. £70. £70 then. £70. £70 then. Are you done? £70 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 70, £80. I can't get that hammer down. At £80. £80 then. At £80 bid. At £80 then. Don't leave it till the last minute. At £80 then for the first, second, third and last time. At £90. £90 then. At £90 bid. At £90 there. At 90. Do you want 100? At £90 then. At £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. It's £90. There you go. We got it down that time. And on to 296. Here we are then, which is a 2007 Mazda MX-5. Look. It's had both rear subframes replaced in February 2024. The electric roof operates as it should. There we go. The private reg is not being sold with the vehicle, although we did photograph it without its private reg, so that's fine. There we go then. £2,000 bid, ladies and gentlemen, and we're off. And on sale at £2,000, I might add. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000. £2,000 to 1. To 2. 2002. At 2,200. At £2,200 then. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200. At 2,200. 23. 23. 24. 2004. At 2004. It looks good value. At 2004 and 5 and 6 with me. 2006. At 2,600. 2,600, do you want 7? At £2,600 then. At 2,600 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time looking round. 26, top right. And on to 297, which are 2 signs and a clock. There we go. There you are then. What we got, Mick? Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's a lovely sign. There we go then. There we go. £10, he says, £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 bid. At 20. At £20, 30. £30 there. At 30, 40, £40. At 40. At £40 bid. And 50. £50 then, and on sale at £50 bid. At 50. At £50 then, who wants 60? At £50, 60. Ripon wants 60. At £60 then. £60 then is the 70. At £60 then, looking round then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £60. Thanking you. And then we're moving on to 298, which is a Chrysler 300 CRD Auto. I love these cars. I think they're brilliant. Over-engineered, aren't they? On top of the job, they feel like a right strong car. Brilliant they are. £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000. Not a lot of money for a big old estate car, and boy, they are comfy. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. £2,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £2,000 there. At £2,000, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £2,000 then, provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,000. We'll try for you. And then we're going on to 299, which is a 2006 Saab 95 Aero, the estate car there, look. Quite a smart, tidy car, this, generally speaking. Couple of little bits of paintwork, but not a bad old car. There we are then. We have 750, 750. At 750, I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £750 bid. At 750 then, who wants 800? At £750 then, on sale at £750 I might add, for nothing in it. £750. At 750 on sale, Riley. 750, 800, 850 with me. 850 for nothing in it. £850. At £850 then, £850 then, selling it away then for the first, for the second £900 bid. At 900 I'm out. At £900 then, at £900 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time. Cheap old car. And on to lot number 300. In fact, just before we do, oh no, we better not because Mark's on the phone. 300, job lot of garage equipment, engine crane, tyre machine, and a generator by the looks of it. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that lot? You tell me. Who shouted that? Someone. 50 quid, £50 then, at £50 bid, at £50 there, at £50 then, 50, 60 he says, £60, at 60 he's on the phone, that's it, at 60, 70, £70 bid, at £70 then, at 70, 80 says Mark, £80 then, at £80 bid, £80 there, 90, £90 at Filey, £90, at £90 bid, £100 he says, at £100 there, cheap enough at that. At £100 bid. £100 then. At 100. At 100. 120. 120. 140. 140. At 140. 140. At 140. Does he want 50? At 140. 140. At £140 bid. 140. £140 then, 150 he does. I thought he would. At £150. At 150, what do we think, Filey? At £150 then. At 150. 150, I'm going to sell it provisionally. At 150 then, Mark on the telephone for the first, for the second, third and last time. 150 provisional. And just before we sign off, lot number 186, the Capri, has been sold. Lot 229, a Fiesta Gear, has been sold. Lot 247, a Rolex clock, has been sold. Lot 219, a Harley Davidson sign. Lot 182, the Mitsubishi Cordia, and lot 56, a BMW 630, have all been sold. And I thank you all very, very much for today. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and where we do it all over again with another 300 lots. So thanks for watching, thanks for bidding, thanks for being patient. See you soon.